Harper Audio presents Everlasting by Kathleen Woodiwiss. Performed by Xanthi Elbrick. Copyright 2007 by Kathleen Woodiwiss. Production and abridgment copyright 2007 by HarperCollins Publishers. She knew his name was Raven Seaburn, that he was here at Westminster Castle in the service of his king, and she was aware of something else as well, that the tall, raven-haired Scotsman was staring at her again. But she was the Lady Abrielle of Harrington, daughter of a late Saxon hero of the Crusades, stepdaughter of a Norman knight who had also gained high esteem for his brave years of service in the Holy Land, both to be honoured here tonight, and she would give the man's attention the lack of regard it deserved. For here, at the court of King Henry, she was being paid the admiration of so many men. She wanted to savour this happy occasion, as nights such as this had become sadly rare in her life since her father's death and her stepfather's recent difficulties. It was difficult to be at ease, however, much less concentrate, with the Scotsman's vivid blue gaze following her with an intensity to which she was not accustomed. And as if his staring were not unsettling enough, the man seemed to possess some mysterious power over her own traitorous gaze, as time and again she found it straying in his direction, despite her resolution not to reward his attention in any way. He was but one of the many men who had shown interest in her in recent days. Ever since her arrival in London with her mother, Elspeth, and her stepfather, Vachel de Gerard, Abrielle had received the overwhelming regard of noblemen looking for a suitable wife. Though Vachel did not yet have a title, it was assumed that King Henry this night was ready at last to confer such honours on a man known for his heroic deeds on the Great Crusade. As a title brought with it lands and income, all knew that afterward Abrielle's dowry would increase substantially. During her short stay in London, men had come and gone from her stepfather's apartments within Westminster Castle, presenting themselves first to her parents, then to her. Those who had done so were men of honourable intentions, which it would seem the Scotsman was not. As for all his apparent fascination with her, he kept his distance. Even now he stood beside King Henry on the other side of the great hall. Tall and powerful, decked out in bonnet and plaid, he was of an age perhaps 10, mayhap 2 or 3 years beyond. But it wasn't only his height, an impressive display of muscle and sinew, that caused him to stand out from the rest of the noblemen gathered by the king to converse and await the announcement of dinner. There was about him an air of confidence that he wore as easily as he did his colours. He was the very last man she should be wasting her time thinking about, especially on a momentous eve such as this. For tonight she was concerned with matters of far more import, as the king's words would seal her fate, determining whether life held for her despair or joy. Sufficient largesse toward her stepfather would bring the maiden a boon dearly sought but rarely won, gained only with a very large dowry. 'Twas the gift of choosing her husband from among the best of the land. She turned away and back to her stepfather and mother, whose excitement suffused her with pride. So much would be happening this night. Reward for Vachel, a loyal servant of the king, but also a poignant ceremony that evoked a heart-rending memory for Abrielle. Recognition for Berwin of Harrington's efforts in the Crusade was scheduled to take place this very evening, and King Henry was in agreement that some esteem would be shown to her late father as well as others who had fought in that campaign. At the Norman court, many Saxons had gathered, after spending countless months striving to have some homage bestowed upon their friends and kinsmen who had fought in the Holy Land, especially since the death of Lord Berwin of Harrington. It had been their way of throwing their own gauntlet at the feet of the unsavoury Norman who had gone out of his way to provoke her parent, and then, upon accepting his angry challenge, humiliating him for his lack of skill in defending himself. To their regret, The Norman had deftly delivered a death blow that had left Berwin's family and friends grieving over his loss. Although her stepfather of 3 years, himself an honourable Norman knight of the realm, had escorted her and her mother to the palace for the event, Abrielle knew the honours that were to be bestowed upon her father's memory were at first tantamount to a glove being flung across Vachel's cheeks. For he had been assured by others among the knights that at last it was his turn for recognition from the king. He had spent nearly a decade defending Jerusalem, and had been deemed a hero by many. Abrielle knew numerous individuals who were as deserving of the honour that was to be bestowed upon her father's memory, not just Vachel, but also her late betrothed Weldon de Marley, another Norman who had proven himself to be among the noblest of heroes during that campaign. Shortly after his return home, he had begun building a keep, during which time he had petitioned her stepfather for her hand in marriage. Sadly, after completing his keep, he had fallen to his death the day before they were to be married, leaving her as bereft as a widow true, but without the sweet memories of love to sustain her. Dearest Weldon could not be here to see Vachel's reward for service well done, but sadly, his only kinsman, Desmond de Marley, had somehow managed to be present. How he had done so was difficult to fathom, as he had a repugnant air, being lecherous in the extreme, with eyes full of greed and lust within his too round face. She could only believe that he had convinced some errant page or servant to accept a generous sum for allowing him access. Several months before they were to be married, Weldon had introduced her to his only kinsman, and thereafter the most unpleasant Desmond had been inclined to dog her heels. Since Weldon's death, the ogre's propensity to intrude into her life had increased by an alarming degree. Little had she imagined, after receiving word of Weldon's accident, that she would then find herself contending with his dastardly half-brother on a fairly frequent basis. Although Desmond had been in dire financial straits before Weldon's death, he was now basking in the wealth her betrothed had left behind, and obviously using it in order to get close to her. Now, in the heat of the king's great hall, his face glistened with sweat. His over-large eyes watched Abrielle with a fascination that unnerved her. She knew she had much to be thankful for in the support of her lifelong friend, Cordelia of Grayson, who, with her family, was attending the London festivities. Cordelia, a great heiress, received her own share of attention from the men in the hall, and Abrielle hoped that together later this night they would relive the evening and discuss all the men they'd met. As a blast from a horn announced the serving of the great feast, Abrielle, her parents, Cordelia and her parents, Lord Reginald Grayson and the Lady Isolde, moved to their table just below the king's dais. Abrielle, on display to many, felt that she looked her very best for the ceremony honouring her late father. Although the gown had originally been made for Elspeth for her wedding to Vachel a trio of years ago, after that event it had been carefully wrapped and stored in a coffer. The iridescent beads and bejewelled embroidery of deepest blue delicately adorning the gown, from ornate collar to hem, made no less than a stunning work of art that had taken numerous servants untold weeks to finish. That had been when coins and servants had been fairly plentiful. However, in the family's present dire circumstances, it was a rare occasion indeed when mother and daughter could garb themselves in beautiful attire and attend elaborate functions. Prior to his death, Berwin had provided for them very well, and so had Vachel before his father, Willaume de Gerard, had broken a promise he had made to his younger son prior to accepting financial assistance from him, in the form of both money and goods. Although Willaume had sworn to return such to his son at the earliest moment possible, he had obviously failed to remember from whom he had received such help, for he had left everything to his elder son, Elaine, who had been responsible for his father's financial straits in the first place. Before tonight's recognition, Vashel had been forced to consider just how dire his own family's future was going to be if he didn't recover some of the help he had also extended to his knights. Like him, they had returned to England to find many of the nobles refusing to give out honours and titles lest the kingdom be impoverished. Yet whenever he saw others basking in the wealth and titles they had managed to glean from frivolous deeds, Vashel was wont to resent their refusal to give him a title. Elspeth was everything he had ever hoped to have in a wife, especially since his first one had been less than pleasant and had died in childbirth, cursing his name. In view of their deepening impoverishment, he feared he would eventually lose Elspeth's love and respect. But at last, tonight would come a reckoning, a reward from the king for his years of hazardous service. Much to Abrielle's amazement, she recognised the Scotsman among the men talking and laughing with the king, at a place of honour at the head table. As they were awaiting the servant's approach with a warm bowl to wash their hands, Cordelia nudged her. "Aye, there is a man fine to look at." Abrielle quickly looked away from the head table, feeling a flush bloom in her cheeks. "The king is too old for me to even—" But Cordelia only laughed and slyly whispered, "You cannot fool me, my dear Abrielle. You are not the only woman looking at that handsome Scotsman, for every last one of us here now knows that his name is Raven Seaburn, and he is an emissary for his Majesty, King David of Scotland, an ambassador for his country to this Norman court." "There is a Scotsman at the head table?" Abrielle asked innocently, then gave a faint smile when Cordelia only rolled her eyes and covered her mouth against escaping mirth. "Cordelia, if there is any man not even worth thinking about, it is one such as he. King Henry may have married King David's sister and given rise to the peace between our two kingdoms, but you and I both know the deep resentment experienced by our own kinsmen in the north. Terrible deeds have been done in the name of both countries on the borderlands, and both you and I are well aware that people do not easily forget." Cordelia cocked her head, her eyes impish with delight. "Oh, I don't know, Abrielle. Can a woman not look at a handsome man and forget where he comes from? Does not a pleasant brogue and a masculine smile make for a warm summer's evening?" Abrielle sighed at her friend's playfulness, but inside she experienced a feeling of unease that would not go away. Would tonight's festivities be interrupted by the arguing of prideful men? She saw more than one of her father's neighbours here to honour him, yet giving the head table narrow-eyed looks of anger that could only be directed at the Scotsman. As the dinner was served, the two young women gaped in awe at the stuffed peacocks carried over the servants' heads as they paraded about the hall, still looking like live birds floating in a river. Every course of the meal brought such satisfaction to their mouths and stomachs. They ate more than they spoke, and Abrielle felt a nervous tension thrum through her for the rest of the evening's ceremonies. They could not be certain what would happen, and for the first time since Weldon's death, she felt full of possibilities. She glanced at her mother and stepfather, saw their own hope in the loving looks they gave each other. If Norman and Saxon could come together as they had, then she had to believe that there was a chance for her own happiness. At last the meal was over, and the king rose to his full height, presiding over his silent hall. Hundreds of noblemen, knights, and their families waited for what the king would announce. Abrielle saw that Vashel took her mother's hand and squeezed gently, as if in support and courage. The king spoke ringingly of the great deeds of the Saxons who fought in his name, especially honouring Berwin of Harrington, leaving Abrielle feeling proud of her late father. Her mother had tears in her eyes, and Vashel, unlike other men, showed no jealousy. He obviously loved Elspeth enough to share her with her memories. At last, the king came to what affected Abrielle's new family and their future. There are thousands of men, both Norman and Saxon, who fought in our name against the infidels overrunning the Holy Land. The Crown extends its deepest gratitude and wishes that every man could have every reward due. But we must balance the good of several men against the good of an entire kingdom. England must remain strong, and her treasury with her. So for now, our soldiers have our humblest gratitude, and the reward of knowing their service was invaluable. Tonight, let us celebrate their accomplishments in song and dance." The king raised his hand, and his minstrels began to play a rousing song on pipe and lute, but Abrielle sat numb, full of disbelief. The king's treasury could no longer afford to be depleted, so there would be no reward for Vachel's long years of service. Where others before tonight received wealth and titles, he would have nothing. The lump in her throat felt as if she would never swallow again, and her eyes, so strangely dry one moment, stung painfully the next. She knew others at the long trestle table were staring at them, muttering to each other, discussing her family's future. To avoid their eyes, she fixed her attention on the goblet before her, a gift from her beloved father given to her mere months before his untimely death. Fashioned of silver, it bore runic Saxon writing in a band encircling its centre. She clasped her right hand around this family legacy, drawing comfort from the reminder of both her late parent and the noble Saxon heritage she shared with him, as well as strength. For now her thoughts could return to her mother and stepfather, and she turned her aching neck to look at them. They still held hands, as if frozen together. Elspeth's eyes did not glisten with tears. She was too proud for that. Her chin was lifted with hauteur, and her flashing eyes dared anyone to make remarks. Vachel's grim expression said all. This was a blow he had not expected, and her grief for the man who'd saved her and her mother was intense and painful. How would he bear this new burden? Vachel himself could barely think, so confused were his thoughts. The honour due him at last would never be. The reward he'd justly earned had gone to others, and now there was no more to be had. He would not be able to compensate his knights, nor even to afford the running of a household. Far more devastating to his pride and to his heart was the knowledge that his beloved Elspeth and her daughter would be forced to share the grim consequences of his misfortune, consequences that would be immediate and unavoidable. Everyone present there would realize at this moment that Abrielle would not have the great dowry formerly anticipated, and the most worthy of those men seeking wives, those best able to provide the standing and security Abrielle deserved, would turn their attention elsewhere in search of a maiden who would bring wealth with her. His stepdaughter would be undeservedly forced to lower her expectations. Worse, she would be ripe for pursuit by unscrupulous men seeking to use her for her beauty, rather than treating her with the dignity a wife deserved. And it was all too possible that the maiden would not find a husband at all, bringing more humiliation and heartache to both her and her mother. For who would want to marry a girl with so little to bring to the union? How was he to stay in Westminster Castle after this? All he could think of was leaving, absorbing his own pain in peace. Cordelia was asked to dance by a young man who only yesterday had remained outside Abrielle's door for hours in hopes of just catching a glimpse of her. Cordelia's face was a mask of misery as she glanced at Abrielle, barely holding back tears, but Abrielle did not want her to suffer. She sent her dear friend off with a brilliant smile that stabbed her own heart. She felt her mother's hand slide into hers, and turned to the woman who bore her, who now suffered as equally for Abrielle's pain as for her own. She grieved both husband and daughter, and Abrielle had to do what she could to alleviate her suffering. "Mamma, how is my stepfather?" Elspeth sighed and spoke over the cheerful notes of music echoing through the great hall. "He will not speak to me now, not when others can see, but I know the grief and suffering in his heart. This unfairness to him causes me great sorrow. And as for what it does to you, speak not of it, not here," Abrielle said, giving her mother a brittle smile that she feared might separate her face. "Everything will work out for the best, and this painful evening will soon be forgotten." But Elspeth's expression was full of doubt, and Abrielle could look at her no longer without feeling the insidious threat of tears. She looked back at the crowd of dancing men and women, keeping her chin lifted as she had not a care in the world. And she saw Desmond de Marlay watching her with open interest that he no longer couched with simpering fawning. Nay, he was not one of those men who looked at her for her wealth. He stared with a lustfulness that sickened her to her soul. She quickly looked away lest he think her gaze an expression of interest. Was he the only type of man she could attract now? A man who would own her like a rare tapestry and hang her about his great hall for all to view and envy? And he wasn't the only one. She saw with a quiet feeling of growing horror, men who skulked about the edges of the hall now moved nearer, as if they were rats after only one small piece of cheese. Yet Vachel stood guard over her, his face impassive, his eyes watchful, and she knew a feeling of temporary relief. But how long could it last? How could he protect her when he had so little consequence at court? And then she saw that Cordelia, who'd been given from one dance partner to the next, was now approached by Raven. Inside, Abrielle felt a tightening she couldn't explain, but quickly asked herself why on earth she should feel slighted that the handsome Scot would choose to dance with a wonderful woman like Cordelia. And Cordelia was not just any woman, but the very one who also happened to be her oldest and dearest friend. Later, in the privacy of her chamber, she would sort out her feelings, but for now she fashioned a dazzling smile so that no one would suspect the turmoil inside her. She also felt true concern for her friend, as Raven had not yet been introduced to Cordelia, yet approached her nonetheless. Such behaviour did not speak well of his intentions toward her, for he should have presented himself to her father first. As she continued to smile and pretend to be enjoying the festivities, she realized that Cordelia and Raven were not dancing, but speaking, quietly, and with great absorption, occasionally casting a furtive glance in her direction. Unless her instincts were entirely mistaken, they were discussing her. And when the two suddenly turned to look at her, Abrielle was the one caught staring, as her dear friend smiled, and the Scotsman frowned. Abrielle held her breath as she wondered what they were about. She had to caution her headstrong friend to be more careful as well, for the Scotsman seemed to be overly bold. They began to move toward her through the crowd, and with each step she felt dread mixed with a strange, chilling excitement that she didn't want to feel. To her horror, Cordelia was doing her the great favour of persuading a man to dance with her, and not just any man, but one whose manner of approaching both young women was questionable. It was true a part of her would not mind a dance with the handsome Scot, only under more appropriate circumstances. As he drew steadily closer, Abrielle could not help noting how perfectly his traditional garb fit his frame. It stretched taut across his broad shoulders and chest, and emphasized his lean hips and long legs, as if very talented hands had stitched it with him inside. It was not his clothes that commanded her attention as he came within a stone's throw, however. An infinitely more gifted artist had chiselled the man himself, and she was mesmerized by the raw beauty of his countenance. Full, dark brows, curved over the blue-black eyes filled with alert awareness. A slight bump, where it had once been broken only added to the appeal of an otherwise perfectly configured nose, and high, sharp cheekbones provided a thrilling hint of the fierce predator. Only his mouth, full and exquisitely shaped, added a touch of softness, and then he stopped before her. Cordelia's smile was full of a subtle nervousness that only Abrielle could see. "Abrielle, this gentleman has requested an introduction to you." Neither of the friends spoke aloud about the fact that this was not, could not be, a formal introduction, but they were indeed young women and eager to learn more of the world, especially when the lesson involved such a devastatingly handsome, devastatingly masculine male. "May I present—" Raven swept into a bow and spoke solemnly. "Raven Seaburn, my lady." Abrielle managed a curtsy. "I am Abrielle of Harrington," she said, thinking that he was even more skilled at hiding his true feelings than she was. Anyone looking on would believe Raven really had sought to dance with her, rather than being wheedled into doing so by the kind-hearted Cordelia. "And your late father is one of the braw men we honour this night?" Raven asked. She nodded, not daring to look at Vachel, who'd also deserved such honour. She was relieved as well that her parent had other things to think about in the wake of the king's announcement. Her stepfather would be concerned that she was meeting a man whom he did not know, who had not presented himself to Vachel as custom required. Would he consider it an even deeper dishonour to have a Scot speak to his stepdaughter? Cordelia placed a hand on her arm. "I asked if there were more like him at home, but he insists he has no brothers." Raven smiled faintly at Cordelia. "Only my da, but he's become set in his ways since my mother passed on. To be sure, lass, you've the looks that could quicken his heart to a loud drumbeat were he here." Abrielle blinked in surprise, not knowing whether to feel affronted. Was Raven flirting with Cordelia brazenly in front of her? She felt greatly comforted when her friend actually giggled in response to the Scotsman's gallant words. "You must understand, sir, I wasn't necessarily asking for any particular purpose." She lifted her shoulders, offering a reason for her question. "I was merely curious." Abrielle could have groaned at her friend's remark, but just at that moment the musicians began another dance. It was this that Abrielle was truly dreading, as Raven no doubt would feel obligated to dance with her. To refuse outright would publicly dishonour him and herself, but her fierce pride ached to do precisely that. Her fortunes may have changed in the past hour, but she refused to be the object of any man's pity, and was frantically searching for a way to balance honour with pride when his deep voice intruded. "May I have this dance, my lady?" Abrielle lifted her chin, keeping her voice low so only he could hear. "You honour me with your request, sir, but surely you would enjoy the dance more with your first choice of partner." She gave the slightest of nods towards Cordelia, who had been drawn into conversation with an older woman on her right. "I couldn't agree more," replied Raven, "which is why I stand before you, my lady, hoping beyond reason your kind heart will move you to take pity on a clumsy Scots oaf, and keep him from appearing a total clod amongst the local talent." Abrielle couldn't help smiling at how cleverly he'd turned the tables, as she'd been chafing at being the object of his pity, and he'd very openly and charmingly made a plea for hers. The man might not have a talent for dancing, as he claimed, but his persuasive skills were of the highest order. Clearly, he'd been born to be a diplomat, and when he held out his hand to her, Abrielle couldn't have resisted if she wanted to. The moment the beautiful young woman was in his arms, Raven Seaburn knew he'd made a terrible mistake, for she was the most stunning creature he had ever seen. From the moment he'd first seen her tonight in the great hall, he'd found it nearly impossible to keep from openly staring. Her red gold hair tumbled freely as a maiden's should, a shining, flaming glory to the torch that was her beauty. Her pink lips had called to him for kisses, her smooth, creamy skin glowing beneath the softness of candlelight had beckoned his trembling fingers to touch and caress. Never before had he felt such a response on merely seeing a maiden. It was because he'd been watching her so intently that he'd seen the change in her. He'd seen the light of exhilaration so suddenly and utterly extinguished, and how, for a fleeting moment, it was replaced with a look of total desolation. It was the sort of look that could break even the hardest heart. It had taken everything in him to avoid her after the banquet, to watch her stand between her parents with quiet courage when no young lords asked her to dance. And that was when he'd realized that her stepfather must have felt it was his time to be honoured, and the king's decision had dealt him a blow, thereby affecting this sweet maiden. But how? What secrets did this small family conceal? So taken by her was he, that he approached her friend and then her, without having been formally introduced to either young woman. The dance was over too soon, and all he could do was escort her back to her parents. Her mother gave him a smile, her stepfather a simple nod, and Abrielle a deep curtsy, and then she wouldn't look at him. He left her with a quiet farewell, and yet found himself unable to stop watching her. Though he knew her stepfather more than capable, it was obvious the man had an air of distraction this evening, as he considered his own future. And unsavoury men continued to watch Abrielle. One in particular, squat and overweight, approached Abrielle and bowed to her. When Vachel stepped forward to confront the man, Abrielle laid a hand on his arm and went with the stranger quietly, though it was obvious his touch distressed her. Raven would have to keep watching this evening, over this one he perceived as a threat to the maiden. The difference in dance partners was stark, Abrielle realized in dismay. Raven had moved with the gracefulness of a knight, a man used to wielding a sword as he circled an opponent. Desmond de Morlaix, her late betrothed's half-brother, lurched through the sweet rushes scattered over the floor. His wet, hot hand gripped hers too hard, and when the dance called for him to touch her waist, she could swear he squeezed as if he were checking the tenderness of a piece of fruit. "I will call on you tomorrow, my lady," Desmond said in a confident voice. But you cannot, my lord," she said, scrambling for appropriate reasons. "My stepfather may have plans that he has not shared with me." "I know what happened to him tonight," Desmond said, not bothering to lower his voice. Abrielle cringed, wondering who could overhear his loud voice. "Please, my lord." "He might need the friendship of a man of influence such as me." His insistence on pushing himself on her only served to strengthen her courage. "My lord, I must insist that you speak with my stepfather." "Oh, believe me, girl, I will." When the music ended, he left her on the dance floor instead of escorting her back to her parents. When she made her way back to them, her mother began, "Abrielle, that horrid man!" Vachel interrupted with a stern voice. "My lady wife, speak not a word that others may hear." Biting her lip, Abrielle moved back to her place between them. Oh, how she wanted this evening to be over. But that would not put an end to their troubles. She would continue to see worry in her mother's eyes and cold pride in Vachel's. A hollow sickness inside Abrielle could not be appeased. And, to make matters worse, Raven was watching her again. There was no look of flirtation in his eyes as he gave so many other women, confirming her suspicion that their dance had meant nothing to him. But then, why should it have, as she was no longer worth his notice? Nonetheless, he had danced with her, but seemed to have judged her unworthy after having spent some time with her. Truly, men were beasts, for only a beast could show such interest in her, then withdraw it so cruelly after deeming her of insufficient value without property? She tried to distract herself by watching His Majesty, who bade a servant to criss-cross a pair of swords on the floor before directing the musicians to play an appropriately swift ditty on the lutes. To her surprise, Raven allowed himself to be drawn reluctantly forward. What could he be about? After a sweeping bow to the king, he began a high-stepping dance over the swords. It was a dazzling display of footwork as Raven struck toe and heel to the floor with amazing quickness, weaving his way over and around the weapons, the clicking of shoe leather on stone its own kind of music. A clumsy Scottish oaf indeed, thought Abrielle, enthralled. And she was not alone, for the performance drew an ever-growing audience, including many young maidens whose sharp, feminine gasps were interspersed with delighted giggles whenever his kilt flew dangerously high. "My goodness, I don't think he's wearing anything underneath it!" Cordelia gasped in shock as she joined Abrielle within the circle of spectators. In spite of the fact that the fair-haired woman's cheeks were evidencing a deepening blush, she was closely attentive to the swishing movements of the woolen. Abrielle backed away, allowing others to swarm in front of her. Confused by the rising feeling of warmth and excitement brought on by watching him, Raven only put on a display to shock the court, not her personally. She thought Cordelia would remain near to watch the entertainment, but instead her friend drifted with her, biting her lip. "So just tell me what is on your mind," Abrielle said patiently, recognizing Cordelia's pensiveness. "I saw you dancing with Desmond de Marley." Abrielle's only answer was a shudder. "I heard people talking about him. Do you know he's had 2 wives, both of whom died in childbirth?" "Those poor women," Abrielle murmured. "In more ways than one. It seems he received money from each wife, and then, when Weldon was killed falling down the stairs of his newly finished keep, Desmond inherited his true fortune. Doesn't that seem suspicious to you?" Abrielle searched her friend's face, feeling ill. "Do people think Desmond had anything to do with Weldon's death?" Cordelia shrugged. "It is only speculation, but he did benefit the most." "And I lost my future," Abrielle added with a sigh. Then she took a deep breath and straightened her shoulders. "But I cannot live in the past. A new opportunity will come, I am sure of it." Cordelia's expression was too sympathetic, and Abrielle had to look away before tears threatened again. At last her mother and stepfather approached with the intention of retiring. An evening that began with joyous expectations had plummeted into one of numb despair. Cordelia and her family left the castle, and Elspeth and Abrielle found themselves alone in their chambers when Vachel expressed a need to walk off his frustrations. Abrielle stood hugging herself as her mother sadly withdrew into the bedchamber she shared with Vachel and began to undress. Abrielle suddenly realized that she had left behind the drinking goblet given to her by her father. It had to be somewhere in the great hall. She gave no thought to her own safety in her panic at losing such a precious memento. Anxious to retrieve the item before it was forever lost to her, she dashed out of their chambers, in her haste failing to inform her mother that she would be returning to the great hall. Once she reached it, she felt relief to see the goblet where the servants had placed it when taking down the trestle tables so the attendees could dance. With it once again in her grasp, she hurried toward the stairs, not feeling the presence of another until it was too late. Like a wily serpent, Desmond leapt from his makeshift lair and promptly muffled Abrielle's screams beneath a sweaty palm. Dragging her, writhing, kicking, and with arms flailing about in an attempt to claw him or do him some other injury, he swept her into one of the chambers off the great hall and promptly pressed her down upon the chaise. In mounting fear, Abrielle clawed at his face and tried to turn her own aside, but he dug his fingers into her jaw and, with his foul-tasting tongue, ravished the depths of her mouth. Panic was soon joined by wild instinct as she struggled to free herself, but his sweaty weight and the swathing folds of her own skirt were against her. When at last she managed to free one leg and began to kick blindly, de Marley didn't budge. But she dropped the goblet so precious to her, and it hit the floor, the sound reverberating loudly. Desmond immediately tightened his grip on her jaw, causing Abrielle to cry out in pain. "Quiet, you little fool!" he ordered, his tone harsh, his overbright eyes terrifying. "If you know what's good for you, you'll lie there and—" His words were lost in a sudden swirl of plaid, and a feral growl rent the air, and as quickly as she had been waylaid, Abrielle was freed. She had a fleeting impression of Desmond's beady eyes widening in sheer terror as his big, soft body was lifted straight up from hers and swung aside as effortlessly as if he was stuffed with feathers instead of lard. It was only then that she realized who it was doing the lifting and swinging, who it was who'd caused the awful terror in his eyes, and who was, even now, judging from the sounds being emitted from a cowed de Marley, causing even worse pain. Raven, his dark hair whirling about his shoulders, held Desmond up by the scruff of the neck with one hand, while the other fist pummeled his face. Actions which engendered in Abrielle feelings of both horror and blessed relief. For what seemed to the maiden an infinite amount of time, she remained unable to move. Then she gathered herself enough to sit up and try and smooth her skirts, now bunched beneath her, and leaving her thighs and a goodly bit of hip exposed. She managed to tug the fabric loose, but not quickly enough to escape Raven's notice. His attention was snagged by her motion, and he froze mid-pummel. As he slid his gaze from Desmond to her, the look of abject fury on his face gave way to something else. Something equally dark and dangerous, but in a very different way. The sly Desmond took full advantage of his distraction and wrenched free, but Raven let him go in order to hand Abrielle an embroidered throw from a nearby chair, earning from her a murmured, "Thank you." Honour, both his and hers, decreed that he avert his gaze and turn away, and after a few moments more, he did so, allowing Abrielle quickly to cover herself and stand. He turned then, reaching out with one hand, tentatively, as if wanting to prop her up, or soothe her, or touch her, but she was left to wonder which as his hand dropped back to his side. "Are you hurt, milady?" Raven queried, as Abrielle sought to cover her reddened breasts with the throw. The best answer Abrielle could manage was to shake her head in denial, and then she, too, fled the hallway. Racing toward the chambers in which her mother was ensconced, she dared not pause for even an instant. In her absence, Raven noticed her goblet lying upon the floor near the chaise where Desmond had dragged her. Picking it up, he made his way to the landing above the stairs, where he waited for some moments, for doubtless the frightened maiden was even now telling her parents what had just taken place, and he must give them at least a bit of time to collect themselves. After a decent interval, he rapped his lean knuckles lightly upon the portal. "Who is it?" Elspeth called out as she leaned near the door. "'Tis the Scotsman, Raven Seaburn." The door opened a meagre degree, allowing the woman to meet his gaze. She offered him a trembling smile, grateful that he had been on hand to save her daughter from the horrible monster their entire family loathed. "I fear my daughter is unable to come to the door to thank you properly, and her father will be returning soon. But if you would kindly accept my undying gratitude, you surely have it. If not for you, I truly fear that evil man would have had his way with her." "I found your daughter's goblet after she left," Raven murmured, holding the broken item where the woman could see it. Drawing back the portal, Elspeth felt no fear as she accepted the item from the Scotsman. Indeed, she even managed a small smile, for her daughter would feel relief to learn that the valued vessel had been returned to her. "I thank you truly, kind sir, for 'tis something both she and I hold quite dear." "You say that you expect your husband to return shortly, milady?"
Mayhap I should keep watch out there on the landing till he does, just to make certain you and your daughter are safe. If you feel a need, brace a chair against the inside of the door."
Upon realizing she was still shaking from the incident involving her daughter, Elspeth managed a tremulously grateful smile. "I do think Abrielle and I would feel more secure if you would keep watch until my husband returns, just in case Desmond tries to force his way into our chambers. He seems to have had his mind fixed on having my daughter, and there is no one Abrielle loathes more. But as for when he'll return, I do not know. Thank you again for your protection and your kindness," she murmured as she fought back grateful tears. "You've proven a godsend tonight, not only by coming to my daughter's rescue, but for watching over us when you barely know us."
"Aye, 'tis true I hardly know you, my lady, but I'm well acquainted with the sort of rascal who attacked your daughter. I didn't think the man was to be trusted when I first set eyes upon him. To be sure, my lady, I'm more inclined to favour the ones who find themselves beset by such a man. Now I'll be saying good night to ye. Rest yourself if you can."
Upon closing the door, Elspeth entered the adjoining bedchamber, where her daughter had flung herself across the bed and was still sobbing. Gently stroking her daughter's back, Elspeth sought to soothe her fears. "Raven Seaburn will be keeping watch outside our rooms until Vashel returns," she murmured, wondering when that would be. A long moment passed as she thought of their protector. "The Scotsman gives every indication that he is a man to be admired. A very handsome gentleman, even more so than Lord Weldon. But then, I must remember that his lordship was nearing 25 years of age when he fell to his death." Memories of his lordship's demise evoked a lengthy silence that neither woman seemed willing to break, until Elspeth heaved a pensive sigh. "I know it isn't proper for a lady to speak of such things, but for some time now I've been thinking, even more so since this latest incident, that if Desmond were threatened with violence after daring to approach you, mayhap he'd learn to keep his distance." "I wouldn't be inclined to think so," Abrielle muttered against the coverlet. "Just leave it be, Mamma. We will be leaving London soon." She almost told her mother what Cordelia had told her about the suspicion of Desmond's part in Weldon's death, but how could she further upset her? She didn't want Vashel challenging the man to a contest to the death. Her own father had died in the same senseless way, and, after all, Desmond had been stopped in time. She shuddered. It was later that night when Vashel returned to the castle and began to slowly climb the stairs to the chambers wherein his family was ensconced. He was in a foul mood, having repeatedly mulled over in his mind his limited choices for the future. Upon nearing the landing, Vashel was taken aback when he espied the Scotsman sitting with his back braced against the far wall.
"Why are you here?"
Raven pushed himself to his feet with a single graceful movement.
"Desmond de Marley took it into his head to force himself on your daughter."
Vashel's heart went cold with dread.
"Is she all right? Did he do anything to her?"
Though reluctant to ask and have his suspicions confirmed, he had to know the truth.
"Has the girl been sullied?" "She would have been had I not been there to send the rats scurrying off to his hole," Raven replied. "I told your wife that I'd watch till you return. Although you'll likely be thinking 'tis none of my concern, you need to watch over your family whilst that filthy toad is in the area, just to keep them safe."
Vashel needed no one, especially a stranger, telling him that he had seriously erred by leaving his family alone. His frustration during the evening had risen to an intolerable degree when he had seen the very same lords who had courted Abrielle now after the scent of richer quarry. His guilt for not being there to protect her caused him to wonder if he wasn't deserving of the situation in which he presently found himself. Even so, in the mood he was in, he found it difficult to accept the Scotsman's counsel. "I can take care of my family well enough without your interference." In response to this less than gracious remark by Abriel's parent, Raven only arched a dark brow, then bowed and took his leave of Vashel. Deeply ashamed by his earlier lack of caution in seeing to the welfare of his family, Vashel turned his back and stepped through the door. Elspeth was anxiously pacing about their chambers, awaiting his return as he stepped through the portal. Sobbing in relief, she flew into his arms.
"I thought you'd never return."
"Tell me what happened," Vashel urged, feeling her trembling against him. And she did so, her voice shaky, ending with these words.
"I am so grateful the Scotsman was guarding our door until you returned, for there is no telling what Desmond might have done had he found us here alone."
"I apologize for leaving you and Abriel alone," Vashel replied in humble tones. "Obviously, this incident would never have happened if I had stayed here with you. But there's nothing I can say or do now that will rectify that matter." He heaved a laborious sigh. "If you don't mind, I've had very little sleep since I came here, and I'm very tired at the moment. Perhaps we can continue this discussion on the morrow." Seeing vivid evidence of his dispirited dejection, Elspeth took pity on him as she rubbed his arm. "Let's not quarrel. I'm sure in time something better will come our way. We need only wait." A month had passed since the event honouring the Saxon heroes of the Crusades had been held at Westminster Castle. Since then, Abriel's thoughts had returned fairly often to Raven Seaburn and the troubling emotions he had awakened within her. As much as his brilliant blue eyes, leanly chiselled nose, and the charmingly wayward grin had evoked her interest, she was unable to ignore the distressing situation in which their small family presently found itself. What they were now facing would likely force her to make a decision that she would despise for the rest of her life. She couldn't blame her stepfather for the concern he had shown for his men and his father upon his return home from the tumultuous conflicts raging in foreign lands. Willarm had been the one who had gone back on his word by not returning the funds that Vashel had so kindly permitted him to use before his death, or mentioning them in a statement to be read after that event. Even now, Vashel was unwilling to condemn his parent as he offered the excuse that Willarm hadn't been thinking too clearly before his death. Unfortunately, because the elder had failed to consider or remember the funds that Vashel had extended to him in an effort to restore his flagging wealth, the latter was now faced with ruin. Vashel's only chance to escape impoverishment was now in Abriel's hands, and the decision she made would affect all of their lives, but most especially hers. Desmond de Marlay had approached Vashel and asked for Abriel's hand in marriage, and now she stood in her stepfather's private solar, facing the two people she loved above all else, knowing they loved her and grieved for her decision, but they let her have her peace while she paced and thought. Desmond had offered a sizable stipend to be paid for Abriel's hand upon the execution of the agreement, plus guarantees in writing that upon his death she would inherit most of what he owned except for another stipend to her stepfather and to Desmond's nephew. Although Desmond had been Weldon's half-brother, and had barely known his lordship, he had been Weldon's only heir. That fact had served to make Desmond an immensely wealthy man upon his lordship's death, so rich that he could now afford to be generous if it meant he'd be getting what he had been yearning for since first espying Abriel in the company of her parents at Weldon's Keep. Abriel couldn't help wondering why, if there was a nephew in the family, he had not inherited anything from Weldon, who had been a generous man. Little had Desmond realized when he had offered to buy his bride just how close Vashel was to ruin. As it stood now, all the latter had to do to replenish his coffers was to accept Desmond's request for Abriel's hand in marriage. Unfortunately, the squire's proposition failed to assuage the rapidly mounting qualms of all three members of the family, perhaps Vashel most of all, because the girl would be giving up all hope of marrying someone she loved in order to save the family for which he was responsible. Elspeth knelt on the rush-covered floor beside her husband's chair and folded her hands in her lap as she looked up into his frowning face.
Vashel, if you would please consider Desmond's reputation, you would know that he isn't a suitable husband for Abrielle.
By all that's holy, woman, what kind of a monster do you think me? He demanded, distraught at the idea that she would think he would barter off her daughter to provide for their family. I could never live with myself if I were to force Abrielle into such a union. That decision is entirely hers to accept or reject. But please consider that Desmond now has all the wealth and lands that once belonged to Weldon, enough to guarantee that his offspring will never lack for riches and position. That's more than I can say for that small league of suitors who've been wont to offer themselves since all at court learned of my low standing with the king. I've seen starving hounds drool less over a meaty bone than the besotted buffoons who slaver in lusting eagerness after your daughter. But then, you witnessed that very thing yourself before we were married, so I needn't try to describe the zeal her admirers have been wont to evidence.
Vashel, I understand how troubled you are by our dilemma, Elspeth said in a quiet voice. No less distressed than he, she sought to find some ray of hope in a painfully dark future. Do you know of anything else we can do to alter our present unfortunate state?
His laughter was brief and harsh. I fear without the occurrence of some miracle, my dear, there is no hope. Noticing the pooling of tears in his wife's eyes, he heaved a sigh, quickly lamenting his callousness. I fully understand Abrielle's aversion to Desmond, he stated. 'Tis no less than my own. Nevertheless, what he has recently offered appears to be our only hope. Although I will try to find a suitor more acceptable to all of us, I fear there is none who has as much wealth as Desmond now has. I truly wish we had some other choice. Approaching her parents, Abrielle managed a tremulous smile as she claimed her stepfather's attention. In an effort to hide the fact that her hopes for happiness and a worthy future with a man whom she loved seemed to be dying beneath the grievous weight of the situation in which they presently found themselves, she tried to speak with some semblance of enthusiasm.
The choice is mine to make, and I will do what I must to help, she stated, hating the quavering weakness that hindered her voice. I cannot, will not allow our family to live in poverty.
No, Elspeth cried, thoroughly distraught by her daughter's words. We will find another way. Please, oh, please, no. I have decided there is nothing else that can be done, Abrielle replied, steeling herself against her mother's desperate pleading. Upon facing Vashel, whose dejected appearance evidenced a serious lack of relief, she quickly laid out her intentions. She had no real idea how Weldon had actually met his death, whether it had truly been an accident, as had been supposed, or if it had been carried out by design by the very one who had stood to inherit his wealth. Nevertheless, the premise seemed fairly simple to her that if Desmond wanted her so much, then he would likely be willing to pay a sizable sum, perhaps even a goodly portion of what had once belonged to her betrothed in order to get her. Considering the vast riches that Weldon once had, I urge you to demand far more than Desmond may be willing to offer. I care naught for the fact that he may have been kin to Weldon. He isn't deserving of anything that once belonged to his lordship. And if Desmond complies with all of your demands, what then? Vashel asked, fully agreeing with her on all counts. Even so, the idea of such a dastardly man reaping so fine a bride left him feeling more than a little nauseous. Unfortunately, at the moment there seemed to be no other way for the family to survive. Then I shall wed the man, Abrielle replied, with a serious lack of enthusiasm. Desmond wants me for his wife, and that is what he shall have. For a sizable price. If I'm going to marry him, then it will be for no less than what I demand. So refrain from giving him the idea that he can haggle for my hand. When the price is sufficiently generous and you're nearing the end of your negotiations, then you must seek my approval before the terms can be finalized. but you must not allow him to know that you intend to discuss them with me. As far as Desmond is concerned, I will have had nothing to do with the negotiations, and it will be a matter that you will personally be deciding."
"Very wise," Vachel replied, pursing his lips and nodding his head in approval. Clearly Abrielle had benefited from being so close to her late father, who'd permitted her to listen as he conducted his business affairs. "Very wise indeed. You will be absolved of all blame should he begin to resent the price he paid for you." On any other occasion Abrielle would have smiled in pleasure at her stepfather's praise, but she feared the bargain they would be making with Desmond was equivalent to forming an agreement with the devil himself. The wedding was only 3 days away, and Abrielle was grateful that she had had her dear friend Cordelia with her in this time of fear and worry. She needed someone to confide in, someone to distract her from her cares. She was to wed Desmond immediately after the annual de Marley hunt, so she had no wish for the entertainment to be over quickly. According to the men, the signs point to a good hunt, Abrielle remarked dismally as she and Cordelia ventured forth from de Marle's keep. Cordelia cast a glance awry toward the crowded courtyard whence they had just made their departure. With so many of Lord Weldon's friends and previous participants protesting Desmond's new regulations and threatening to leave if the previous ones aren't reinstated, 'twill be surprising if there even is a hunt. Abrielle shuddered at the thought of the wedding taking place even earlier. Already several hunters who had been Weldon's closest friends had stalked out in an outraged huff over the new rules that Thurston, Desmond's nephew, had presented. Among the men who had remained, many had become embroiled in angry squabbles with Desmond's cohorts who had shown up in large number. All had been presided over by Thurston, a haughty, cold young man who looked upon Abrielle with a distaste she found curious. "A more insufferable group I've ever met in my entire life," Cordelia remarked derisively. "I'm fairly certain they're representative of the dregs to be found mucking the bottom of a cask of wine. 'Tis always best to throw the residue out." As much as Abrielle and Cordelia had sought to remove themselves from the numerous arguments that were even now being provoked within the courtyard, they glanced knowingly at each other as several more of Weldon's friends left the structure and stalked down the length of the drawbridge, where they promptly motioned for their horses to be brought forth. In a few moments they had taken their departure. "Abrielle, you know there could be another reason that so many noblemen are leaving," Cordelia said slyly. Abrielle winced at her friend's less than subtle reference to the food served at the keep under Desmond, and regretfully conceded in a small voice, "It is rather plain and unappealing." "Promise me you'll do something about this when you're the mistress here. The older cook seems especially cantankerous, and by the looks of her, I'd be willing to wager she wields a war axe as well as any brigand and eats a goodly amount of her own cooking." Abrielle spread her hands in a helpless gesture. "Frankly, I have no idea why Desmond tolerates the cooking. For a man trying to move up in the world, he's not trying very hard to impress anyone in that area." Indulging herself in the autumn-scented breezes wafting across the drawbridge, Abrielle sighed and paused a moment to look around. After being confined within the smoke-filled courtyard much longer than she had thought she could tolerate, the fresh air seemed especially invigorating. She could fully understand why Weldon had chosen to build his keep in this area, for the scenery was no less than breathtaking. The keep had been well conceived by Weldon de Marley, under whose supervision it had been meticulously constructed with the intent that it would serve him, his family, and their descendants as an impenetrable fortress well into the future. From its numerous battlements and parapets, a defensive response could be launched from a vantage point of some safety to counter any attack that came against it. Still, as much as Abrielle could appreciate the security of the keep, as well as the serenity and beauty of its surroundings, the knowledge that she would soon be residing within its stone walls
with an odious husband, did much to augment the melancholy that had been cruelly assailing her spirit since she had offered her freedom in exchange for her stepfather's. The fact that she was now committed to marrying such a repulsive individual was enough to bring her threateningly close to retching. Cordelia glanced around as she heard ponderous footfalls on the drawbridge behind them, and then mentally groaned as she espied their portly host scurrying toward them. It took no mental feat of logic to determine that Desmond de Marley was absolutely delighted with what he had managed to arrange for himself, for he was beaming with joyful enthusiasm. Surreptitiously, Cordelia leaned near to whisper a warning. "Behold, young Lecher hastens to his beloved." Abrielle issued a muted groan, realizing her nightmare was already coming to fruition. Striding almost on the squire's heels was the tawny-haired nephew, Thurston. "My dear Lady Abrielle," Desmond gushed, holding out his pudgy hands as if fully expecting to receive hers with equal zeal as he halted before her. "Squire, how goes your day?" she asked, unable to ignore the quavering weakness in her voice. "Very well indeed, my dear," Desmond responded. "But how could it not be when I see before me an exquisitely beautiful and wondrous young lady who is about to make me the happiest person alive? At such a moment, a man is wont to think everything in the world suits him." Abrielle quickly averted her gaze from the rotund squire, only to find herself confronting Thurston's probing gaze. If she could ascertain anything from his smirk, she could believe that he was also a very perceptive individual who had recognized her repugnance for what it was, and seemed highly amused by it. Resentful of the younger man's close scrutiny, Abrielle took herself mentally in hand and deliberately turned aside without acknowledging the man. Upon facing her intended, she said, "I was beginning to wonder if you were even aware I was here, Desmond. You seemed so involved, straightening out numerous details for the hunt, that I was beginning to feel slighted." Desmond chortled in amusement. "Banish such an inconceivable thought from your lovely head, my dear. I assure you with all sincerity that I did not dismiss you from mind. Be assured that I am counting the days and hours that must pass ere we are wed. If I were able to hasten them on their way, I would surely do so." In spite of his averred enthusiasm, Abrielle preferred to think of that event not at all. Without issuing a yea or a nay, she swept a hand about to indicate her lifelong companion. "I believe you're acquainted with the Lady Cordelia of Grayson. Lord and Lady Grayson have accepted your invitation to attend our wedding, and are at this very moment visiting my parents in the chambers you have so graciously provided." Of course," Desmond cheerily responded, bending his plump body forward several times in a manner that clearly evidenced his delight in being in the company of those with fine lineage. "Although this marks the first occasion of our actual introduction, my lady, I can assure you that I've been distantly acquainted with your parents for some time now." Cordelia smiled gingerly and dared to lift a brow. "And they you, squire?" Lest she blunder on in her avid abhorrence of the man, Cordelia deemed it necessary for the sake of her friend to distance herself from the couple and crossed to the far side of the bridge. Abrielle reluctantly bestowed her attention upon Desmond, and somehow managed to quell the nausea as she posed a question in sweetly muted tones. "Did you wish to speak with me about some particular matter, Desmond?" Her use of his given name brought a smile of pleasure to his lips. "Have I told you how sublimely lovely you are, my dear? Definitely the most winsome lady I've ever seen." Abrielle felt her stomach convulse. "Please, Desmond, such extravagant praises embarrass me. To be sure, I feel so unworthy." "Oh, but you are worthy, my dear, infinitely so. In all my travels I've never seen a more beautiful woman." Abrielle feigned a coyly sceptical laugh. "Then I shall have to question the extent of your travels, sir, for I fear the distance may have been extremely limited." Desmond was wont to slightly agree, but would never have openly admitted it. His half-brother had been the clever, ambitious one in the family, venturing as a crusader far beyond his homeland, not only returning a valiant hero, but also with greater wealth and fame than when he had left. No doubt the difference a devoted mother could make in the life of her offspring. From what Desmond had overheard from neighbours in his youth, Weldon's mother had been an imposing lady, whose lineage had reaffirmed and strengthened the dignity and honour of her husband's house. Not so the wily chambermaid who had sought by devious methods to assuage the father's grief over his wife's mysterious death, the result of a witch's potion that had later been used again, only in smaller portions, to muddle the mind of the father. By such schemes, his mother had brought about the birth of her bastard son, and had then managed to shame the befuddled man into marriage by claiming that he had raped her during his delirium. She had even been inclined to brag on her accomplishments to her son. She had unleashed the last of her secrets as she lay dying of a vile, torturous disease. Using the knowledge his mother had spilled that night, Desmond had learned much in the way of changing one's destiny by the use of strange, oft-times hallucinogenic, and poisonous concoctions. Thereafter he had used the secret potions on those who had possessed what he had coveted or had unwittingly stood in his way as he strove for greater riches and gain. He could not now name how many he had poisoned throughout his lifetime. They had slipped from his memory as easily as dark shadows moving past him through the night. And in all of this he was assisted by his half-sister, Mordea, who had been raised among the witches who had been his mother's friends. No one knew of his relationship to Mordea, and he'd been able to hire her as the castle's cook, keeping her close enough to take advantage of her knowledge, and close enough to make sure she didn't reveal any of his own secrets. She kept promising to expand her knowledge of cooking, but he had to tread lightly where she was concerned. After being saddled with his first wife, he had been greatly relieved when he had found the right occasion to dispense a potion to relieve himself of her during childbirth, and, later, after marrying his second wife, disposing of her in much the same manner, in each case making certain that he alone could claim their possessions. He was proud of the fact that no one had yet discovered how he had been able to dispense with his half-brother. A few droplets of a particular potion in Weldon's wine had allowed him to push the much taller, stronger man down the stone stairs beyond his chambers. It had amused him to watch the imposing figure tumbling down the steps, knowing if the fall didn't kill him, other measures certainly would. To ensure that he had an alternative plan in case his first attempt failed, he had carried a heavy cudgel tucked within his robe. As it turned out, it hadn't proven necessary once Weldon's head struck the stone barrier buttressing the stairs. Even now he was wont to chuckle over how smoothly everything had gone that singular evening. It had certainly meant a new, more profitable beginning for him, and further confirmed in him the steadfast belief that he was in full control of his own destiny, and would now have whatever he desired. "Shall we join Cordelia?" Abrielle asked Desmond as she swept a slender hand about to indicate her friend, surprised and relieved that the trepidation, nay, the revulsion she felt to her very core, did not cause her to tremble. She was more than willing to allow her friend to serve as a human bulwark between them. Upon reaching the far side of the drawbridge, she stared down into the moat as she struggled to create an impression of serene pleasure. When Desmond begged a moment to go speak with a nearby servant, she gladly granted him her permission. Cordelia stood quietly while Abrielle braced an arm on a buttressing rail and settled her chin glumly upon the heel of her hand. "I wish I could look forward to the nuptials with as much enthusiasm as the men are evidencing for the upcoming hunt." Cordelia hesitated, and then softly asked, "How can you marry a man you're unable to trust? A man whom you and all others loathe?
When you wrote about the wedding, I must confess that I was shocked." Abrielle glanced over her shoulder to make sure the squire was still well occupied. "It was either that or see my family come to ruin. Vachel has been brought to impoverishment due to his generosity to his late father and his knights," she admitted. Cordelia gasped. "What are you saying? That you must marry that ogre because of your stepfather's ill-considered actions?" "The fault was not his," Abrielle hurried to explain the injustice done by Vachel's father. "Vachel was willing to face destitution rather than force me to accept Desmond's proposal. I chose to spare him and my mother that shame." Cordelia clasped her friend's hand as she looked with tear-filled eyes into the blue-green orbs. "And some people think only knights have such noble traits." "Say nothing of this to anyone," Abrielle urged. "Vachel would not take it well if people thought his father had been unfair. He'd be hurt by any criticism they'd be wont to bestow upon the elder. Considering that he was a little addled toward the end, he may not have been aware of what he was doing. If you would permit me, I will only speak of this to my parents, who truly have the highest regard for Vachel. 'Twill be in tribute to him that I will share this with them." "To them and no other," Abrielle agreed. Thoughtfully, she stared off into the distance as the softly wafting breezes lifted her kirtle. Cordelia turned aside in an attempt to calm her own troubled spirit. She could only wonder what she would do in Abrielle's stead. Mulling over her companion's abhorrent plight, she did not notice the small company of mounted men approaching until they were halfway down the lane leading to the drawbridge. There were 6 horsemen in all, but Cordelia felt no inclination to move her gaze past the handsome grey-haired man astride the black stallion prancing in the lead. The horse's smooth, flowing gait was a perfect complement to the proud, majestic bearing of his rider, a Scottish gentleman of an age nearly 60 years. In spite of the man's maturity, Cordelia was certain she had never seen such a magnificent individual or a more admirable mount anywhere within Henry's realm. Leaning near her companion, Cordelia urged in a hushed whisper, "Abrielle, glance behind you discreetly and tell me if you've ever seen these gentlemen before. If my opinions haven't been led astray by wagging tongues, I could almost swear your future husband detests Scots as much as he loathes our kinsmen the Saxons. In view of that possibility, 'twould seem these men have ventured into Desmond's pilfered realm without being fully cognizant of the danger." Abrielle swept the surrounding countryside with a leisurely gaze before honing in on the approaching retinue, and once she did so, everything inside her froze. Then, with a distinct lack of caution or subtlety, she whipped her head around toward Desmond, relieved to find him still flailing his arms as he berated the cowed servant, and it was clear to her that he had not noticed the new arrivals. "Cordelia, quick! Look closely at the second man in the party. Unless my sight fails me, 'tis Raven Seaburn." Stiffening her shoulders in an effort to at least appear composed, she turned and managed to keep her gaze off Raven long enough to glance at the similarly tall, brawny Scot, who dismounted to stand at his side. The older man took note of her interest and stared back at her with a teasing twinkle in his brilliant blue eyes. When he succeeded in causing a blush to redden her cheeks, his smile deepened into a charmingly wayward grin, revealing gleaming white teeth beneath a massive moustache, the well-groomed ends of which reached past his chin. A deeply chiselled cleft, similar to the one her erstwhile protector possessed, punctuated the elder's cleanly shaven chin. Although the man was well past a youthful age, he wasn't above looking her over in a roguish manner, starting with her slippered toes and ending at the top of her head. Upon completing his assessment, he gave her a flirtatious wink and was rewarded by her startled gasp. Having witnessed the exchange, Cordelia ducked her head in an effort to hide her amusement from the elder. "He's a bold one, that he is. Do you think he's the elder Seaburn?" Sourly, Abrielle said, "The only difference betwixt the two seems to be their age and the colour of their hair." She'd managed to avoid meeting Raven's eyes directly until now.
fearing not so much what she might see in them, as what she herself might feel, at the mercy of that intense regard she remembered so vividly, a concern that was well-founded. True, with her intended close by, he did not indulge in gazing as boldly as he'd done when they'd met last. Rather, his mesmerizing blue eyes narrowed in a look of lingering speculation that was still more than enough to cause a heated flush to sweep over her. Cordelia peered at her friend, as a mischievous grin bowed her lips upward at the corners. "'Tis my opinion that a young lady should behave herself and not take advantage of that poor elderly Scot. Why, he's old enough to be your grandfather. And there he is with his heart on his sleeve." "Whose heart is upon their sleeve?" Abrielle challenged as she cast a meaningful glance askance at her friend. "'Twould seem you're far more taken with the Scotsman." Cordelia was unable to deny the fact that the man had evoked her interest. "Well, he is very handsome." "Then perhaps you should have Raven Seaburn introduce you," Abrielle said, trying for a light-heartedness she didn't feel. "The man does owe you the favour of an introduction, after all." After they exchanged words among themselves, the new arrivals walked toward the women leading their horses. Scarcely a moment before the group of Scots reached them, Desmond suddenly appeared beside Abrielle and Cordelia. Considering how his last encounter with Raven turned out, Abrielle had expected him to be outraged when he recognized the men in the party. But although she detected a hateful gleam in his eyes, it was offset by a forced smile and a strange air of satisfaction that she could not help but think boded ill. The elder Scott's eyes were even more vividly blue up close, and their twinkle of quick and unquenchable wit even more apparent. But he'd tethered his flirtatious charm and for the moment seemed entirely dedicated to politely claiming the squire's attention. Not so his descendant. Raven was paying no heed to his host, and making no effort to hide his interest in the young women by his side. Abrielle grew warm as she became the centre of his focus. She had not seen him since the night he'd rescued her, when fear and awkwardness, and the revealing state of her torn clothing, prompted her to make nearly as hasty a retreat as her attacker. Despite the fact that he had shown a most improper interest in her that evening, she knew that she had not properly expressed her gratitude to him. Her concern was how it might be received once he learned she was betrothed to the very villain from whom he'd rescued her, if he did not know already. Would he think her a fool who cared only about wealth, and that her gratitude was tainted by her greed? At the thought, Abrielle bit her lip, and had to wonder what was wrong with her. For she was a betrothed woman, for pity's sake. A desperately betrothed woman. And while his opinion of her should not matter, she knew that it did, just as she knew that that must change. At her first opportunity, she would thank him for his gallantry, and that would be the end of it. Raven and the older man bowed to the two maidens, then turned to face Desmond. "Squire de Marley!" The elder Scotsman rumbled cheerily in a deeply resonating voice, revealing one more difference betwixt father and son, that Raven's parents spoke in a much heavier brogue. Laying a hand upon his chest, he inclined his bonneted head in an abbreviated bow. "You've truly honoured us by inviting us to your keep." Abrielle swallowed a gasp of surprise at hearing the Scotsman say that he and his son had been invited to the keep. But then, perhaps it was not such a surprise after all. The only possible reason for Desmond to extend an invitation was so that he could have the last laugh by waving her beneath Raven's nose. For of course he would want to be certain Raven saw and understood who was the true winner in this contest. Desmond could hardly keep from rubbing his hands together in anticipation as he greeted them. "'Tis you and your son who honour me this day by joining me and my guests for the hunt, Laird Seaburn." Desmond spared no effort in appearing the cordial host. "I've heard there are no finer hunters in these northern climes than the pair of you. Many of my guests have come here hoping to match your best feats. Indeed, they have begun wagering on the outcome,
and I've been told many generous purses have been collected and more being added hourly. 'Twill be rich prizes awaiting those who fell the finest stag and the largest boar. Now that you are both here, I am sure the stakes will be raised significantly. Thus the reasons for your invitation to my keep."
Abrielle barely contained a snort of derision, for she doubted if anyone could believe that.
"But I am being remiss in my duties as host,"
Desmond conceded, and turned briefly to Abrielle and Cordelia.
"My ladies, you no doubt remember the Scots emissary from the festivities held within His Majesty's castle, but I believe you haven't yet made the acquaintance of his father, Laird Cedric Seaburn."
A lopsided grin stretched across the elder's lips as he clasped Cordelia's slender fingers within his, and bestowed a kiss upon the back of her hand.
"I've nae seen a more winsome pair of lasses in many a year," he claimed. "To be sure, you've brought the beauty of the heavens down to us mere mortals, and for that 'tis greatly heartened I am that such splendour exists even for such as I."
Cordelia's fair cheeks warmed with a vivid blush as she smiled back at the elder. "I know the Celtic bards wove magic out of words, kind sir, and 'tis in my mind that you must have inherited the silver from their tongues." Cedric threw back his hoary head and chortled in delight.
"Aye, lass, and if I could steal more I truly would, just to make you smile."
Cordelia swept a hand aside to indicate her companion. "Have you made the acquaintance of my friend, Lady Abrielle?"
"Another of fine, rare beauty,"
Cedric claimed as he rubbed his palms together in glee.
"By heavens, if the sights are so wondrously fair so near to this keep, then I'll be moving in and making myself at home."
Abrielle laughed nervously, preferring the safety of Cedric Seaburn's teasing to the unsettling and intense gaze of his son, a look that spoke of only one thing: possession. His regard evidenced the arrogance and boldness he had so clearly displayed at the banquet in London. "I must warn you, lad, there are many Normans presently housed behind those walls. Were I you, I wouldn't enter lest you're familiar with sword and buckler." There was an awkward pause, as all present reflected on the past hostilities between their respective countries. He winked down at her.
"Then I guess I'd better be finding some weapons for myself and my son, for 'tis there I think we'll find our chambers."
Stepping before Cordelia, Raven drew her hand to his lips and placed a light kiss upon her fingertips.
"I'm pleased to see you again, my lady. I'm sure that my da would agree. We've not seen such beauty since we last saw you at Henry's palace."
Cordelia smiled and swept a hand about to indicate her companion. "Mayhap you'll remember my friend, the Lady Abrielle." Abrielle wanted to wince, for she had not confided in her companion about Desmond's attack or Raven's heroic deeds. Cordelia had no way of knowing just how well Raven was sure to remember her or why. To her relief, he gave no hint of what had transpired, responding to her friend's query with a respectful nod.
"Of course. 'Tis also a pleasure to see you again, Lady Abrielle. Squire de Marley is truly a fortunate man to have claimed such a wondrously fair bride for himself. I cannae but imagine the ardent swains who'd be left languishing over their loss."
He bent his head to her hand, and then purposely stopped, with but a hair's breadth between his mouth and her pale silken flesh. He glanced up, holding her gaze, his senses thrumming with awareness of the feel and scent of her, and the way she caught her breath even as he used his own warm breath to caress the back of her hand, delighting in the resulting goose-flesh along her slender arm. He hoped the squire was watching closely, for it took a master of the art to draw so much from a woman by doing so little, and Raven knew he was a master. He allowed the contact to stretch for another silent second, then another, and then he quickly touched her hand with his lips and let her go. Abrielle's hand drifted bonelessly to her side as her whole body tingled, as if from hundreds of bee stings, and her head was spinning. And still she could sense the tension between Desmond and Raven. "Thank you for your generous compliments, Sir Raven. she said, hoping to strike just the right balance between cordial and reserved, that would cause Desmond to cease glowering and wipe a bit of the smugness from Raven's face. "Your tongue is as gilded as the setting sun, noble sir."
"We will show you and your father to your chambers. Tonight we'll feast and make merry in the banquet hall. Come early morn, the men will gather for a stag hunt, and the following day, boar. Those who bring back the most impressive trophies will be honoured that same evening. On the third day hence, the Lady Abrielle and I will be exchanging our wedding vows and celebrating our union with a banquet later that same evening. Of course you'll both attend as special guests of mine. To be sure, we'll be marking each occasion with our presence," Raven assured the man, laying a hand upon the folds of plaid across his chest as he inclined his head and retreated several steps. "We're honoured to be among your guests." In response to the remark, Desmond nodded perfunctorily. He held forth an arm in silent invitation to his bride-to-be. Desmond preened with pride as he paraded her past the Scotsmen, nodding to each in turn before leading her away. Had Abrielle walked a stony path towards an ominous block, upon which she'd be required to rest her head, and, awaiting her there, was a hooded executioner clasping an axe, she would have felt no less dismayed. Abrielle spent the first day of the hunt with the women. They'd all gathered to see off the men, cheering and shouting and waving tokens of their affection. She could not help but notice that wherever the two Scotsmen rode, the crowd quieted as if they did not want to encourage the enemy. Desmond's cohorts took to jeering in a most dishonourable manner, and Abrielle did not want the celebration of her marriage to turn ugly and have someone hurt. When at last Desmond looked at her, she gave him an appealing glance, and with a wave of his hand he quieted his raucous men. The two Scotsmen rode forth in dignity, but Abrielle knew the uneasy quiet did not bode well, and she saw Desmond glance at her again. His small eyes narrowed. That night, when the hunters brought back their spoils, it was obvious that Cedric had claimed the honour of bagging the largest and most majestic stag, and would win the first purse. So large was the stag that even Thurston could not claim another the winner, although Abrielle thought he hesitated enough over the carcasses. At supper, no one wanted to share the trestle table with Raven and his father. The two men ate heartily, as if they had no concerns. But how could they miss the tense resentment from both Saxon and Norman alike? Cordelia and Abrielle exchanged a worried look. "It is most unseemly that guests are treated so," Abrielle murmured to her friend. Hesitantly, Cordelia said, "You are not yet the mistress of this keep." "I know, but these men are behaving as if the Seaburns personally attacked our lands in times past. They're Highlanders, not the men from just over the border. And if a melee breaks out, will that not ruin everything? If it delays the wedding, will you not be grateful?" "Cordelia!" Lady Grayson gasped, looking around, but no one had overheard them. "I do not want to delay the wedding," Abrielle said firmly, wishing her stepfather didn't look so despondent as he hunched over his tankard of ale. "But if this will soon be my home, Desmond's friends must understand common decency. Now they are like a pack of dogs allowing themselves to be all riled up, and if fighting breaks out, do you not think our fathers will feel forced to become involved?" As Cordelia blanched, Elspeth leaned toward her daughter. "Abrielle, you are correct in your concerns. You and I both know how men can behave when they're past thought. Remember how your late father felt compelled to accept that challenge that took him from us forever." Abrielle shuddered. "I cannot let that happen again." She rose gracefully to her feet and began to walk across the great hall, stepping through rushes that had not been swept out in months. Raven stopped eating when he saw Abrielle moving through the raucous crowd. She was like the proud bow of a boat, leaving ripples of quiet in her wake. Such was her beauty that men stopped eating to stare at her, and Raven knew he was no different. "Close your mouth, lad," his father said with amusement. "Oh, soon you'll be catching flies that way." Abrielle stopped at table after table, her smile sweet, her melodious voice soothing. They could not hear what she said, but more than one guest gave a last glance at the Scotsman and sank back into their benches. "What is she doing?" Raven murmured, frustrated that he could only watch and wonder. "Calming her guests," Cedric ventured. To Raven's great relief, Abrielle did not come to his table, but went instead to her betrothed and gave him her sweetest smile. Raven wished he were free to challenge the man for the right to stare into those lovely blue-green eyes. As if sensing his restlessness, his father touched his thigh briefly in warning, and Raven, still as restless, went back to pretending to concentrate on his meal. Desmond gladly took the hand of his beautiful betrothed and held it high before planting a kiss on it. There were good-natured calls now about the wedding night, and he saw Abrielle's face redden in a virgin's blush. But he could not forget the way she'd calmed his guests, all for the Scotsman. His plan to avenge himself against Raven Seaburn by parading his bride before him wasn't turning out as he'd planned. True, he knew the Scot still burned for her, but so did every man here, and Raven was doing better than most at keeping his desire submerged. Worst of all, he saw how deliberately Abrielle kept her gaze from Raven, as if she was afraid to look too close, afraid of what she might feel. And Desmond could not stand for that. His plans would have to be altered. His nephew Thurston had men held in reserve in case a show of strength was necessary. It was time to call them into action. An attack by thieves would be more believable than having two healthy men suddenly succumb to poison. Dusk was nigh as Raven and his father reined their mounts along the fair bank of the meandering river some distance from the keep. On this, the second day of the hunt, father and son had glimpsed several boars, none of which had seemed worthy of being pursued. Raven and his father had decided to venture farther afield in the opposite direction, not only to seek their quarry in an area to which others would unwittingly drive theirs, but also, hopefully, to stay out of harm's way from errant arrows and spears. The sun was sinking beyond the uppermost pinnacles of the lofty trees when father and son found themselves on the trail of a boar that promised to challenge another record. Moments earlier they had descended to an area near a fast-flowing stream, where Raven espied the animal scurrying off into a thicket deeply shaded by towering trees. Silently gesturing to his father, he brought Cedric's attention to bear upon the animal's tracks, and a freshly broken branch near the base of a larch. Raven leaned from the saddle, and with his spear, brushed aside the lower boughs to reveal an enormous boar, complete with massive curved tusks, taking shelter near the trunk. Immediately, an angry squealing rent the silence as the quarry raced forth, leaving the lower fronds swaying wildly in its wake. As the boughs raked his bristly hide, the animal danced aside and thrust about with his tusks in an effort to find his phantom foe. Very much in a temper, the boar squealed as it charged into the clearing. Raven promptly reined his mount aside, allowing the prey to race on past. A moment later, the boar ended its furious charge beneath the wide-spreading boughs of another larch no more than a stone's throw beyond the place where Raven had halted. The lower branches of the towering trees swayed wildly to and fro as the animal tore through them in a vicious temper. Upon emerging from the lower boughs, the boar rushed forward, only to find the man awaiting him with lance held at the ready. With a mighty thrust, Raven sent the spear toward its target, promptly skewering the boar on its shaft. Squealing in agony, the animal twisted this way and that in a frantic attempt to free itself. Gradually its movement slowed and became awkward as it staggered haphazardly in retreat. There, the animal collapsed upon its short legs. Raven rose in his stirrups, intending to dismount, but from out of nowhere a spear whizzed past, opening a tiny gash on one cheek. Blood drops flew without his notice. Instinct and knowledge gained from his father's relentless tutoring over the years took over, and he followed the path of the weapon to where its jagged point lodged in the trunk of a tree. From behind came the splashing sound of riders crossing the stream,
and he quickly reined his stallion about to face them, eager to do battle with an enemy who attacked without warning or provocation. Raven looked from the riders back toward the tree, and with a quick nudge of his spurs sent his stallion racing in that direction. Without slowing, he grasped the weathered shaft of the brigand's spear and jerked it from the trunk, tossed it briefly into the air to claim a better grip on it, and with its shank firmly in hand, again reined his steed around. His sire turned as well, and together they faced the pair of cloaked, helmeted riders spurring their huge, shaggy steeds toward them. Their thundering hoofbeats seemed to echo through the forest glade as one of them reached behind his back and drew forth a heavy battle-axe. Its bearer lifted the weapon high above his head, and though his dark eyes were barely visible beneath the visor of his crude, battered helm, they fixed unswervingly upon the younger Scotsman. Drawing the spear back over his shoulder, Raven bided his time, closely eyeing the pair advancing towards him. Cedric sent his own steed racing forward as he sought to intercept them before they could do harm to his son. Upon espying him, the nearest brigand wheeled his warhorse about and dispatched the animal in a straight line toward the elder. Glimmering through the eye-holes of the mask, the grey eyes never strayed from the older man, the brigand's widening, black-toothed grin conveying a grim promise of death beneath the crudely finished headgear as he slowly swung the heavy mace he clasped, to and fro. The elder's gleaming claymore sang richly as it was drawn forth from its scabbard. Facing the oncoming charge squarely, Cedric touched his spurs to his stallion's flanks. Clods of greensward and leaf-matted turf flew helter-skelter as both steeds raced toward each other across the narrow expanse of land separating them. Raising a war cry that widened the eyes of his adversary, Cedric swung his claymore in a circular motion high above his head as he guided his mount merely by the pressure of his knees. The two steeds met, the smaller one easily whisking alongside the huge warhorse as the elder rose in his stirrups. In the next instant, the claymore rang with a note of deathly clarity as it whipped about with a deft stroke, clanging briefly against the crude helmet before separating the brigand's head from his cloaked form. The heavy mace plummeted from a lifeless hand, but Cedric took no notice of the decapitated body's tumbling descent as he whirled his steed about to see what further assistance he could be to his son. Another moment more, and he would have failed to witness the skewering of the stranger on Raven's spear. Cedric eyed his offspring for any evidence of injury, and, upon seeing none, rumbled in the chiding tones of a parent.
"It took ye long enough to finish off that brigand, lad. Didn't I always tell you to be punctual in the face of danger?"
Cocking a dubious brow at his sire, Raven gave as good as he got.
"I was averse to shaming you by finishing off the man afore you took care of the one you went after. Besides, if you'll remember, I had to retrieve the brigand's weapon before I could enter the fray." "Fine excuse you're giving me,"
Cedric chided. Though conveying a light-hearted mood, this most recent attempt upon his son's life left him seething with a burning hatred for the man who had invited them for such a diabolical purpose.
"Might ye be knowing the names of these beggarly souls we just killed, laddie? And might ye be explaining your thinking as to the man behind them?"
Dismounting, Raven tied the two shaggy warhorses to a pair of trees, proceeded to remove the helmet from the man he'd killed, then shook his head and shrugged.
"I'm guessing they're simple soldiers. Who put them up to this foul deed is what we'll have to determine. Should there mayhap be a wee chance the culprit is someone other than Squire de Marley?"
Cedric shook his head sadly as he surveyed the carnage.
"Betwixt the two of us, lad, I'd say there's no mistaking the wily toad who put this pair up to killing you. De Marley had no reason for inviting us, except to serve us up as meat for his dogs."
"Aye, that and his preening arrogance." Raven's gaze narrowed.
"Still, it's hard to believe even a sorry excuse for a man like de Marley would be contemplating murder on a day before he's to exchange wedding vows with a woman as fair and winsome as Abrielle." "You shamed him, lad, that you did. Not only by saving the bonny lass from his foul purposes, but by showing him to be a coward his own mother wouldn't own up to birthing."
Raven smiled.
I canna think it helped him warm to me when he saw how his betrothed went to the trouble of quieting an entire hall in our defence at the banquet last eve. I saw the look he gave you, and I didn't like it, admitted Cedric. But does he question the lass's loyalty so much that he would kill? I'd be more likely to question her eyesight, his father retorted. The thought of the bonny lass about to marry that man would make a stone weep. So now you'd agree she'd have to be desperate to make such a choice. If indeed he was her choice, I think there's more to the arrangement than anyone knows. Something so dire Vachel had no choice but to agree to the match. So what do you intend, seeing as how we're guests of the murdering rascal? Cedric asked, peering at his offspring speculatively. He waved a hand about to indicate the gory scene around them. If we stay, we'll be facing more of what we've just encountered. And it'll end the same. I speak only for myself, Da. I'll be staying. And past the nuptials as well. If something should go awry, the lass will be needing protection. That doesn't mean it has to be your protection, Cedric pointed out. Raven squashed any further protest with a sideways glance. I'm staying. Upon arriving at the far end of the drawbridge, Raven dismounted and, with a casual wave of his hand, bade his parent to wait beside the shaggy destriers bearing the remains of the two culprits and the boar. Several guests espied the tightly bound carcasses and immediately came rushing out to see what had happened. Raven ignored them. There was only one man with whom he was interested in discussing the matter. And should that discussion turn into something more vigorous, he thought, clenching his fists as he strode across the keep, so much the better. Desmond shouldered his way through those who had paused near the end of the drawbridge, and, upon arriving at the fore of a youthful audience, found himself facing the Scotsmen. He had realised that they would be hard to kill. Even so, these soldiers had been chosen on Thurston's promise of their cunning, and the threat to murder their families if they didn't comply. The Scotsmen returned to Desmond's slack-jawed astonishment with unwavering stares as he made a desperate effort to reclaim his aplomb. He failed to a great degree before he turned his attention to his nephew. A harsh frown drew Desmond's bushy brows sharply together. "What's the meaning of this commotion?" he demanded, and then, upon espying the slain men tied to the backs of their huge steed, he whirled upon Cedric. "What have you done?" The laird's chortle was seriously lacking in humour. "I was just going to ask you the very same question, Squire. Do you ken these men who tried to murder us while we were out hunting?" "Did you provoke them?" Desmond asked curtly. "Only with our presence," Cedric said. "To be sure, we hadna ken they were even in the area till they charged across the stream with weapons drawn." "My wedding is on the morrow," Desmond cried, "and you've brought the brooms of gloom down upon us with this senseless killing." Raven scoffed. "Senseless? I dinna ken about that. Where I'm from, when faced with a man who's got it in his head to kill you, it makes perfect sense to separate that head from his body before he has the chance. This pair were clearly of a mind to kill us. With that settled, all that's left to discover is their motive. Since me da and I knew them not at all," he continued, his tone becoming cold and speculative, "we thought ye be knowing what reason they had to seek us out." "The promise of a fat purse, perhaps," Thurston said dryly. Over the squire's shoulder, Raven espied Abrielle, Cordelia, and their mothers venturing out onto the drawbridge. Upon facing Desmond again, he warned in a muted voice, "Your guests are approaching." Promptly turning, Desmond scurried toward the fore as he advised them, "My ladies, I must urge you to return to your chambers. There has been some trouble. The Scotsmen have brought back 2 bodies, and though I'm reluctant to frighten you, I'd be remiss in my duties if I failed to think of your safety before looking into this matter more thoroughly. I must urge you to return to the security of your chambers and to stay there until we've managed to make some sense of this dreadful matter." Abrielle had had a terrible feeling all day, and now she could see the anger from Desmond's cohorts directed at the Scotsmen.
Raven and his father had been forced to kill 2 men? She could only believe it was because they were attacked first. But then, she didn't know him very well. She could not let a handsome face mislead her into assuming he was honourable. But Raven was watching her now, standing at his father's side. There was no appeal in his expression, as if he would never beg her to believe him. "But who has been killed?" she asked Desmond, noticing too late that he'd been watching her when she'd been thinking about Raven. What had her expression revealed, she wondered, feeling a chill of mounting concern. She had to be more careful. "I cannot yet explain how this tragedy happened," Desmond said, "only that 2 men are now dead, so I must urge you to retire to your chambers until this dreadful matter has been looked into more thoroughly." Though she wanted to resist being ordered about so, Abrielle inclined her head slightly in assent to placate Desmond. "Then we shall leave you to deal with this problem as well as you can." She laid a hand briefly upon her friend's arm, and then touched the older woman's as she turned back toward the keep. "Come, ladies, let us return and allow the men to deal with this horrible tragedy." She would find out the details later, when she was not so on display. Thurston faced Raven as the Scotsman drew near. "Perhaps I should have a look at the slain men to determine if they're known hereabouts. Then I would suggest that we remove them from sight lest some of the other ladies venture out and espy them." "And you should have a look too, Squire," Cedric said, motioning to the man. Beyond the end of the drawbridge, Raven and Cedric laid out the 2 carcasses in the midst of the tufts of dried grass. More men had come forth from the keep, including Vachel and Reginald, who watched the proceedings with stern frowns. When the severed head was placed within close proximity of its former body, Thurston said, "I have never seen these men before, neither here in my uncle's home, nor at my own manor several leagues away." "And I haven't either," Desmond insisted, looking away from the bodies quickly. "Just bury these men and be done with it before their deaths ruin the festivities that have been planned," Desmond said, trying to sound reasonable. "If they were trying to kill anyone, then they've paid for the deed with their lives." Desmond stalked back to the keep. It incensed him beyond measure that the 2 fools had failed so miserably to accomplish his directive. Because of their bungling efforts to comport themselves as warriors, he would now have to find another who would be more competent at the task of dispensing with the Scotsman. No doubt he would have to promise a lucrative fee, but if it would mean that he could forget the pair thereafter, he would be willing to placate the assassin, at least until the deed was done. Abrielle subdued the overwhelming urge to run screaming from the chapel in rising panic. She knew that to all but a handful of onlookers she appeared calm and elegantly regal, and that was as it must be. The miracle she'd prayed would stop the wedding had not arrived. But she'd counted it a minor miracle of sorts that she had managed to repeat the vows that would bind her now and forever to the grotesque man at her side. At last, and far too soon, the priest pronounced them man and wife. Abrielle laid her hand upon her groom's arm. Even that scant intimacy made her want to recoil, and she wondered how she would make it through the coming hours, much less the dreaded night that would follow. A small, tight knot formed in the pit of her stomach, and remained as she and her new husband traversed the banquet hall to greet their guests. Lords and ladies alike rose to their feet and toasted the occasion with uplifted cups and a wealth of good wishes intermingled with hearty banter. Abrielle concentrated on maintaining an appearance of happiness, and was successful until she happened to turn her head and caught a glimpse of a man all but hidden within a shadowed corner of the stairs. Instantly, the knot in her belly became tighter and bigger. Raven stood with his arms folded across his broad chest, watching the proceedings with a hard, sombre expression. Nothing in his face indicated the path of his thoughts, yet Abrielle felt the weight of his unrelenting gaze as surely as if it were a hand upon her shoulder. She told herself it was only natural that being stared at in such a dogged manner should pull her gaze back in that direction, again and again, no matter how diligently she steered it elsewhere. She assured herself it had nothing at all to do with how magnificent Raven looked in his black plaid, the impeccable white of his shirt, a flattering contrast to his long dark locks. Abrielle looked away, smiled at comments she barely heard from people she didn't know, and looked back to find his attention just as rapt. And inscrutable. Really, what was the man thinking? And what was she thinking to allow his audacious behaviour to distract her on this of all nights? There was much toasting of the bride and groom throughout the wedding feast, and with each tankard of ale or goblet of wine he emptied, Desmond grew increasingly inebriated and less bearable to his young bride. On numerous occasions, Abrielle's costly raiment received a liberal dousing, causing her bridegroom to chortle in amusement as he wiped vigorously at the spills that dotted her breasts and lap. Sitting dutifully quiescent beside him proved almost more than Abrielle could bear. It was even more difficult to tolerate his sticky lips, brushing her cheek, and his teeth nibbling at her throat. His attentions reminded her of some evil serpent searching for a place to begin his meal. Once she was in the master's bedchamber, Abrielle tried to subdue the violent tremors that beset her as she sought to prepare herself mentally for that moment when her bridegroom would arrive at their chamber door. She found herself reassuring her mother, when her mother was trying to console her. Slipping her arms around her mother, Abrielle held her closely, fighting back encroaching tears as she met her parents' gaze. "You've always told me to look ahead with hope toward the morrow, Mamma, and that's what I must do now. Trust that some good will come from my marriage to Desmond." Though her heart was heavier than she seemed able to bear, Abrielle forced a smile, feeble though it was. "I shall pray that in time our union may prove beneficial. Now find your bed, Mamma. I'll be fine." No more than a half-hour later, Abrielle's qualms were magnified tenfold as Desmond staggered drunkenly through the anteroom to the bedchamber where she awaited him. His bloodshot eyes seemed to protrude even more than usual from his pudgy face, as he stared at her lying upon his bed, clothed in nothing more than a gossamer gown. As if he were already savouring a luscious sweet meat, his tongue flicked slowly over his lips. In spite of her ongoing efforts to assure herself that she could tolerate whatever happened during her initiation into wedlock, Abrielle hardly imagined that her bridegroom would throw himself upon her, and she screamed in sudden fright. Fear reached spiralling heights as he tore open the lace bodice of her nightgown and thrust a hand inside, evoking a pained whimper as he seized her breast. She bit into her bottom lip to keep from screaming and promptly tasted blood. She feared she would not be able to survive the night, much less their first conjugal mating. Considering Desmond's cruelty thus far, she could only wonder what further harm she'd be subjected to if she were to stay with her besotted bridegroom one moment longer. The way he was progressing, the threat of being cruelly raped seemed very, very real. Abrielle knew she would have to flee from the man for the sake of her own sanity, if not for her very life. Loosening his grip on her, Desmond began throwing aside the coverlets. Recognizing that this would likely be her only chance to escape, Abrielle hurriedly rolled away from her drunken bridegroom and leapt from the bed. At first she had no real destination in mind, only a goading desire to flee to a place of safety. Desmond's furious bellow lent wings to her bare feet, and in rising panic she raced toward the antechamber, snatching up her dressing gown from the chair where she had left it as she passed. Flinging wide the door, she dashed into the corridor in spite of the fact that she was still having difficulty dragging on her robe. She glanced to the left, whence she could foresee no help emerging, for there were no other chambers along the corridor. Promptly she whirled in the opposite direction, knowing the passageway would lead her fairly quickly to the stairs to the lower floor where her parents' chambers were located. It seemed the only place she could seek refuge. She heard uneven footsteps on the floor, readily affirming the fact that Desmond was giving chase. Abrielle dared not even consider what he would do to her if he managed to catch her. Indeed, her life might well be forfeited if she allowed him that advantage. Racing down the passageway with a zeal born of desperation, she gave no heed to the hazards of trying to find her way in a poorly lit and totally unfamiliar corridor. She chanced a brief glance over her shoulder and was relieved to find her bridegroom panting heavily as he stumbled through the hallway behind her, at times momentarily running a hand along the stone wall as if seeking much-needed support.
"Abrielle, come back here."
To her surprise, his voice was soft, as if even in his inebriated state he realized that being discovered chasing his bride would make him look the fool.
"If you don't stop, then by heavens I'll see you locked away in the depths of this keep. Then you can be assured I will make you pay for what you are doing. Believe me, your back won't look so fine and lovely after Cat o' Nine Tails has marred it. Once you've had a taste of its wicked tongues, you'll beg for mercy and come crawling to me on your hands and knees."
His warning sent icy shards of dread shivering through every fibre of her being. In spite of the fact that she believed her bridegroom to be completely capable of beating her senseless or even worse, she could not bring herself to yield to his demands. If she halted, she had no doubt that she'd have to endure the forced consummation of their marriage, and that act seemed far more heinous to her than any painful torture or horrible beatings. Abrielle chanced to glance behind her in an effort to gauge the distance between herself and her besotted groom. In the next instant, a cry of pain escaped her as she stubbed her bare toe on an uneven stone. Stumbling awkwardly about as she tried to regain her balance, she careened into the wall, nearly knocking herself senseless. Desmond sprang forward, much faster than Abrielle would have imagined for one so roundly proportioned and well into his cups. The realization that she was in danger penetrated the enveloping fog in which she found herself, causing her heart to leap in sudden fear. The horrible dread of being trapped again in her groom's malevolent clutches quickly prodded her to her senses, and she whirled away frantically trying to avoid his outstretched hand. His fingers caught in her long, loosely swirling hair, but in a desperate quest for freedom she snatched free, in the process sacrificing more than a few meagre strands to his unrelenting grasp. She raced onward with frantically beating heart, all too keenly aware that her life was in serious peril. The way of escape was barely visible just ahead, softly illuminated by the moonlight streaming downward through the narrow windows in the lofty turret high above the stone steps. If she could manage to make her descent to the lower level without Desmond actually gaining on her, perhaps she'd be able to reach her parents' rooms before he could catch her. Vachel might even be able to reason with the squire and convince him to be patient with his new bride. Forcing every fibre of strength she was capable of mustering into her limbs in a desperate attempt to lengthen the distance between herself and her groom, she raced onward through the passageway and then, upon reaching the end of it, whirled to face the besotted ogre.
"You'll never be able to escape me now, Abrielle,"
Desmond boasted confidently in spite of his thickly slurred words and wheezing efforts to breathe.
"The wall is to your back, and you've only one path you can go, and that is past to me."
Sweat dappled her bridegroom's brow and ran in heavy runnels down his flushed cheeks. He pressed a hand to the side of his distended belly, as if trying to ease the pain of exerting himself, and then smirked confidently as he waddled toward her. She tensed as she awaited the arrival of the moment when she might be able to flit past him. Her nerves seemed to stand on end as he sauntered toward her with all the confidence of a tyrant. The closer he came, she reasoned nervously, the better her chances of slipping past him. If too much space were left between them, he'd have enough time to realize what she was about and block her path. Desmond was no more than an arm's length away when she shot through the opening as if her very life depended on it. Her bridegroom flung out an arm in an effort to catch her, but to no avail, for she spun about like a whirling dervish, easily avoiding his grasp. A foul curse exploded from Desmond's lips. Racing toward the stairs, she forced every measure of strength she possessed into her limbs. The threat of being caught by her drunken bridegroom proved a very strong incentive indeed. The wan glow of moonlight streaming in from the turret allowed her to see the stairs that were just ahead. She could hear the plodding footfalls of the oaf behind her, slower than before, but nevertheless persistent. An instant after facing forward again, Abrielle ran full force into a wall. A tall, warm, firmly muscled wall. She stumbled backward, her senses reeling, and then strong hands caught her up by her elbows, gently steadying her. Befuddled, she lifted her head and found herself staring into a pair of all too familiar blue eyes. She gasped and tried to pull away. "Oh, Raven, nay, get thee gone from here. You must not interfere."
"You vile, dastardly cur! Take your hands off my wife!"
Desmond de Marley snarled. He was wheezing heavily, having exerted himself well beyond the limits of his usual slothfulness, and in the gloom his sweaty, reddened face seemed far more bloated than usual.
"You impudent Scottish rogue!"
Desmond slurred thickly, his words now liberally punctuated by hiccups. He shook a balled-up fist threateningly beneath the noble nose of the taller man and continued his tirade.
"You've intruded far too often in my affairs, and this time you've gone too far. I'll have you thrashed till your bones show. This is my wife, my keep, filled with my friends and countless men who owe their allegiance to me."
Raven easily knocked aside the pudgy fist with the back of his forearm. There was a dangerous edge of contempt in his soft laugh.
"Men you send out to do your foul deeds, like the last two who lost their lives. And for what? A promise of a mere pittance as their reward. Or is it true that this allegiance you brag of is secured not with coin, but with threats? Vile threats against not just their lives, but innocent wives and children as well. Was that the payment that awaited those men if they didn't kill me?" "That's no business of yours," mumbled Desmond, his drunken smirk growing as he thought of something that would more adequately appease his deepening desire for retribution. "Truth be, you bloody Scotsman, I'd enjoy seeing your severed head stuck upon a pike beyond the drawbridge of this very keep. Then every time I'd ride past your putrefying skull, I'd be able to laugh at the memory of your futile efforts to seize Abrielle for yourself. If ye believe ye can do better than those poor men ye sent to die upon my sword, I cannae think of one more prone to idiocy than you."
The taunt caused Desmond's bulging eyes to flare, vividly attesting to his mounting rage. An amused half-smile curved Raven's lips as he further taunted,
"Still, if ye should be of a mind to try to kill me yourself, then I'll gladly give ye leave to choose the weapons we'd be using. Or is it you want to murder me in me sleep whilst no one is around to see your deeds? You're like a fat old rat what comes out of his hole at night, skittering here and there to see what foul mischief he can get into while others are sleeping. But I've ways of dealing with the likes of such vermin. Feeding their carcasses to the cats would surely save burying them. You filthy Scottish beggar! I'll show you who's lame-witted," Desmond railed. "Mark my words, 'twill be your remains the cats'll be feasting on this very night."
Desmond lunged towards the taller man with fingers curled into claws. Come what may, he intended to tighten them around his adversary's throat until he was thrashing about on the floor in the throes of death. A second before Desmond reached his antagonist, the Scotsman stepped deftly aside, allowing the squire an open path to plough on past. A sharp, fearful gasp was promptly snatched from Desmond's throat as he saw before him the stone stairs down which he had deliberately pushed his half-brother to his death months ago. Desperately he strove to untangle his stumbling feet and dig in his heels, but to no avail. His short arms flailed wildly about in a frenetic attempt to halt his forward momentum. Alas, he couldn't recover his equilibrium, no matter how desperately he strove to stop himself from falling. His wildly thumping heart pounded in his ears and against the inner wall of his chest. In an expanse of time that spanned the chasm between life and death, an eternity flashed before his mind's eye. Precipitous views, perhaps comparable or mayhap totally dissimilar to those his elder half-brother had glimpsed in the swiftly fleeting moments prior to plunging to his death, filled Desmond's mind with a swiftly burgeoning dread. His breath caught again in a ragged gasp as terror cauterized his very being with his own expanding visions of what seemed his hellish doom.
"I never meant to push you down the stairs, Weldon," Desmond blubbered as drool dribbled unheeded down his chin. "It was an accident. You have to believe me, brother. I adjure you not to take revenge upon me for what happened that night. You must have mercy. You must let me live. Please have pity."
Desmond tried mightily to find something to hang on to halt the momentum that was swiftly gathering. Briefly, in passing, he braced his forearm against the buttressing stone wall, but his flabby muscles could not sustain his weight for even a fleeting moment. Of a sudden, he was plummeting head over heels in an awkward, flopping descent of the stairs, during the course of which muffled grunts escaped his throat. Then his head slammed into the wall, knocking it strangely askew his neck. Though his tumbling descent continued on unchecked, no further sound issued forth from his flabby throat. Finally his rotund form came to rest beside the newel post on the lower level, and there he lay, his limbs sprawled wide, his mouth gaping open, his eyes staring vacantly upward. Even as Abrielle crept cautiously down the stairs behind Raven, her trembling legs seemed so unreliable that she feared any moment they would collapse beneath her and send her tumbling headlong down the stairs into her bridegroom's arms. It didn't matter whether Desmond was alive or dead. The thought of that possibility raised nettling hackles on the back of her neck, the like of which she was sure she would never forget.
"Please be careful," she urged Raven shakily.
Stepping across the grotesquely sprawled form, Raven went down on a knee and pressed 2 fingers against the flabby throat in an effort to find a throbbing beat. After a moment, he decided his search was futile. For if the man had been alive, he certainly wouldn't have been able to hold his breath long enough to continue any kind of ploy. Yet Raven was wont to consider the many ramifications that Desmond's death would likely provoke, and how best to protect the lady from ugly suspicions being cast her way. Sitting back upon his haunches, he lifted his head and peered up at Abrielle.
"If I'm not mistaken, my lady," he said in a softly muted tone, "you've naught else to fear from the squire. I'm thinking his neck may have been broken during the fall."
A shocked gasp escaped Abrielle as she clutched a trembling hand over her mouth and sank against the stone wall, sliding bonelessly until she was sitting inches from Raven. Not only was she shaking to the very core of her being, but her heart was hammering so wildly that she couldn't seem to breathe, much less think. "What am I to do?" she queried in a desperate whisper. All she could think of was the financial agreement that would leave her a very rich woman, and at the same time cast all manner of suspicions upon her as well as on her stepfather.
"You'll explain nothing," Raven replied.
"Explain nothing? How can I not explain?" demanded Abrielle, deeply distraught. She hugged herself tightly, blinking through a blur of tears. "I must think on what to do." Raven reached for her clasped hands and held them in the warm haven of his own as he dragged her to her feet.
"Do not think. Just listen. You will return to the squire's chambers and remain there till someone brings you news of his demise. But—" He squeezed her hands. "Shh, just listen, and trust me." He saw the way she bit her lower lip and added, "At least trust me for this one night. Considering the squire's lengthy delay in making this way to you, 'twould nae be unreasonable for anyone to suppose you'd fallen asleep waiting for him to join ye. Just be assured, me lady, you've done nothing for which you should feel any shame. De Marley's own drunkenness and his hatred of me led to his death, nothing more. You're innocent of any wrongdoing. Can you believe what I'm telling you?" "But what of you? What will you do?" she queried. "Who will you tell?" "No one." He held her gaze through the shadowy gloom. "I'll be doing the very same. Returning to my own chambers and waiting the dawning of a new day. Now go."
Abrielle turned and hurried toward her late bridegroom's chambers, feeling as if 1,000 eyes watched her from every dark corner. Raven's words about the dawning of a new day echoed in her head with each step she took. She was as cold as the death that Desmond had just descended to. She was going to keep her silence to protect herself from suspicion. She hadn't done anything wrong, so why did such guilt fill her? She should be relieved, for she was free of Desmond de Marley. Yet she still didn't know how the castle guests would take the discovery of the body, and what they would suspect her of. And what was she to do about Raven Seaburn? She wished he would depart, that when the new day he spoke of dawned he would simply be gone, taking his knowledge of this dreadful secret with him. At least part of her wished it, for all the good wishing was likely to do. For better or worse, she knew enough of the man to suspect he would not be so easily dispensed with. The next morning, Nedda, the new maidservant, delivered the news of Desmond's death to Abrielle. A short time later, standing with her family and the Graysons beside the open grave, Abrielle watched as one transfixed. Her last morbid view of her bridegroom prior to his body being wrapped for burial seemed permanently scored into her brain. In a gesture of farewell, Abrielle tossed upon Desmond's breast a single rose from a bush that a kindly servant had carefully nurtured throughout the cooler months, and, in a quiet empathy for a newly widowed bride, had presented to her with softly murmured condolences. Hardly a moment had been allowed to pass after the priest had cast a symbolic handful of dirt into the grave and murmured the words, "Ashes to ashes and dust to dust." Then Abrielle found herself barraged by a bevy of bachelors and widowers conveying their condolences for her loss. Still very much in a stupor, she listened as they offered to assist her in whatever capacity she might require or desire either now or in the near future. She thanked them graciously, but assured them that their services wouldn't be needed, since her stepfather would likely be helping her to sort out her affairs. Beyond assuring her that she had his deepest empathy and respect, Raven maintained a discreet distance, as did his father. Yet bluish-green eyes were wont to meet those of deep blue fairly often, and Abrielle tried to look stoic and strong. Some deep part of her mind protested her concern that, now that she was an extremely wealthy widow, Raven might well try to press his advantage. Graciously, she invited the guests who had been wont to stay beyond the graveside service to dine with her in the main hall later that evening. Upon assuring the Graysons, Cordelia, and her own parents and relatives that she'd be seeing them later, at sup, she begged their indulgence to allow her to take care of some pressing matters. As people drifted back toward the castle, talking together in twos and threes, she saw Raven standing as still and tall as an oak, watching her. A skittering of nervousness and something else moved up her spine. She wished she could shoo him away, make him stop watching her. If only he didn't know what had happened last night. Yet she tried to imagine what she would have done had he not appeared to distract Desmond from his pursuit of her. She was torn in her feelings about him, from gratitude to suspicion, but he was not her main concern today. Upon approaching Thurston, who had remained at the gravesite to direct the serfs labouring to fill in the hole, She halted beside him and then waited a lengthy moment before he deigned to meet her gaze. The coldness in his eyes surprised her, and she was taken aback that on the day of his uncle's funeral he could spare her so much animosity. She began to wonder when he would return to his own lands, but could not imagine cruelly asking him to leave. "I apologize for interrupting you, Thurston, but could you possibly spare me your attention at this present time?" she queried in a pleasant tone. "I understand that you greatly assisted your uncle in the management of the castle. If I am wrong, I can always seek out the steward." He folded his arms over his chest. "You may speak freely to me." "Thank you, Thurston. I do have some matters that have been plaguing me for several days now, yet, until now, I've had no authority to do anything about them. Since circumstances have taken an unexpected change by the squire's death, 'tis my desire to remedy various problems that have become evident to me." He said nothing, just continued to watch her in a way that made her uncomfortable. The more bothered she was by his lack of graciousness, the more firm she became in her convictions. "I shall be initiating new standards to which those with any authority here must abide. The new principles are to benefit those who have no voice, and as for the timing of these initiatives, I mean to set them into motion this very day." "What vexing matters are those, my lady?" She sensed sarcasm in his tone and clenched her jaw. She should have gone directly to the steward, for she knew Thurston was no friend. He certainly must resent that the contract had given her so much. In fact, she began to wonder, by his barely subdued animosity, if he would receive much at all in his uncle's will. But that was not her concern. She swept a hand about to casually indicate the direction in which she desired to go. "I will be touring the area where the serfs' huts are located. Since you seem to know your uncle's concerns, I'm giving you the opportunity to join me. If not, I can always go to the steward." His pale brows came together in a fleeting frown. "That will not be necessary. I can assist you as I did the squire." Without further comment, Abrielle lifted the hem of her black gown as she led the way across the secondary bridge traversing the stream, on the far side of which stood the serfs' hovels, which had been built fairly close together in a wide circle, in the centre of which large stones surrounded a glowing bed of coals, whence a few meagre flames flickered upward. As Abrielle halted beside the dwindling fire, Thurston peered at her questioningly. "Would you please call out the serfs who are here?" she asked. "I wish to speak with them directly." "My lady, if you would only tell me what this is about, I will have your wishes carried out." Abrielle inclined her head graciously. "Thank you, Thurston, but my wish is to speak with the serfs directly and explain what I will be expecting from them henceforth as their new mistress. If in the future they should have any complaints, then they'll suffer no uncertainty that I am the one who issued the directives." Without another word, Thurston crossed to a large metal disc which hung from a sturdy wood frame on the far side of the fire. Dangling beside it was a hide-covered metal disc attached to a heavy wooden handle, with which he applied 3 strokes to the gong. Returning to Abrielle's side, he clasped his hands behind his back and stood tall and rigidly aloof. As they waited, she could not help but notice that Raven had followed them from the gravesite, and now stood silently near the trees, as if he'd appointed himself her bodyguard. She frowned at him, but could do nothing more, because the serfs came scurrying out of their dwellings, causing Abrielle to groan inwardly at the sight of them. She had never seen so many frail-looking human beings, with thin, gaunt faces, and lustreless eyes peering back at her from the half-circle that they had hurriedly formed on the far side of the fire. A sudden breeze made her aware of the inadequacy of their paltry garments, for she saw many huddling together, as if seeking to escape its sharp talons. She could only believe that many of them would die ere winter was full upon them, for they would not likely have the stamina to withstand the maladies and diseases the season seemed to spawn. In spite of the fact that Weldon had cared for them with as much compassion as a loving father, it was obvious that Desmond hadn't cared how many lived or died, as long as there were enough to see to his personal needs. "I am Lady Abrielle, your new mistress," she stated, as she began to stroll in a wide circle around the fire. As she came closer to the serfs, she was surprised that Thurston did not stay near her, but only waited, as if he didn't care what happened to her desperate people. As a whole, the serfs seemed utterly frightened of what lay in store for them. Nevertheless, she progressed within the perimeter they had formed, and with a warm smile lighting her eyes, was wont to reach out a hand and, in a compassionate manner, lay it upon an elder's arm, smooth a child's tousled curls, or squeeze a young mother's hand as she paused beside them. There were precious few who didn't evidence an abject dread of Thurston, and were hesitant about peering upward even when she halted before them. Though she slipped a hand beneath the chins of several and compelled them to meet her gaze directly, it was always toward the steward that they first glanced, in so doing displaying a kind of frenetic fear of the man. Upon facing them again, Abrielle found many of them readily lending her their attention. "As you may be aware, I visited the keep fairly often while Lord de Marley was alive. Yesterday I exchanged wedding vows with his lordship's brother, Desmond de Marley. Early this morning, he was found dead. Henceforth, as the new mistress of this keep, I shall be setting forth some favourable changes, which you will likely welcome. You will be expected to learn skills to help support this keep, and provide for new structures that will soon be built to house you." She knew Thurston was openly scowling, but she ignored him. "New skills will also be taught to enlist your services in other tasks that may well prove lucrative, such as the carding of wool shorn from sheep on these lands, as well as in the use of spinning wheels and the making of furniture. You'll start off by making your own clothing and tanning leather for your shoes and other items. Until you become proficient at such crafts, sufficient clothing will be provided to keep you warm and in good health through the approaching winter." A thin, barefoot toddler, garbed in loose sacking, waddled toward her on wobbly limbs, evoking a smile from her as she threaded her slender fingers through his matted hair. His mother rushed forward, anxiously pleading for her forgiveness, and then, with a quick curtsy, whisked the babe up into her arms. And suddenly Abrielle imagined herself as the poor girl, with no way to feed her child. She turned to Thurston, so incensed that she could barely keep her voice from shaking with anger. "From what I am seeing here in this place, 'tis apparent these serfs have not been given adequate provisions since Lord Weldon's death. That may well have been Squire Desmond's mode of doing things, but he is now dead and buried. Thus, commencing this very day, whatever it takes to feed, clothe, and warmly house these serfs, it will be done, or I shall know the reason why. Do you understand what I'm telling you, Thurston? You and I will speak to the steward together, so that he understands my intentions. I, or someone I trust, shall be inspecting this area on a regular basis. I will be expecting to see evidence of much progress being made." She suspected he was much in collusion with his uncle in causing the condition of these poor people, and she was appalled. She could not look upon him for another moment. So after giving a warm smile to the people she now considered her responsibility, she strode toward the bridge, and found Raven Seaburn blocking her path. Her response to his closeness was as unwanted as it was lightning quick. She felt a hot pull of attraction deep inside that could not lead to any good, for now, knowing the truth of Desmond's death, he was more dangerous to her than ever. She sidestepped him with a nod and kept walking, not the least bit surprised when he turned gracefully and fell into step beside her.
"Lady de Marley, might I have a moment of your time?"
His use of her wedded name made Abrielle flinch. "Of course," she replied, then lowered her tone to a whisper to add, "Speak quickly, for it would not look well should we be seen together as we approach the castle."
"And why not?"
he asked, his expression quizzical. "You know why," she retorted.
"I know your husband is gone, and that I'm hardly the first man to speak to you this day. I'd have been blind not to see the many tokens of affection you've already received from men who want your consideration."
"Is that your purpose in waylaying me, sir? Do you seek to present me with your own token of affection?"
"If milady desires, I am more than willing to."
Even if he hadn't moved dangerously closer, she would have understood the token he had in mind, and her cheeks heated. She stopped walking and faced him. "The lady most definitely does not desire anything of the sort." He tilted his head and regarded her intently. She glanced around cautiously. "What exactly is your goal, sir?" she demanded, unable to banish her fears of discovery. "You have no reason to be here now, and I believe it would be best for all that you leave. You are no longer in danger, and no longer is Desmond trying to prove himself the winner over you."
"Then you knew why he invited us?"
Abrielle shrugged and resumed walking. "'Twas not something I was told, but what I surmised."
"Then surely you must also be clever enough to deduce why it is that I canna leave. Why I willna."
His voice had gone low and deep, almost hoarse.
"Since the first moment I saw ye, I've yearned to have ye as my very own."
She gasped, feeling hot and cold all at the same time, and looked about her in fear. They were at the bridge now, and she leaned over the rail as if fascinated by the stream below. She wished she could stare him in the eyes, but she knew she would be unable to control her heated emotions. How could he just lie to her so blithely, when the truth was that he had not even tried to court her when she was penniless? "How dare you, sir?" she cried softly, feeling the pain of knowing that he had deemed her unworthy until now, when she was wealthy beyond most others. Raven Seaburn was no different from any man lured by money. Her disappointment should not shock her, but somehow it did, and deeply. Again she felt the pangs of a woman who did not know if any man could love her just for herself. "You did not vie for my hand before I was betrothed." The full force of the emotions roiling within her now burst out, and she was full of pain and anger. "You are no different, sir, from any other man who ever claimed to want me, including Desmond Amale. Just stay away from me." Raven watched her go in silence, his warrior instinct stirred by the depth of his passion for her, his desire to possess her now stronger than ever. The battle to win Abrielle might turn out to be the fiercest of his life, but win her he would, no matter the cost. In spite of the necessity of being ensconced henceforth in her late bridegroom's spacious chambers, Abrielle made a concerted effort to thrust aside the haunting memories of the previous night and find some genuine peace for her weary mind as she burrowed deep beneath the covers. All her guests had departed, and now she had no real reason to fear her future, except for her next marriage, for marry she must, and soon. It was obvious to her that men would be vying for her and her fortune. A strange twist of fate for a woman who was all but ignored at court only months ago. But Abrielle was determined that this time she'd earned the right to control her own fate. But how would her stepfather react to such a thing? He would want to see her safely with a man of whom he approved. Now that she had most of Desmond's wealth in her possession, Vachel would likely seek to find her a spouse with a lofty title. It was what most fathers wanted for their daughters. In his case, she could imagine that, if truly motivated in that direction, such a desire might have arisen from his own frustration after his requests for a title had been rejected. Still, if Vachel's ambitions could be realized by the very thing he had earlier been seeking for himself, that being a worthy title for his own exceptional achievements, then he would likely be content. Vachel was an honourable knight who had served valiantly during foreign campaigns and, for that reason, was rightfully deserving of recognition from his king. Lord de Marley had been honoured by Henry for his heroism after returning home. As a reward, he had been given the vast area of land upon which to build this very keep. So might Vachel be honoured if she were to remind His Majesty of her stepfather's bravery and daring feats during those years he had loyally served beneath the king's banner. The king just needed to be reminded that there was still a knight whose daring feats had long been forgotten. And now that Vashel had wealth of his own again, the title was more important than taking more money from the treasury. Abrielle's heart began to sink, as she realized she might offend Henry if she were to plead for a few moments of his time to suggest the possibility of bestowing a worthy title upon her stepfather. But perhaps her newfound wealth would bring her more royal notice. Of a sudden, Abrielle gasped and sat upright in bed as the realization dawned on her. In spite of her needless fretting, she was well acquainted with one who could perform such a feat without evoking the king's ire. He was none other than Raven Seaburn. It would be a fairly simple matter for the Scotsman to carry her missive to Henry when he was once again called upon to deliver a message to His Majesty from his own King David. And how better to rid her own keep of the Scotsman's presence, for he would not dare to return after she'd made clear he was no longer required. All these churning emotions in her breast would depart with him, and she would be able to logically think of who would make the best husband. Snuggling back into the downy pillows, Abrielle smiled in satisfaction as she folded her hands atop the coverlet and stared at the embroidered scene on the canopy above her head. On the morrow, she would begin the day by composing a letter to His Majesty. Truly, if Vashel were given a title and lands as a reward for his own notable achievements, perhaps he would then feel satisfied with what he had managed to accomplish during his lifetime, rather than be wont to find a nobleman who'd be interested in taking his wealthy stepdaughter to wife. After Mass and breaking her fast, Abrielle went to the Lady's Solar, her own private chamber. A weaving loom stood in one corner, and a long trestle table was laid out with servants' livery in various stages of being cut and sewn. She sent the maidservants away, and waited for Nedda to bring Raven to her. She'd been over and over her little plan, searching for flaws, and found none. It was most clever, if she did say so herself, and she truly did not see how it could fail. She would rid herself of the Scot's very disturbing presence, and lessen her stepfather's need for a noble son-in-law at one and the same time. So delighted was she that she was smiling when the maidservant announced Raven. He stood just inside the door, wearing what could only be a mask of composure, for which she could hardly blame him after their last meeting. When Nedda curtsied and withdrew, closing the door behind her, his surprise was obvious. As Abrielle stood cool and composed, he nodded politely. "You sent for me, milady?" "I did, sir. I desire your help with a personal matter. 'Tis a delicate task I have in mind, one to which you are perfectly suited." "You need but tell me what it is, milady," he said, walking toward her, "and it is done." Abrielle held up her hand, hoping she hid the alarm she felt as he drew nearer. "You need come no closer." "There are needs, and then there are needs," he said softly, still moving, not stopping until he was but 2 feet from her. "What is this task with which I am so favoured?" She extended her arm between them as if she were gripping a metal shield rather than a parchment missive, rolled and tied with a ribbon and sealed with the wax imprint of the de Marley house. "When next you have business with King Henry, please give this to him for me." He didn't reach for it. "I have nae idea when I'll next be in London, or Normandy, for I think that is where your king resides for now." She frowned, for this was hardly the response she'd expected. "Surely we'll need to be dispatched soon for King David." "Nay, he does not require me at present. I will be staying here." "But this missive must reach the king," she countered, frustrated to find that there was a flaw in her plan after all, namely that its success rested entirely on Raven's acting as she thought he would. "Then so it shall," he declared, moving another half-step closer to take it from her with a smile that belied the refusal to accede to her full desire that was expressed in his eyes. Managing to squelch a sigh of relief, Abrielle offered a simple smile of appreciation. "Thank you." "One of my men is an excellent courier,
as trustworthy as they come. I will send him forth without delay."
He watched her smile fade.
"Or is my word nae good enough for ye?"
"I know not how good your word is. I know nothing of you." This time she realized her words were not reasonable, for she indeed knew he was a trusted royal courier, but his response to her plan had thrown her off course.
"Know this, and never doubt it,"
he said solemnly, holding her gaze with the intensity of his own.
"My word is my bond, and I pledge it to you. You can rest assured your missive is as good as in the king's hand this very instant."
"Thank you," she said with resignation, wishing she could think of a legitimate way to force him to take the letter personally. It was hard to think clearly with him so close, looming over her, so big and male in this small chamber used only by women.
"And how do ye fare, Lady Abrielle?"
Distractedly, she said, "What do you mean?"
"Ye're newly a widow, with many decisions to make. I imagine the responsibilities are vast."
"Truth be told, only one person dares to threaten me at the moment," she said pointedly, her hands on her hips leaving him no doubt to whom she referred.
"Since it is nowhere in me to threaten a woman, I can only think it must be your peace of mind I threaten."
"Perhaps intimidation is a better word. Do you seek to intimidate me, Scotsman?"
"So you feel intimidated, Abrielle?"
"Please do not call me by my Christian name alone. And no, I do not feel the least bit intimidated by you." She lied.
"Good. I prefer a fair contest."
She wasn't aware of him leaning toward her until he straightened and it was suddenly easier to breathe.
"If ever I do make you feel threatened or intimidated, you can be certain you are misunderstanding my concern for your welfare."
"You are too concerned, sir, you and every other man who thinks to win a quick fortune."
"And a beauteous bride,"
he added, his smile quick and disarming.
"I cannae speak for any other, but 'tis the only prize I seek."
His honeyed words elicited an exasperated groan from her, and she pointed to the door. "Please excuse me now. I'm sure you can well understand how pressed I am in light of recent events." She turned her back on him, not wanting one more smile or head tilt or glimpse of his overwhelming male presence to complicate her already muddled feelings. She assumed he would leave, but suddenly she felt his breath caress the back of her neck, causing gooseflesh to prickle along her skin. Before she could move away, his warm hands curled over her shoulders, gentling her in place.
"I lie not when I say I was captivated by your beauty from the moment I saw you," he whispered, his lips dangerously close to her ear.
Abrielle refused to turn around, refused to look onto his eyes and be swayed by what he wanted her to feel.
"But beauty alone, even beauty such as yours, beauty that blinds a man to reason and steals his soul away forever, beauty alone would never be enough to challenge my own code of honour. That happened when I saw your courage and the way you held yourself when your stepfather was denied his rightful reward for his service in the Crusades. Had I taken my leave beforehand, I would have carried away the memory of your loveliness. But it was that instant when your true beauty was branded onto my heart, and I knew there was no other, and no turning back."
Lies, all lies, she told herself, childishly wanting to cover her ears against this seduction that was proving too potent. "You have said your piece. Please leave." She felt a chill when he moved to do as she bid, but only when she heard the door close did she sag into a chair. That night at dinner, Abrielle was surprised to find Thurston seated at the head table with her family. He was conversing with Vachel, and she could detect not even a hint of a sneer. When he saw her and her mother approach, he rose to his feet with the other men in the great hall, and gave her a small bow. Throughout the meal he was solicitous about her first day's experiences as mistresses of the great keep. He told her some of the duties he'd had the steward begin to oversee in the serfs' training. Abrielle could not understand why he was suddenly being kind to her, when all along he'd almost treated her as a rival for his uncle's attention. Unless it was what all the men were concerned with now, her wealth and the power it brought. After supper, he approached her where she sat before the massive hearth with her parents.
"My lady, might I have a private word with you?"
Elspeth and Vachel exchanged a glance, and as if reading Abrielle's mind, Vachel said,
"There is no need for you to leave your comfortable place, Abrielle. Your mother and I will leave you both alone."
She nodded to her parents gratefully, and then waited until they had moved away. Thurston took the bench her mother had been using, and she forced herself to concentrate on him.
"My lady, it strikes me that the terrible tragedy of my uncle's death does not have to be the end of the relationship between our two families."
She blinked at him in surprise. "This keep is now my home, Thurston, and you live not far away."
"That is not what I mean,"
he said, with a hint of impatience in his voice.
"You were married to my uncle. Does it not make sense to keep the connection by marrying me?"
She barely kept her mouth from dropping open in shock, so much did he surprise her. "Thurston, are you proposing to me?"
"I think the marriage would solve all the problems caused by my uncle's sudden death. I have been assisting him in the management of this keep since he inherited it. I could continue to do the same."
"And that is enough reason to marry?" she responded incredulously. "I have been under the distinct impression that your feelings for me were not fond." To her rising disgust, he looked down her body.
"I could not allow myself to feel anything for you when you were to become my uncle's wife. And the most important thing to bring to a marriage is respect."
"Respect?" She heard her voice rise, knew she should stop herself, but his gall proved too much. "Sir, you admit you were involved in the management of the keep and all its surrounding lands. Did I not just see the terrible condition of the people who were entrusted into your care?" His mouth tightened.
"My uncle—"
"Aye, I know, it was his land, his serfs. But you should have seen to those poor people who depended on you. I had no choice in marrying your uncle, but I would never willingly tie myself to your family again, after having seen how you treat fragile human beings." Those yellowish-green eyes flashed at her, revealing the seething hatred he had kept banked inside him.
"Then keep your virgin marriage vows," he said angrily.
She was grateful that there were so many people about, or she would have been terribly afraid of what she heard in his voice. As it was, she forced herself to meet his gaze with cool composure.
"But understand that Desmond de Marley had monetary agreements that preceded your marriage contract," he continued.
"What agreement, sir? Are you saying that the contract, which was examined by advisers to both parties, was entered into falsely?"
"He did not honour the agreements made by Weldon to me. Agreements that Desmond vowed he would finish in his brother's place."
"You mean a larger inheritance than what he has put in writing?" Thurston seemed furious and upset, as if he expected her to surrender to his anger. But Abrielle was tired of being a pawn in other people's games.
"He meant to—"
"I care little what you say he meant to do," Abrielle interrupted coldly. "It is only your word, if nothing is in writing."
"And do you doubt my word?"
he demanded, his voice beginning to rise. "I am sorry that you feel entitled to more than—"
"I do not want your pity,"
he said, loudly enough that several heads turned at tables scattered through the hall.
"Understand that your position is tenuous here, my lady,"
he said through gritted teeth. "I am the Lady Abrielle de Marley." She emphasized her late husband's name, then continued, "My position here is not tenuous at all."
"'Tis only a note of caution. If you do not have my protection—"
"I have the protection of my stepfather, his men, and the soldiers of my dead husband. Are you saying even they are not loyal?" But Thurston did not go so far, only meeting her accusation with silence. "As far as I'm concerned, sir," she said, we've settled this matter, and that is the way it shall stand until I am shown viable proof that would lead me to decide differently. Whatever my husband inherited from his half-brother months ago does not rightfully belong to any of Desmond's kinsmen, including you. My husband never once addressed any issue pertaining to his having heirs, especially anyone who should be duly considered now that he is dead. 'Tis a well-known fact that Desmond's previous wives died without issue. If you or any other men have an argument with the legality of the agreement Desmond signed of his own free will, then I would suggest that you cease your efforts to frighten me and take up this matter forthwith with my stepfather. Vachel de Gerard can convince you of the validity of the documents that he drew up with Desmond. I should further explain that if anything happens to cause my death, whether accidental or deliberate, all the wealth, holdings, and possessions that I am to inherit shall be transferred to my kinsmen without due recourse, that being my mother and stepfather. I'm sure if there are any threats made against them, that Vachel shall be able to gather a force of men to protect them."
Thurston rose to his feet. "You speak of murder, as if our discussion threatened such a thing. It is not so."
The fact that he was backing down should have appeased her, but he reminded her of a snake, biding his time before striking. "I only seek to give you the facts, Sir Thurston, so that we understand each other."
"'Twas my purpose as well, milady."
They were so intent on staring at each other, neither realized someone had approached until a voice spoke.
"Lady Abrielle, do you wish assistance?"
Raven stood nearby, hands clasped behind his back, looking as if he merely wanted to join in on their conversation. Abrielle was annoyed that he felt he had to help her, and she watched as the evil flame died within Thurston's eyes. Thurston bowed to her.
"Have a good evening, my lady."
Only when Desmond's nephew had ascended the stairs to find his chamber did Raven turn back to her.
"That didn't seem a pleasant conversation."
"You did not need to interrupt us. Will you always be playing my bodyguard now?" He smiled.
"If 'tis necessary."
His eyes grew watchful.
"Was it with him?"
"Nay, I handled our disagreement. Please do not interrupt me again." When she rose to her feet, she heard him whisper,
"Ah, but you like my attention, lass."
Inside her, something trembled, and she despised her weakness where he was concerned. "I think not. Good evening." It was while she was enjoying a private dinner with her parents that Abrielle broached a subject that Desmond's demise had forced her to consider. "Now that I've become a wealthy widow, 'twould seem that what my mother and I once confronted shortly after my father's death is happening again, but with definite differences. Bachelors looking for a rich wife to marry, rather than seeking to strip me of my virtue to amuse wagering lords. I'd rather not have to confront any of them, no matter the title or fortune they may have." Laying aside his knife, Vachel peered at her with a troubled frown.
"I believe you have suffered much for our family's sake, Abrielle, and for that I must apologize. And at the same time, thank you for what you did for us. I was in deep despair prior to your marriage to Desmond, wondering how my family would survive. Because of your willingness to sacrifice your own happiness, I feel as if I've been immeasurably blessed by your compassion. I doubt I can ever repay you for what you've done."
Abrielle met his gaze and smiled. "By some merciful stroke of Providence, I escaped that abhorrent marriage. Considering that I am now wealthy, and there'll likely be many who'll be appreciative of that fact and eager to assuage their own greed, I suggest that if you wish me to consider anyone, present him to me first, and then I shall tell you whether he pleases me or not. I will bear in mind any marriage proposals you may receive from prospective suitors, but I also must tell you that no amount of cajoling will sway me if I don't care for the man. Desmond became a nightmare. I don't ever want to wed another of similar bent." She did not want to worry them by mentioning Thurston's strange proposal, so she kept silent, hoping that Thurston would not be so foolish as to challenge her again. An amused smile tugged at Elspeth's lips as she peered askance at her husband. "I think your matchmaking credentials have now been thoroughly singed." Vachel waggled his head as if reluctant to admit having that flaw, but a moment later a soft chuckle escaped him. "At least the marriage was short-lived." "What about that young Raven Seaburn?" he ventured, cocking a quizzical brow at her as he met her unswerving gaze. "A Scotsman?" Abrielle said, pretending shock, for not even to her own parents would she admit how frequently her thoughts turned to this particular Scotsman. Knowing as she did that he was not a suitable choice for husband made it even more perplexing that his should be the first face her gaze sought when she entered a room, though truly it did not need to do so. As her ears had become so sensitive to his rough-edged tone, she could find him without looking. Abrielle glanced between them, and realized she had never noticed such a look of adoration on her mother's face before, not even during her first marriage. Perhaps, after Abrielle's own detested nuptials and subsequent widowhood, some benefits had actually been imparted to the older couple, for it was now apparent that Elspeth was very much in love with Vachel, more than Abrielle had previously supposed. Indeed, when Abrielle noticed how her mother's fingers intertwined with Vachel's in a loving manner, she could believe they were very devoted to each other. Elspeth glanced at her daughter and blushed as she stated haltingly, "I have an important announcement to make, to both of you." Abrielle exchanged a curious glance with Vachel, who seemed equally bemused. In unison they peered at Elspeth and waited expectantly as she sought to clear her throat. Then, in what could only have been construed as overwhelming embarrassment, she lifted her slender shoulders in a girlish shrug and said simply, "I am with child." Thoroughly astonished by her revelation, Vachel leaned back in his chair with his handsome jaw hanging slack. "Are you certain? Do you have any doubts?" Smiling radiantly, Elspeth reached across the space between them and rested a slender hand upon his. "At least 3 months certain. Although this was the last thing I was expecting, the news is by far the best I've heard in some time," Abrielle declared happily. Promptly leaving her chair, she hastened around the table to embrace her mother. "You must know from all the pleading I did as a child that I've always wanted a sister." "A son would be nice," Vachel murmured with a lopsided grin. "In truth, it wouldn't matter what we had, as long as the babe is perfect in every way." Clasping his wife's hand with his, he brought it to his lips for a gentle kiss, and then smiled at her with all the devotion his warmly glowing eyes could convey. "My dear, you must know how much I treasure you. So you must take care of yourself. I wouldn't be able to bear it if anything were to happen to you or to the babe, as I am not getting any younger. Your announcement has come as a complete shock to me, for it was the last thing I was expecting." Elspeth laughed in girlish delight and peered at him with shining eyes. "I was a bit taken aback myself when I learned I was with child. I thought I was past that time." Vachel caressed her cheek as he grinned at her. "I shall have to watch over you very carefully in the coming months." "I'll do whatever I can to keep her from exerting herself," Abrielle assured him, her radiant smile evidencing her own joy. "Now that there'll be another child in the family, this will give me an opportunity to fret over my mother for a change. She has been doing enough of that, watching over me all these years." "Please, I must protest," Elspeth laughingly declared, holding both hands up as if that would put a halt to their ambitious intentions. "I can assure you that I am not an invalid, and I am quite capable of taking care of myself. After all, I've been through this before." "Aye, that you have, my love. But if you'll kindly consider the fact that you were much younger then, perhaps you would allow us to coddle you through the next 5 or 6 months," Vachel urged, and then smiled. "Believe me, my dear, if you're not getting any older, I certainly am, and I need to know that you'll be there to watch after me when I'm a doddering old man." Elspeth patted his arm. "Do not fret yourself, husband. I will be there beside you when that time comes, if it ever does." Vashel raised his silver goblet in tribute to his beautiful wife.
"To our growing family, my dear. May we enjoy peace and contentment through all the years of our lives, and as we age may we also become wiser and take time to enjoy the simple blessings we've been given. I doubt I would have experienced such happiness had I not been blessed with you as my own sweet and noble lady."
That same afternoon, Abrielle entered the kitchen to determine what victuals remained after the majority of the guests had taken sustenance and departed. Though she had put the steward in charge of feeding the serfs, she wanted to make certain that enough was being done. In her mind, she could still see that frail toddler trying to learn to walk when so weak from hunger. Shortly after viewing the food that remained from the meal, Abrielle realized that there were more than enough provisions to appease the hunger of the pitiful group living across the stream. In that quest, she bade several servants working in the kitchen to put whatever food had been left into crocks, kettles, and baskets, and load the containers into a wheelbarrow that she had bidden a slender youth to bring around to the outer door. From there, the cart could be easily wheeled across the bridge to the area where the serfs were housed. However, upon hearing her instructions, an old grouch of a woman with long, streaming black hair and strange eyes sauntered forward, giving every evidence of being overstuffed with herself and fully in charge of the kitchen. The other servants hurriedly retreated. The woman sniffed as she flicked her beady eyes over the food that had already been loaded. Then, peering aside at her mistress, she tugged broodingly on her hairy chin.
"Ever since I came here to cook for him, Squire de Marlowe made it a rule that I could take whatever food was left and feed it to my swine,"
the hag stated, with something approaching a derisive smirk.
"He ne'er once told me I had to share any portion of it with them lazy beggars across the brook."
Flicking a brief glance over the rotund cook, she could imagine where some of it would go. No doubt down the woman's gullet. Arching a brow, she questioned, "Good woman, what is your name?"
"Mordea,"
she replied, and then proceeded to spit a stream of vile-looking juices into a nearby pail. Abrielle promptly turned her face aside, seeking to control her sudden nausea. Upon recovering her aplomb, she asked, "As far as doling out such food, are you saying that Squire de Marley never made any exceptions?"
"'Twas always his rule from the first,"
the cook stated arrogantly.
"I oversee the cooking, and whatever's left is mine to take afore he and his own swine got theirs."
"Just how much do you intend to take?" Abrielle asked curiously. Sweeping an arm about, the woman smirked,
"All of it."
From the wary glances several of the kitchen staff were casting toward the elder, it was evident she was not one to be trifled with. This very moment, the cook would learn that it didn't matter what assurances Desmond may have given her. Circumstances had definitely changed. "Squire de Marley is no longer among the living, and I am mistress of this keep now. Therefore I shall be setting down my own rules for the serfs to follow, the first of which shall be that no single person has the right to establish any regulations that I haven't personally authorized, or claim anything that I haven't permitted them to take." Gesturing to the other kitchen staff, she indicated the food in question. "Now, if you would, please be good enough to do as I've instructed."
"No, you don't,"
the hag railed, flying at her young mistress with wrinkled fingers curled into claws.
"'Tis mine, all mine."
If she had never had the occasion to see a witch in flight, Abrielle was certain she was seeing one now. Although she easily sidestepped the termagant, she felt her hackles rise as she likened the elder to some demonic fiend whose hatred of others had driven her into a frenzy. Obviously, the other servants thought so too, for they stared after the clumsily stumbling woman with mouths agape. Though the shrew's arms flailed wildly about in an attempt to halt her forward momentum, the farther she progressed across the kitchen, the lower her head descended. A moment later, she was scrubbing the stone floor with her nose and the side of her face.
"What is going on in here?"
Thurston barked upon stalking into the oversized room. Blood was now gushing profusely from the woman's nose and mouth, prompting him to snatch a towel from a nearby table and press it tightly against the nose that had been scraped raw and even now bore a dark purplish hue.
"Who did this to you, Mordea?"
Raising a flabby arm, the cook pointed toward Abrielle accusingly.
"'Twas that haughty bitch. She laid me low, that she did."
Thurston glanced around with a thunderous scowl and found himself gazing into the pointed stare of the keep's new mistress.
"My lady,
Never mind what you may have to say about this matter," Abrielle interrupted. "I want that woman gone from here ere the hour is out." Thurston spared Mordea a scowl before he looked back to Abrielle.
"My lady, the squire brought her here shortly after acquiring the keep. She is the best cook we have on the premises."
Abrielle was wont to challenge that particular statement. "Nevertheless, I want her gone. I will not be attacked by a hireling in my own keep." She flung out an arm to indicate the nearest door. "You've been given orders. Now comply with my command and send Mordea on her way." In a sharp manner of dismissal, Abrielle turned to face the other servants, bidding them to carry out her earlier directive by loading the cart and taking the food across the bridge for the other serfs. They seemed eager to comply and were wont to nudge one another and grin as they gathered up the fare. It was not unlikely that Mordea had made their labours in the kitchen one very long and grievous ordeal. Upon glancing over her shoulder, Abrielle was surprised to find Thurston helping Mordea from the kitchen. As Abrielle overheard the crone chiding him, she realised Mordea knew more about him than any of the other servants who had recently been living under his authority, and she was struck with suspicion.
"If me poor mother were alive, she wouldn't have stood for this foul abuse. She'd have struck that chit down with nary a thought for the cost. To be sure, she'd have bloodied this whole keep from end to end so they'd long remember her."
"Shh!" Thurston urged impatiently.
"What? You don't want that bitch knowing how you're almost kin to me?"
Thurston met Abrielle's shocked gaze.
"Mordea, do not—"
"Aye, Desmond de Marley be me own brother,"
the old woman wailed.
"But for different mothers, ye too could have been me nephew, Thurston de Marley, so don't ye be thinking you're mightier than me."
When they had left the kitchen, Abrielle felt a chill, knowing that the sister of Desmond, a man suspected of so many murders, had been feeding them. She went out into the autumn sunshine, trying to wipe away the feeling of so much evil. Some moments later, upon joining the kitchen staff that she had sent across the creek to deliver the food to the serfs' compound, Abrielle suffered something of a shock when she found Raven there also. He was standing with a group of men all the way to the far side of the large room, and yet, as if drawn by some power far greater than her will, her gaze instantly honed in on him among all others. She ought to be accustomed to it by now, but still her heart clenched and quickened at the sight of his broad shoulders and proud bearing. For once, his full attention appeared riveted elsewhere, and in spite of how pleasing he was to look upon, Abrielle found herself curious to see what, besides her, he found so entertaining. She followed his gaze to where Cedric, the laird, held a toddler upon his knee as he told a fanciful story of a hungry fox chasing after a rabbit and being tricked at every turn. Other children surrounded him on all sides, and the elder's clever wit easily evoked delighted giggles from his young audience. They were clearly enthralled with the voices of his various characters, for which he seemed to have a rare talent. It soon became obvious to Abrielle that the witty laird took as much pleasure in the children and their responses as they relished the storyteller in his humorous tales. Much to everyone's delight, the rabbit escaped the fox, and the latter had to content himself catching a stringy old rat for sustenance. The serfs were now less hesitant about coming forward to greet her. Indeed, they seemed eager to express their appreciation for what she was doing as the new mistress of the keep. Remembering how wary the young mother had seemed in Thurston's presence, Abrielle was wont to suspect that the change in their behaviour had much to do with his absence. From his carefully chosen vantage point opposite the entrance, Raven was aware of Abrielle the instant she arrived. Since she'd so oft protested his watching her, he decided to appear not to take notice this time, and see if she liked that better. 'Twas not an easy ruse to execute. He kept busy, pitching in wherever he saw need, hoisting a heavy crock or carrying away baskets, which were emptied almost before they were taken off the cart. As fiercely as he longed to be near Abrielle, on this day he found a special pleasure in watching her from afar, and truthfully was more deeply moved by the sight of her rising to her new status as mistress of the keep than ever he'd been watching her twirl around the dance floor in her lace and baubles. With her sleeves pushed high and curls pinned back, she worked alongside the kitchen staff to distribute the trenchers of food which, he knew, she'd personally gone to some trouble to have sent there. As a whole, the serfs eagerly accepted all that was offered, expressing their gratitude time and again. Abrielle met their effusive thanks with a smile so warm and joyful, one would think it was them doing her the favour. Raven saw tears flow as grateful parents watched their offspring satisfy their hunger, rather than being forced to endure a gnawing burning in their stomachs so intense that even sleep failed to provide them with an escape from the torment. He'd noted the serf's sorry lot right away. Now here they were, being nurtured by someone whose empathy toward them became obvious as soon as she assumed authority. It was no wonder their eyes grew misty, and they sought to squeeze or kiss their mistress's hand as they offered their fervent gratitude for what she was doing for them. It lifted his heart to see those who had been obliged to bear the brunt of the squire's insensitivity and stingy authority for so long, being treated with such kindness and generosity. And it filled him with pride. Pride that was, to be fair, not yet his to claim. That Abrielle was the woman responsible. Raven could be a patient man, especially when patience was part of a campaign that would lead to victory, oft to the frustration of those with whom he dealt, as an emissary to King David. They would prefer he act recklessly or on impulse and thus give them an advantage, but that reputation was being sorely tested there in the serfs' compound, and very shortly after they'd appeased their hunger, he found an opportunity to approach the lady of the keep. She sat by the fire with a few of the younger children, and it did not please him to see her winsome smile give way to a look of wariness and resignation at his approach. Though it be a matter of pride, he wasn't used to a woman so distrusting him. He dared to hope his assistance the night of her husband's death would forge a bond between them. Instead, it seemed to have pushed the two of them even further apart. He sat down beside her, focused on not making any sudden moves. As ridiculous as it sounded, there was no denying that the slow, gentling approach worked miracles with skittish animals all the time. "'Tis a good thing you're doing with these people," he told her quietly. Her smile was reserved for the little girl in her lap, who was nestled to her bosom contentedly sucking her thumb. "'Tis the right thing, therefore easy to do. You seem to be a born leader. Is that because you're your mother's only child?" She nodded, seemed about to speak, and then simply pressed her lips together. Abrielle was upset with herself that she'd almost shared Elspeth's good news as if Raven were a friend. "I am my father's only child as well," he continued. "So that is something we have in common." She slanted him a polite look and shrugged her delicate shoulders. "Yes, indeed. He taught me everything I know, from sword fighting to diplomacy, and taught me well." "I can see that. So well you still travel with him as if you need a keeper." He winced, glad the children couldn't detect her sarcasm. "You've pierced me, lass." "Forgive me," she begged with feigned dismay. "I'd no idea the truth would be so painful for you." Their gazes collided with an impact that made her eyes widen and brought a look of shock and panic to her face. Raven knew exactly what caused her to react so. She'd suddenly remembered the truth only the two of them shared about the role in the squire's death. And just as swiftly and surely he understood why, instead of binding them together, that night figured strongly in her suspicion and distrust of him. Softly he tried to reassure her. "'Tis true enough that some truths would only spread pain were they known by all. Ye have me word, my lady. Honour bound. I would never speak them." He rose without another word and walked away. The knowledge he'd gained in this skirmish, of value in his campaign to win her. For win her, he would. After making her departure from the compound, Abrielle had already begun crossing the narrow bridge over the stream when she caught sight of Thurston, escorting Mordea to a horse-drawn cart an elderly serf had pulled to a halt before the drawbridge of the keep. A troop of at least 20 mounted men waited nearby. "Thurston, you will see that she never returns to this keep again." He nodded. "And I will see that your property, namely the horse and cart, are returned to you by the morrow." "Are you taking your leave, without even the courtesy of giving me notice?" "I did not think you wished me to stay." If he thought she would correct that impression, he was wrong. "Good day, my lady," he said stiffly, before mounting and riding off with his men. But Abrielle couldn't help wondering if she'd truly seen the last of the pair. At supper that evening, Abrielle's suitors began to grow bolder. She was whisked from one to the next, whether it be for a dance or a conversation consisting mainly of one-sided boasting, and as always, she could count on Raven being nearby. Even if his eyes were not on her every moment, she was more certain than ever that his awareness of her was absolute. At last she was able to plead exhaustion and escape the great hall. But before she could reach her door, she was approached by Sir Colbert, one of the Norman knights who yet lingered, hoping to win her favour. "Lady Abrielle!" he called, gasping as if he'd been breathing hard. "Sir Colbert, what is it?" "I was out walking this evening, and I heard crying by the serfs' cottages." "Crying?" "One of the children is ill. Do you know the art of healing?" "I do. Just let me get my cache of herbs." Though he opened his mouth to speak, she had already hurried down the corridor. When Nedda had moved her to the master's chambers, she had transferred all of Abrielle's things, and it was easy enough to find the little leather bag. She ran back to the corridor to find Sir Colbert looking both ways, then giving a start and nodding at her with encouragement. "Come, my lady. I know the door that leads out through the ladies' garden. It will be much quicker to reach the village." Abrielle followed him gratefully, already worried about which little child could be ill. They were all in such a weakened state from lack of nourishment. She wasn't paying attention to which corridors Sir Colbert took, but at last she heard him unbolt a door and smelled the fresh, wet earthiness of the garden. She rushed out ahead of him, taking the garden paths quickly, her only goal to get beyond the half-wall fence, past the high walls of the castle and over to the bridge leading across the moat. Several soldiers on guard watched her curiously, but none interceded. She was almost to the stream when Sir Colbert cried, "My lady!" When she turned to face him, she found him suddenly too close. He bent over and scooped her, stomach first, onto his shoulder. She cried out in surprise, and then was jarred awkwardly as he began to run. "Put me down!" "My horse is right here, my lady. We will reach the village much faster." His shoulder slammed hard into her stomach, knocking the wind from her. Abrielle knew he had no intention of heading to the village. He'd lied simply to get her away, to get her alone, where she'd be helpless against him, and all it would take was one night of rape and she'd be forced to marry him, regardless of his cruelty. It was her worst nightmare coming true. When she kicked him, he held her legs down. When she slapped and punched his back, he accepted it, as if she could do him no harm. She opened her mouth for a loud shriek, only to hear him say, "Do not scream, or my man will be forced to harm your maidservant." Nedda, she thought wildly, had they taken her from Abrielle's bedchamber so she wouldn't alert the keep about her mistress's disappearance?
"Is this the man you refer to?"
inquired a calm, deep voice that Abrielle recognized instantly. Raven was rescuing her once again, eliciting two warring feelings from her, as she wanted both to cry and to cheer. Sir Colbert stumbled to a halt, and she heard the faint cry of another man who she surmised was lying at Raven's feet.
"I fear this man willna be of much help,"
Raven continued, his amusement obvious and oddly reassuring.
"'Tis a shame you didna think this through more carefully. I want the lass at least as much as ye do, so why would I let her out of my sight?"
Colbert suddenly made his move, flinging Abrielle off so that she landed in a heap in Raven's arms. As she struggled to untangle herself, Colbert grabbed up his friend and practically tossed him over the horse's back, and vaulted up behind him. The sound of hoofbeats faded away. At last, Abrielle straightened and pushed away from Raven a bit too forcefully. He only smiled.
"You're welcome."
"You have my thanks," she added, again. And as he looked down at her in the moonlight, his smile faded, and the intensity in his eyes took her by surprise.
"You look touched by fairy dust, lass," he whispered hoarsely.
Unable to face the dangerous weakness he inspired in her, she turned and hurried back the way she'd come. She heard him chuckle, knew he followed her, but she didn't stop until she was all the way back in the corridor outside her own bedchamber. She peeked inside and, to her relief, saw Nedda dozing in a chair by the fire, reassuring herself that at least Colbert had lied about that. She then returned to the corridor and knocked on her parents' door. Raven waited patiently, as it was answered by Vachel, who stared at Abrielle, and then at the Scotsman in surprise. She strode past her stepfather and shut the door in Raven's face. "Abrielle!" her mother cried with disapproval, coming forward as she tightened her robe. "'Tis fine. He understands," Abrielle said wearily, sinking onto a stool. And then she told them everything that had happened. What she did not say was how empty and sick she felt inside, knowing that Sir Colbert hadn't even bothered to converse with her to court her in the usual way, as if she weren't even worth the attempt. "I cannot allow this to go on," Vachel finally said, coming to a stop and giving them both a sombre frown. "Colbert may not have meant to actually harm you, but the next cur might be desperate should you refuse him. Abrielle, you have to marry soon, or you will remain in danger." "But, Vachel, I have met no one who appeals to me. You know I wish to choose my own husband. And she certainly doesn't want to live with an armed escort everywhere she goes," Elspeth added. "Why do we not just send every eligible man away?" Abrielle said brightly. "I could live in peace for at least a while." "And have eager swains besieging the castle?" Vachel demanded. "I think not. I have conceived of an idea to have this all done quickly. We will host a tournament, where all the noble young men gather to show off their skills and to win your favour." "But we've just sent many of them away," Abrielle said plaintively. "Now we want them all back?" "We do, but only the right men, of course. The tournament participants will be here for several days, and at the end of it you will have met enough men to make your decision." "Several days?" Elspeth said. "We'll invite the families of these young men as well. You'll have more recommendations than you'll know what to do with. You'll be able to discover the character of every man you're considering." Abrielle sighed. "I agree. This needs to be finished." Vachel rubbed his hands together. "It'll begin in 3 days. 3 days? Elspeth echoed, already imagining trying to find a new cook on such short notice. 3 days? Abrielle echoed, wondering if her stepfather had gone mad. How will we accomplish this? We'll send out heralds today. Keeping the tournament so close will encourage only northern lords to attend.
You certainly do not want a husband who's only lived on the Channel, with no idea how to deal with the Scots."
"And speaking of the Scots," Elspeth began, looking at her daughter. Abrielle slumped back on the bed. "Raven will compete for me. As hard as any of them. He'll win another purse, just as he did in the hunt."
"Perhaps we should offer more than a purse to the winner," her stepfather said, with a crafty look in his eye. "It will encourage competition."
Abrielle winced. "I'm afraid to ask your meaning."
"Perhaps the knight will win a kiss."
On the day before the tournament, the surrounding roads were filled with travelling companies approaching the castle. Children of visiting families raced through the courtyard, chased by nurses, and Abrielle dared to imagine a day when they would be her children. And she found within herself the strength to dare to dream that somewhere within these walls she would at last find the man who would be a true husband to her, with whom she would share a love everlasting. In the great hall that night, a feast was served that surpassed the expectations of everyone in attendance. Elspeth shared a triumphant smile with her daughter, who was caught up in the excitement and energy of a large, happy crowd. After the meal, Abrielle found herself the focus of many of the knights, all of whom wanted a token of hers to take into the mêlée on the morrow. Abrielle was dancing with a pleasant young man, who kept stepping on her toes in his eagerness, when the great double doors to the hall were thrown back. A gust of wind shivered the candle flames, and silence spread as all turned to see who was making such a late entrance. Thurston de Marley led a contingent of knights a score strong from his own manor. Abrielle excused herself from her disappointed partner to go in search of her stepfather, whom she found sharing tankards of ale before the hearth with Cedric Seaburn. Cedric bowed to her, even as her stepfather searched her face and demanded,
"What is wrong, Abrielle?"
"Did you not just see who's just arrived?" she asked, sweeping a hand toward Thurston.
Vachel grimaced. "I did, but I could not bar his entrance. Not when he was Desmond's nephew, and well respected throughout the north. He has every right to be here."
She almost ran into Raven in her haste to stay away from Thurston. The place was overrun by men she'd prefer to avoid, she thought, as he caught her by the elbows. It came as no surprise that, in her usual fashion, she was putting on a brave front, looking from Raven's face to his hands on her arms, and back to his face again. He released her, giving an unapologetic grin, even as his admiration deepened.
"My lady, you're the centre of attention for every man present, whether you want to be or no."
She rolled her eyes. "At present, I'd be ridiculously content if only you did not make me your centre of attention. Surely there are beautiful maidens here for you to peruse."
"But none shines as brightly as ye," he murmured, his gaze softening without losing any of its wry amusement.
He watched her blush, and was thankful for her smooth, fair skin. The colour in her cheeks, or sudden loss of it, along with whatever shone or flickered in her sweet eyes, provided some insight into her true feelings, allowing him to see that she was not at all indifferent to him, no matter what she tried to make him and herself believe. By mid-morning, when the sun peeked out of an overcast sky, Abrielle shaded her eyes and found herself looking for Raven. She sat in stands built for the occasion, running along the main field of the mêlée. But since there were no boundaries, only some of the battles were fought before her, while others were chased through the countryside only to disappear within woodland. Abrielle tried to pretend disinterest, but watched avidly as several horsemen came thundering out of the trees. Raven was in the lead, but then Abrielle realized that he was being chased by 4 knights. Others blocked his path, and as he wheeled his horse about, one knight's lance struck him a glancing blow across his hauberk, flinging him from the saddle. The crowd gasped and rose as one, and Abrielle knew many were hoping to see Raven captured, his tournament at an end. But he rolled to his feet and unsheathed his sword in one motion. While mounted knights milled around him, he fought savagely, parrying their sword thrusts, slashing toward their horses, until they were forced to retreat one at a time or risk losing their mounts, or their own legs, At last, one knight fell as he attempted to escape Raven's sword, and Raven snatched up the man's reins and vaulted into the saddle. To Abrielle's surprise, there were people in the stands who cheered his triumph and display of courage. Without thinking, she was on her feet, laughing and cheering with them. She told herself it was simply good manners. If she did not participate wholeheartedly in her own tournament, how could she expect anyone else to? Admiring Raven's skill on the field was not the same as approving of him, no matter what the swift and too frantic beating of her foolish heart might suggest. "Have you seen Thurston?" she asked her stepfather when the combatants had again disappeared into the trees. Vachel hadn't, but later in the afternoon, when the sun began to set and the knights were close to exhaustion, Thurston and several of his men rode onto the field, their helms undented, no blood seeping from beneath their chainmail. "Vachel," Abrielle said, "do they look refreshed to you? Perhaps they have been taking advantage of a refuge to rest." Vachel shook his head. "It is a trick some use in tournaments to wait until most of the field is spent, and then gallop on and defeat your opponents. It is a legal maneuver, but not very honourable." "Thurston and his men are targeting Raven," Elspeth said, clutching Abrielle's sleeve. Raven had been riding away, leading a captured knight from the field, when Thurston and his men surrounded him. Raven proceeded to defend his captive from being taken, all while unhorsing several of Thurston's men. Though Thurston himself struck several blows across Raven's shield and helm, he did not make the attempt to challenge Raven alone. One knight raced at Raven from behind, and the crowd gasped and rose to its feet when the knight's sword was raised high. At the last moment, Raven sensed the attack and met it with his shield. The knight fell hard from his horse and lay still, heaped awkwardly on the trampled earth. At that moment, the horn sounded an end to the tournament. From her place in the stands, Abrielle was not conscious of how frantically worried she had been that something would happen to Raven until that instant, when the breath she'd been holding whooshed out of her and she felt her palms sting where the nails of her clenched fingers had dug small half-moons. Someone brought a healer onto the field, and the knights withdrew to count their winnings. Only Raven remained, standing with shoulders squared, his long hair waving about his shoulders like a victory flag as he waited to see how his opponent had fared. At last, they carried the fallen knight off the field, removing his helm as they did, and Abrielle saw it was Sir Colbert. As they passed before her, she could see him stir and was relieved. In spite of the fact that he had attacked Raven from behind and then fallen, she knew the melee could have degenerated into a real battle if he died. In the stands, Vachel and the older men gathered together and spoke in quiet tones, deciding the champion of the tournament. It wasn't long before he nodded, turned to face the crowd, and lifted his hands for the attention of the spectators. Knights walked or limped, or helped one another as they assembled to hear Vachel speak. "Good people, we give thanks that no one was killed today, nor were there any injuries more serious than broken bones. My fellow judges and I have given much thought to our selection for the best knight of the tournament, but in the end, our decision was almost unanimous. For taking 12 men hostage, defending them against others, and generously sharing his winnings with his teammates, we award the top purse to Raven Seaburn." Abrielle was not at all surprised, or sorry, to hear Raven proclaimed the victor. He deserved the honour. She was a bit surprised, however, when several dozen people cheered him, and she assumed it was due to his unexpected generosity. Whether buying their goodwill or attempting to ease hard feelings, it didn't matter. She searched the crowd and found him with his father. As the laird helped remove his chainmail hauberk, she saw bloodstains on the padded gambeson he wore beneath and winced silently. The blows he took must have been powerful indeed to do such damage, and when he lifted his head, she saw a gash streaming blood on his cheek, where his visor must have cut him. Once free of the heavy mail, he stood, and judging from the exhaustion evident in his slow movements, she realized he was being driven by fierce pride alone. As he came forward for his purse, he did not limp or falter. Vachel grinned as he handed over a clinking purse, and there was some polite applause as well as the usual angry murmurs. Then, one by one, people began to look expectantly at Abrielle, and she remembered that she too played a part in his reward. How could she have forgotten about the kiss? And how could she have ever agreed to it in the first place? Too late, she realized that she ought to have known Raven would be the winner, and that it would come down to this moment. She needed to think, and to endeavour to gather her wits about her. She needed to steady her pulse and steel her heart. She needed time, and she had none. That was made dangerously clear when Raven stopped before her and executed a sweeping bow that somehow managed to be chivalrous and mocking at once.
"My lady,"
he said. Abrielle bowed her head. If he wanted to play at being gracious, she would oblige. "Sir, your performance today was spectacular. Your skill with a sword, and as a horseman no less than dazzling. Would that I could offer a prize more befitting your deeds."
"Would that I could pluck the stars from the sky to rival your beauty," he replied, his voice pitched low. "'Twould be the only deed near deserving of the prize ye do offer."
To her chagrin, Abrielle found that she was unable to speak, or breathe, or look away. Damn him for the way he could so easily turn her composure to melted butter. It was unnerving enough when they were not being watched by scores of chuckling onlookers. This was impossible. And then, as quickly as he'd rattled her, he saved her. It was another thing at which the man had proven himself to be so very irritatingly adept.
"Truth, 'tis this very prize that sustained me these long hours, and I would not rush the claiming, or subject you to the dirt and stench I carried from the field. I beg your indulgence. Allow me to bathe and change, for I would not want to converse with you under these conditions."
"Converse?" somebody called, while others laughed. Abrielle nodded agreement, grateful for any delay. But even as she began to relax, she could not stop looking at the ugly cut high on his cheek. It was still oozing blood, and without thinking she blurted, "Sir Raven, allow me to stitch the wound on your face. You may accompany me to the Lady Sola."
"I should bathe."
"Think you I have not smelled a man who's done a day's work?" People around them laughed. "The wound needs to be cleansed," she finished. To her surprise, he offered,
"I could go to the healer's tent."
Vachel smiled and put an arm around his shoulders. "And wait to be attended when you are our champion? Nonsense. Abrielle is a skilled healer herself." And so Abrielle found herself walking up to the castle at Raven's side. She could feel the heat of his exertions still steaming his body. His face ran with perspiration, and his dark hair was wet with it. She thought she detected him favouring his right leg, but said nothing, her woman's instinct warning that he was far too proud to admit to it, especially to her. The knowledge of his fierce pride and strength warmed her in a deep and unfamiliar manner.
"Where would you like me to sit?"
Raven asked. "You may sit on the bench by the fire," she told him finally, using her most no-nonsense tone. "And if it doesn't pain you too much, you might swing the cauldron over the flames. There is already water inside." He did as she asked, and then began to unlace his gambeson. "What are you doing?" she demanded. He peered at her over the collar, his dark brows raised.
"Did you nae say you would treat my wounds?"
She nodded at him, somewhat confused by his question.
"You would prefer to tend them through my garments?"
he inquired, eyeing her soberly, as if that were a perfectly acceptable choice. "Nay, I thought... I'm sorry. Of course you must remove your garment." He began to do so and winced. "You need help. she observed, starting toward him without pausing to think.
"Mayhap,"
he agreed.
"I could send for my squire. I can manage the unlacing, but the thing is stiff with blood in places and difficult to lift over my head."
Abrielle bit her lip and weighed the awkwardness of undressing him against the risk of spending more time alone with him, sweaty and half-dressed, as they waited for his squire to be summoned and arrive. "No need," she said, deciding in favour of haste in the matter. "Since I am already here, I can help in your squire's stead." She endeavoured to sound brusque and efficient, rather than reveal her true state, which was one of fear, apprehension, and, she had to admit to herself, excitement. She didn't want to be alone with him like this, helping him disrobe, feeling all shaky and strange inside. She moved only close enough to touch him with outstretched arms, but he swung round, cutting that cautious distance in half as he lifted his arms over his head. Grasping the bottom edge of the loosened gambeson, she tugged upward.
"Ouch!"
It was far more bark than whimper, but more than enough to cause Abrielle to stop the moment the word was uttered.
"I think,"
he said, sidling even closer, close enough for her to feel his breath on her neck when he gazed up at her,
"that 'tis best we do this very, very slowly."
As innocent as she was, Abrielle was woman enough to deduce that the sudden heaviness of his breathing was not due to pain alone. He was as disturbed by their nearness as she was. She heard it in his rough-edged burr, and saw it in the heat in his eyes. She felt his arms come around her hips, and stiffened, pushing against his shoulders. "What are you doing?" she demanded, bothered by how breathless her voice sounded.
"I'm about my prize now."
"But it should have been given in public, where all can see that I fulfilled my part of the bargain."
"Worry not, lass. They'll assume I took my kiss in private."
Swooping an arm around her shoulders, he lifted her up and laid her across his lap, as his open mouth plummeted down upon hers. Overcome and overwhelmed, answering his kiss with all the passion she was capable of exhibiting, Abrielle yielded to the intrusion of his tongue, welcoming it tentatively with her own, before their passions intensified to a flaming fire that burned within them. She became as hungry for him as he was for her, and found herself clinging to him as if they were the only couple in the world. She felt compelled to press close against him as her exploring fingers stroked over his back. Raven had known that she would be passionate. His fear was that after all her denials she would not be capable of feeling it for him. She tasted of the sweetest strawberries, all warm and moist, making him think of pressing for more than just a kiss. Suddenly Abrielle gasped and scrambled off his lap, her breasts rising and falling as she struggled to breathe. That was cruel and unfair."
"How so?" he countered. "Ye freely offered a kiss to the winner, and I always win."
His blue eyes were now darker than ever, the colour seemingly taken from the most tempestuous of ocean waters. She cursed herself for having fallen, however briefly, under his spell. "'Twould serve you well to remember that always is a long time. You'd be wise not to take my lapse in good sense here today as a sign. I will never marry you, for I cannot trust you. Count yourself fortunate to have won the tournament purse, because you'll never have my possessions. You'll never have me." She turned her back on him and ran. Over the next 2 days, the castle once again emptied of visitors, and Abrielle avoided the question of choosing her husband. She knew her mother and Vachel were being patient with her, a kindness she truly appreciated. She made lists of names, and wrote down the reasons each man would make a good husband, but every time she thought of exchanging a wedding kiss, she saw herself in Raven's arms. Sleep came with difficulty, and on the third night, she thought she would be exhausted enough to finally sleep until dawn. But in the wee hours of the morning, she came slowly awake, hearing a muted weeping, interspersed with cries of pain drifting from the corridor just outside her chambers. A sudden fear that some sort of tragedy had happened, and that her mother was at her door needing to speak with her, sent a cold chill shivering down her spine. Desmond's fall down the stairs was too fresh in her mind to imagine that such a thing couldn't happen again, perhaps even to one she fervently loved. Frantic to learn who was weeping and what had prompted it, she struck sparks against the flint to light several tapers in the candelabrum beside her bed before slipping a robe over her nightgown. Upon snatching up the fixture, she held it aloft to light her way as she hurried into the antechamber. For the sake of caution, she pressed an ear against the door, but all seemed quiet, at least for the moment. "Who is out there?" she queried. "Milady, don't open—" Recognizing her maidservant's voice, she set aside the candle holder and then paused as she heard what sounded like a slap, followed by a muted groan. Abrielle's hackle stood up, for it seemed evident that some brutish knave was cuffing Nedda about. Appalled, she lifted the oak plank from its niches, and after hurriedly setting it aside, snatched the portal open. Her eyes immediately fell on Nedda, who was garbed in a robe and nightgown. At the moment, the woman was lying on her side on the floor. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth and across her cheek. Standing behind the woman was an enormous oaf whose face was badly scarred and heavily bearded. An intensely foul odour drew her gaze askance. A startled gasp was wrenched from her as she espied a shorter, somewhat wider version of the huge lummox who towered over Nedda, pressed against the wall beside her door. Like his companion, his grey streaked hair was so wild and woolly that it was impossible to tell where his hair ended and his facial bush began. For barely an instant, he grinned at her with rotting teeth fully in evidence, and then, as she whirled about in a frantic effort to return to her chambers, he leapt forward to seize her. Retreating with a startled gasp, Abrielle sought to slam the door in the brigand's face, but he pushed it in with such force that she was sent stumbling across the antechamber. Crashing into a chest near her bedchamber door, she experienced a sudden sharp pain as her head hit the stone wall behind it, nearly knocking her senseless. Stunned, she slithered over the top of the chest, past its decorated doors, and finally came to rest on the rug. From there, she peered as if through a long tunnel at the short, rotund beast who sauntered near. Leaning his head aslant to align his face with hers, the man grinned at her in obvious amusement.
"Me name's Forden, if ye be wondering."
He threw a thumb over his shoulder to indicate the larger oaf standing over Nedda.
"That's Dunstan."
In the hall beyond the open doorway, she saw the taller oaf, Dunstan, grasp Nedda by her nightcap-covered hair and with one hand haul her to the tips of her toes. With an amused chortle, he sent the servant whirling into the antechamber where, after several rotations, she fell into her mistress. Abrielle had been making every effort to get to her feet in spite of the fact that her senses had been knocked badly askew. Once again she was sent sprawling, this time in a crumpled heap beneath Nedda. Frustrated, bruised, and seething with rage, Abrielle waited as the servant extricated herself and finally reclaimed some measure of her sorely bruised wits as she sat upright against the chest again, whence she glared at the two brutes who grinned back at them. Abrielle extricated her hand from her tangled clothing and wiped the back of it across her bruised mouth, but paused at the moisture she felt. Glancing down, she found her knuckles smeared with blood. Nedda readily tore a strip from the hem of her own nightgown and folded it over several times. In spite of being badly bruised from the beating she had received at the hands of Dunstan, she pressed it firmly against her mistress's lip in an effort to stem the bleeding. Tossing a glare toward the oafs, the servant curled her lips in rampant disdain as she gave the men a scathing perusal.
You vile brute. You both ought to be hanged.
Forden chortled. Instead, we're being paid to take you both for a little ride.
Abrielle and Nedda looked at each other, warily, evoking another laugh from Forden, who was obviously enjoying their subjugation. "What do you want from us?" Abrielle demanded abruptly.
You'll find out soon enough, Forden replied.
He leaned down to smirk at Abrielle.
Nah, you'd best be minding your manners, milady, or else I'll be clobbering you real hard. And who's to say one as grand as yourself will be surviving such a beating?
Chuckling malevolently, he shrugged his fat, sloping shoulders.
I'm thinking maybe not.
Casting a glance toward his companion, Forden jerked his head to indicate Abrielle.
Tie this one up good and proper. The maid can tote their belongings to the cart. If needs be, we'll cut off her fingers and send them back as a warning to this one's folks.
Having evoked a startled gasp from the servant, he leered down at her, and then promptly threw her upon the bed.
Her kin'll likely be eager to stop us before we hack the rest of the hag into tiny pieces.
Dunstan laughed.
That'll scare 'em all right.
I'm going down now to see if milady's carriage is awaiting her,
Forden announced with a chortle. In Forden's absence, Abrielle found herself facing the towering boar. At his approach, she kicked at him and struggled frantically.
If you wants to go on breathing, milady, you'll be needing to behave yourself,
he snarled, thrusting a pillow over her face and holding it down until she was forced to give up her struggles.
That's more like a lady should be behaving herself. Now do what I says, or I'll be laying me fist so hard into your face you'll be seeing only the backs of your eyelids for some time to come.
Abrielle found herself shoved face down upon the bed and her wrists clasped in an oversized hand. She sought to thwart the man's efforts, but he braced a heavy knee in the middle of her back and held her down as he bound her wrists and ankles. At last, he caught her arm and hauled her to her feet. Tied as tightly as she was, she had little choice but to stand submissively as he wrapped a quilt about her and pushed a dirty rag in her mouth. Leather cords were then wound several times around the quilt, securing it over her torso. Trussed up much in the manner of a plucked goose for a roasting, Abrielle was tossed back upon the bed, where she was forced to wait in apprehension. However, it wasn't long before she realized her bonds weren't nearly as tight as the man had likely meant them to be, giving her some reason to hope. Nedda was instructed to pack a small satchel of warm clothing, slippers, and necessities for her mistress, and another for herself. Upon Forden's return, Abrielle was swept from the bed and flung over the brawny shoulder of the taller brigand. Nedda followed closely behind, forced to carry the satchels. Abrielle was dumped into a cart that awaited them, causing her to wince in pain, in spite of the quilt that had been tied around her. Next, Nedda emerged, and was instructed to toss their satchels of clothing into the cart before climbing in. She was then bound and gagged in much the same manner as her mistress. Dunstan and Forden returned briefly to the interior to retrieve the tallow lanterns and, upon emerging from the keep, tucked them into the end of the cart, whereupon they mounted a pair of shaggy steeds. A third man emerged from the postern door with a pair of pillows and quilts that he tossed into the cart before closing the door. He proved solicitous enough to tuck the pillows beneath the women's heads before covering them with a quilt. Upon freeing the horse, he climbed into the driver's seat and slapped the reins, setting the cart into motion. As his two companions set off down the narrow lane meandering away from the keep, he followed. Abrielle grimly wondered if she would ever see her family again. She tried to find comfort in picturing their faces and reminding herself how worried they would be when they discovered her gone, and how they would spare nothing to find her and bring her home safely. But as time passed and the uncomfortable journey wound on, their beloved images faded to make room for another. This one with deep blue eyes, high, sharp cheekbones, and a haunting smile. He would not be smiling when he heard the news of her abduction. Imagining how he would react made her shiver, and gave her courage. Whatever else he was, at this blackest of moments, Raven was a strong, unwavering gleam of hope for her to cling to in the darkness. Gathering clouds drifted over the moon and stars, leaving Abrielle much perplexed by the direction in which they were journeying. What vexed her even more was the potential brevity of their lives should they fail to find a way to escape. Considering the several layers in which she was now bound, it was difficult to imagine they would be able to escape their captors before they reached their destination. Though it required an equal measure of unrelenting persistence and stubborn tenacity, Abrielle and Nedda finally managed to slip their wrists out of their cords, making them both grateful for the carelessness of the huge oaf who had tied them. Abrielle wiggled around to face her servant, and pressed a single finger across her own cloth-bound lips, warning her companion to remain silent. A nod sufficed as assurance that Nedda understood. Abrielle then slid her arms within her enveloping quilt, and upon grasping her nightgown, drew it up until she could reach the hem, whereupon she began tearing off narrow strips from the bottom. The blanket sufficed to muffle the rending of the cloth, but when the driver peered over his shoulder and canted his head in some bemusement, as if trying to determine what he was hearing, Nedda began to feign low snores underneath the edge of the quilt, issuing a contemptuous snort. The man faced forward again. Moments later, the first lace-trimmed scrap fluttered over the side of the cart. Another plainer piece, supplied by Nedda, was tossed out a short time later. Hopefully, their rescuers would realize the tattered pieces were being left as a guide to their destination. By the time the cart was drawn to a halt in front of a ramshackle cottage at midday, both women's nightgowns had been shortened well above their ankles, yet their robes would be long enough to hide their newly tattered condition. Abrielle and Nedda quickly bound each other's wrists. The men seemed oblivious to the trail that had been left, for the women were laid over the shoulders of their original captors and carried forthwith into the decrepit structure. Sometime in the past, the cottage's tiny windows had been boarded up by wooden slats, most of which now hung askew, allowing wedges of light from the midday sun to penetrate the narrow cracks. The last vestiges of stiff animal hides hung from nails driven into the upper corners. It seemed doubtful they would suffice to keep out the cold breezes that were even now whipping around the cottage. Carried into the adjoining room, Abrielle and Nedda were dumped in turn upon two narrow, rough-hewn beds upon which rank-smelling, straw-filled pallets lay partially askew on the stiff, aged webbing that years ago had been woven in and out between the bed frames. After being supplied with their bundles of clothing, the women were released from their restraints and told to remain in the room until later. Otherwise, if any unusual movement were detected, leading their captors to suspect that they were trying to escape, they would be tied to their beds. Then they stomped through the door and joined their companion in the next room. Although Abrielle knew that she and her servant lacked the strength and stamina to defeat their captor's evil purposes and win the day against such overwhelming odds, she refused to yield the battle without a show of resistance. Upon dragging a ragged quilt from one of the narrow cots, she stuffed it tightly against the bottom of the door as a temporary barrier, should the men be tempted to invade their quarters.
"What do you think they'll be doing to us, mistress?"
Nedda asked in obvious concern. Abrielle heaved a quavering sigh. Thurston de Marley is far more interested in obtaining the wealth and treasures the squire possessed. He might try to accomplish that through forcing me into marriage. She shuddered to think what would happen if she refused to comply. Therefore, I suggest we try to escape before his arrival. I have no doubt he's desperate enough to use whatever form of coercion is needed to get what he wants.
"But how can we defeat those clobber-headed rogues? They're brutes, milady. We wouldn't have any kind of chance of surviving their blows if they start beating on us. And if they intend to guard us day and night, we'll never be able to escape."
Abrielle had to agree with her servant on all counts, yet she was wont to be more hopeful of the outcome. "'Twill only be a matter of time ere my mother realizes that I'm gone, and will urge my stepfather to set out in search of me. If he finds the trail we left, then he will certainly hasten to our rescue along with those he'd rally to accompany him. If no one notices the scraps of clothing we threw out to mark our trail, then we'll likely be left to our own defences.
But we've no weapons or cudgels with which to attack these oafs, or to use in defence of ourselves, milady. And even if we had some club to use to knock their noggins askew, we're only 2 women. How would we be able to get the upper hand whilst battling the likes of such men?
'Tis obvious we must improvise as well as we can with what is available to us, Nedda, Abrielle stated. The poker iron would certainly serve as a weapon for one of us. As for the other... Abrielle glanced around the cramped room, searching for anything that would give them some sort of advantage over their captors. She settled her eyes on the narrow beds, and for a thoughtful moment she considered their crude wooden frames. Then she turned over the nearest one, spilling the filthy bedding to the dirt floor. Wedged fairly close together within the wooden frame were slats, one of which came out after a great deal of determination and tugging. Clasping the makeshift truncheon in hand, Abrielle considered the piece with some measure of pride. This should give those dim-witted buffoons their just due. Glancing aside at her companion, she grinned. Perhaps considerably more than they'll be expecting from a pair of properly mannered women. Nedda, now standing near the fireplace, chortled in sudden glee as she contemplated the poker iron's potential.
Now and then throughout my lifetime, I've been tempted to crack a few manly noggins. This'll be the best chance I ever have.
Abrielle laughed. To be sure, Nedda. No villains seem more deserving of a severe chastening than the ones who abducted us, with the possible exception of the culprit who hired them.
So what you be planning, milady?
We should commence with our attempt to escape, while there are only 3 close at hand. Better that than the 2 of us trying to hold off a small army of villains.
How should we go about taking these brigands by surprise, milady?
Let me tell you my plan, Abrielle said softly. Some time later, the door creaked as Abrielle pulled it slowly inward, the sound claiming the attention of those who were ravenously appeasing their hunger at the rough-hewn table.
"What be you wants, milady?"
Forden asked. Abrielle cleared her throat nervously.
"I'm very thirsty. I would like some water to drink. Shall I come out there to fetch it, or am I to remain a prisoner in this room?"
Dunstan rose from the stool at the far end of the table where he had been gorging himself. After dipping a tin cup into a nearby bucket of water and loudly slurping from it, he ambled towards her with his black-toothed grin. Abrielle realized how easily the task of looking frightened could be accomplished, for she was nearly shaking in her skin. With eyes wide and fearful, she appeared to stumble backward haphazardly, knowing that she and her servant could be bludgeoned to death if their captives were riled. She had no need to pretend that she was wary of the approaching man. Indeed, for a frightening moment, her legs seemed to lose their stability as she retreated farther into the room. Upon reaching the portal, the brutish oaf shouldered the rough-hewn door aside, causing it to bump Nedda, who was standing close behind it. The movement of the plank as it rebounded on its leather hinges seemed so natural that the brigand never even looked back as he reached behind him to push the barrier closed. In the adjoining room, the men exchanged humorous quips about their companions' intentions that dissolved into loud guffaws. As they did, Neva lifted the poker high above her head and brought it down with brutal force upon the burly man's pate, rendering him totally unconscious even before his legs began to buckle beneath him. Between the combined efforts of both women, they managed to lower his huge, slithering form to the dirt floor, where he lay completely oblivious to the world and those within it. Between the 2 of them, they managed to drag the unconscious man behind the bed at the far end of the room. Together, they lifted the cot and placed it over his sprawled form, taking care to adjust the filthy quilts in such a manner as to hide the oaf from those who might be inclined to follow him. Abrielle took a deep breath, feeling as frightened as she had been on her wedding night while awaiting Desmond's entrance into his chambers. Nevertheless, she braced a heavy bed-slat against the wall, where it would be easily accessible should she be required to act in Nedda's defence, or perhaps her own. Launching into her performance, Abrielle cried out, with as much emotion as she could muster.
Please, please don't hurt me!
She ripped her sleeve and then feigned a frightened scream as she ran to the door. Snatching it open, she thrust out a hand as if in desperate appeal and began pleading with the pair who were still ravenously filling their gullets at the table.
Oh, please, please, you must help me. My family will pay handsomely for my safe return.
The driver of the cart chortled as he pushed himself to his feet.
I'll help ye, milady.
Swaggering arrogantly across the room, he began rolling up his sleeves, as if readying himself for a fight with his companion. Shouldering aside the door, he strolled into the room. Once again, Nedda gave the rough wooden barrier a gentle push, sending it swinging closed behind him. In the next instant, the maidservant lifted the heavy poker high above her head and brought it down with mean intent upon yet another manly noggin. The driver's eyes rolled back into his head as his knees gave way beneath him. In total oblivion, he sprawled face down on his stomach. Nedda hit the wall with the poker iron and then sailed a small chair across the room as Abrielle watched in amazement. After creating scuffling sounds with her slippered feet, the imaginative maid collapsed upon the bed with a frail cry. Just as quickly, she rose again with a loud snort and began to thump the thin mattress repeatedly with the weighty iron.
Pritchard? Dunstan?
Forden called out from the adjoining room as he pushed himself hurriedly to his feet, in his haste overturning the heavy bench upon which he had been sitting.
What's happening in there? You'd best not be scuffling over me lady.
Oh, no, please, stop your fighting,
Abrielle cried, doing her best to feign hysteria. She decided a scream would be of timely benefit, and promptly released one that made Nedda clasp her hands over her ears and roll her eyes heavenward, as if praying for some divine reprieve. Abrielle snatched open the door, and from there pleaded as if in fretful anguish,
"Stop them, please! You must do something! They're killing each other!"
Her ploy proved convincing enough to bring the rotund Forden scurrying toward her. Breathing heavily, he waddled across the threshold and then, once inside, paused in sudden confusion as he glanced around for his companions. In the next instant, Nedda delivered the lummox his just due, much as she had done his two cohorts. As he fell, he turned toward her in disbelief, his eyes glazing over, his huge body too close. He fell forward much like a gigantic tree after a sizable wedge had been chopped away from its massive trunk, landing on Nedda. Abrielle screamed as her maid fell beneath the man and lay still.
"Nedda!"
But the dear woman didn't stir. From the chest down she was beneath Forden's unmoving bulk. Abrielle fell to her knees and tried to push the body away, but she could not move it.
Nedda, wake up!
She would never forgive herself if her plan to rescue them had caused the woman's injury. To her horror, she heard the outer door slam open in the next chamber. Had Thurston finally arrived?
Abrielle!
Called a blessedly familiar voice. She stumbled from the inner room shakily and espied Raven striding into the hovel with sword clasped in hand. Her relief made her weak in both her knees and her senses. Advancing in reverse upon his heels, Cedric Seaburn wielded a double-edged axe with proficient ease as he glanced from side to side, wary of any foe who might have been lurking nearby. Considering the various weapons tucked within their belts, it was obvious the pair had come prepared to do battle with a small army of miscreants.
"Oh, thank God!" she cried. "Nedda has been hurt. Please come help me."
Raven followed her, while his father remained on guard at the door. Abrielle fell to her knees and pushed while Raven pulled Forden off Nedda. The maidservant groaned, and her eyelids fluttered. "Water, please," Abrielle said over her shoulder. A moment later, Raven pressed a tin cup into her hand, and she placed it at Nedda's lips. Some dribbled down her chin, but then she began to swallow heartily. Abrielle's relief was almost overpowering.
"Nedda, dear Nedda, what ails you?"
The woman groaned.
"My leg, m'lady. It hurts something fierce."
"It might be broken,"
Raven said solemnly.
Ye need the services of a healer.
You must get me lady back to the keep,
the servant said, between grimly pressed lips.
I'll only slow your progress.
Nedda, we cannot leave you alone, Abrielle cried. Turning to Raven, she asked, Have you men?
They're on the way with your stepfather, but for now 'tis just us.
Cedric appeared in the doorway.
You need to get the women away, lad.
He kicked one of the captors who didn't move.
Who knows when these ones will awaken? Is this all there are?
The brigands were waiting for someone else to arrive. No doubt the man who enlisted their services, Abrielle said, allowing Nedda to squeeze her hand. Although I have no proof as yet, Thurston may well be the culprit. 'Tis my belief that he resented the fact that my agreement with Desmond left me the keep, and most, if not all, the wealth that once belonged to Lord Weldon.
But we canna ken that for sure,
Cedric said.
Any number of young bucks could have taken it into their heads to have you for himself. To that end, I'll remain behind and hide myself well in the forest. When I know the identity of the men behind this terrible deed, I'll meet with Sir Vachel and come to the keep bringing these villains with me.
And I'll remain with thee, Lair Cedric,
Nedda said faintly. But you need healing, Abrielle cried.
And ye need to be safe, milady. I not be in mortal danger. I can wait a few hours.
And I'll make her a comfortable litter while we wait,
Cedric offered.
Let those villains ride in the bumpy cart,
Nedda said, with a faint show of determination.
I have enough bruises from that.
Are you certain? Abrielle said, looking between her maidservant and the two men.
'Tis the best way, milady,
Nedda said kindly.
We'd best be getting these brigands into the cart, lad,
Cedric suggested.
Otherwise, there'll be the devil to pay should we be caught by those yet to come.
As the horse began walking down a lane into the forest, Abrielle looked back at Cedric, who pulled Nedda's litter down from a different path near the cottage and disappeared. She found herself wishing she could have stayed behind. Instead, she was sharing a too-small saddle with Raven Seaburn. Straddling his body with her legs, she felt indecently close to him. To keep their touching as minimal as possible, she was trying not to hold on to him, but she found herself swaying with the movement of the horse and the awkwardness of the two of them together. Raven looked over his shoulder at her.
If you dinna hold on, you'll find yourself on your backside in the dirt.
Gritting her teeth, she clutched the folds of his cloak in her fists.
That's better, lass.
She could still hear the amusement in his voice, and she hated being the source of his humour. She needed a distraction from this strange tension. How did you find us so quickly?
A serf named Seward alerted Sir Vachel after he saw a cart being loaded with quilts and pillows near the back entrance of the keep. He watched to see what they were putting in it, thinking mayhap Mordea was stealing from ye again. Then he saw your maid come out afore being tied up and thrown into the cart. He began to suspect what was in the quilt they'd loaded earlier, and told Sir Vachel what he'd just seen.
I shall personally offer my gratitude and a suitable reward to him for raising up a hue and cry, Abrielle avouched. Nedda and I were afraid no one would even notice we were gone until the morning.
After Seward's news, Sir Vachel found traces of blood on the floor outside your chambers and within. He sent out riders to bid the knights who were living fairly close to come in haste to the keep. Since it promised to be a goodly wait before they arrived, my da and I decided to ride out to find the brigands' trail and mark it for Sir Vachel. 'Twould seem ye did that well enough with the scraps you left. They gave us hope we'd find you alive.
I am glad, she said softly, trying to think of Nedda's safety rather than Raven's broad back and warm thighs.
So, how were you able to subdue 3 large men? Surely ye had help.
Just Nedda and I and our clever minds, she said with faint sarcasm. Over his shoulder his blue eyes touched her.
I never said you weren't clever, lass.
She could not suppress the small smile that turned up a corner of her mouth. For a while they rode in silence, the forest masking the setting sun, and a chill beginning to seep upward from the ground. Raven's voice spoke softly in her ear.
You didn't sleep much,
he said.
Hardly a surprise, considering the circumstances. His voice became even softer. Sleep now.
She gave a little snort. And how should I be doing that?
I willna let you fall, lass. Rest yourself against me and sleep.
It was so tempting as the rocking of the horse's gait lulled her, and although she resisted, at last she found her body easing against his, her arms creeping around his waist. What harm could it do to trust him just this once? He was large and warm, and so very soothing. He put a hand on her forearm.
See, I'll keep you upright.
Her eyes closed for the last time, and she drifted off. Several hours after sunset, rain began to fall, awakening Abrielle and slowing their journey with the hiding of the moon. Raven had her snuggle beneath his cloak, yet still they both grew wet. She shivered against him, and at last he gave up the idea of continuing on. He found a sheltering copse of trees, and he lit a small fire to warm them both. She had little to say to him, and kept a careful distance, although she did gratefully share his meal of cheese and twice-baked bread. Her wariness of him stung all the more after the sweetness of riding with her head on his shoulder, and her body pressed to his. The rain finally eased, so he spread a dry blanket near the fire, and bade her sleep. He kept the fire going and watched over her, wondering how long it was going to take to break through her mistrust of him. If it took forever, and after spending the day dampening his body's eager response to hers, he prayed to God it did not. He would make her see she had naught to fear, that he would rip off his own arms and chain himself to the gates of hell before he would do her harm in any way. The sheer pleasure of watching her sleep was marred by her shivering, sometimes so fiercely he'd swear he heard her teeth chatter. Finally, he had all he could take of seeing her suffer so. He had no other blanket, and he would not let illness overtake her in this weakened state. Before he could think better of it, he carefully lifted her blanket and slid in behind her, chest to her back, his thighs hugging hers, giving of his warmth. It was just for a while, he told himself, just until his body heat seeped into her and let her go into the deep sleep she needed. If he was lucky, he could slip away before she opened her eyes in the morn, and she'd never need know. He would not allow himself to think of his desire, or dwell on the feel of her breasts against his back, or her delicate hands curled around his arms. The last thing he wanted was to give her more reason to be suspicious of him. For this night, he wanted only to see to her comfort. There would be other days to press his suit. With a grateful sigh, Abrielle relaxed deeper into sleep, and he did the same. Abrielle came awake with a start, wondering what had awoken her from the delicious warmth that eased all along her back. In confusion, she blinked her eyes open to see several dozen men on horseback grouped before her. Her first thought was that Thurston's men had tracked them there and now had them surrounded. Raven. She raised up on her elbow to see where he was. When her gaze fell on the lead rider, the visage of her stepfather sent a wave of relief through her. She sagged forward, thanking God in the silence of her prayers, and noticed Vachel was not smiling. Something moved behind her, and it was then she realized it was not, as she'd assumed, the sound of hoofbeats that woke her, but the sudden movement of Raven Seaburn, who, for reasons she could not begin to fathom, was lying at her back. He stood, and as he did, her sleep-fogged brain slowly began to clear. She had spent the night alone with him. Aye, because he'd rescued her. But what was he doing sleeping so close, and with his arms wrapped all around her? She had not given him permission for anything of the sort, nor had he sought it. But, evidently, a cold shiver of understanding and dread settled into her chest. She came stiffly to her feet, ignoring Raven's outstretched hand and its offer of help. Too late, all too late. Oh, why had she ever let her guard down around this man? She noticed that Vashel was watching her with sombre eyes, and she saw behind him several of his knights whispering together. They were loyal to him, and would not dare to smirk openly at his stepdaughter, but their silent, sordid suspicions were as clear to Abrielle as if they had. And what else should she expect? After all, they'd found her in Raven's arms, squashed together under a single blanket, as if... A thought began to dawn on her. She pondered how this had come to pass. Her thoughts a jumble of confusion and betrayal and sadness. She turned to Raven and met a steadfast gaze. In a forthright manner he told her, "You was so cold in your sleep, lass. I couldn't have just let you catch your death." Her stepfather looked between them. "What has become of Cedric and Nedda?" he asked. Raven responded, "My father remained behind to learn the identity of the man who paid the brigands to kidnap Lady Abrielle. Nedda is injured, so she stayed with him so that I could return Lady Abrielle more quickly to the safety of the keep." His words echoed hollowly now, for of course he had not kept her safe. "When my father and I first arrived, Lady Abrielle and her maidservant had already knocked their 3 captors unconscious." Although Vashel's lips quirked slightly with amusement, he straightened in the saddle and spoke coolly. "And whose idea was it for him to remain behind, leaving my stepdaughter unchaperoned?" "'Twas Cedric's idea," Abrielle whispered in surprise. Raven stood so close behind her that she felt him stiffening, heard the affront in his voice as he said, "My father knew you would need to know the identity of the man threatening Abrielle. Yet it was his idea to leave the 2 of you alone," Vashel pointed out. Into the silence, they heard someone whisper, "The Scots planned it." Abrielle wished she were anywhere but in this gloomy forest just after dawn, but she found her gaze drawn to Raven, and she saw his anger and bitter pride. "Someone dares to slight my own father before me?" he demanded. Uneasy rumbles were heard among the knights, but no one spoke up. "Come, Abrielle," Vashel said heavily. "This is not the place for a discussion of such import, and your mother needs to know you're safe. We will talk later." Vashel dealt quickly with his men, sending a half-dozen knights back the way Raven indicated in support of Cedric and Nedda, and then he reached down to his stepdaughter. Abrielle gratefully let her stepfather pull her up behind him, and she didn't look at Raven as the troop of knights rode off, leaving him behind. The sun had passed midday by a pair of hours, when serfs working near the far end of the drawbridge espied the approach of a retinue of mounted knights. Sir Vashel's banner was immediately recognisable, and since the long reddish hair flying out behind the lady sitting behind him was the same hue as that of their mistress, servants readily raced from the courtyard and scampered across the drawbridge to have a closer look. Upon confirming that it was indeed the Lady Abrielle seated behind her stepfather, several serfs rushed about to spread the welcome news from one end of the stone edifice to the other, assuring everyone that their mistress had returned safely to the keep. The news did indeed bring Elspeth flying out of her chambers in her eagerness to be reunited with her daughter. Never slackening her pace, she was nearly breathless as she swept into the courtyard. "Oh, thank the merciful heavens you're all safe!" she cried in teary relief as she waited anxiously for Vashel. After sweeping a long leg over the stallion's neck, he slid to the ground and lifted Abrielle down beside him. "We suffered no harm, Mamma," Abrielle assured her parent, as she stood back within the circle of the older woman's arms. She knew that Vashel was waiting somberly, but now was not the time for such discussions. She did not want to think about anything but her relief at being home, and somehow this keep had become such to her. "You'll be pleased to hear that Nedda and I laid enough on the dull-witted oafs who abducted us to leave their heads lolling on their shoulders." Elspeth clasped her daughter's cheeks between her palms and gazed with tear-filled eyes into the face of her only offspring before bestowing a motherly kiss upon her brow.
"I am so very, very relieved to have you back, my dearest. I would never have been able to bear your loss if they had found you dead. Who did this to you?"
"As of yet, we know not who hired such fiends." Abrielle found herself glancing back at the Scotsman, who'd ridden in the rear of their party. Laird Cedric stayed behind to discover the man's identity while in hiding with dear Nedda, who was injured on my behalf.
"Oh, heavens!" Elspeth cried. "Such a good, loyal woman."
A troubled frown gathered her brows.
"When we had no wealth of our own, there were no threats on your life. Certainly none from the men vying for your hand. I don't suppose this new threat will be entirely erased until the men responsible for your capture are caught or killed."
Vachel put an arm around his wife. "The villain may be Thurston de Marley, or it may not. We will have to wait and see."
Elspeth nodded and turned back to her daughter.
"You must be freezing, child. Come inside where it's warm, and we'll talk more of this matter."
Abrielle went along with her mother, bathing and changing into dry, clean garments, but her uneasiness about the day yet lingered, and she did not want to leave the great hall to fester with rumours for too long. As it was, when she emerged for supper, she saw that it was too late to stop the gossip, for word had obviously spread of her sojourn with Raven. Heads leaned together, wide eyes looked between her and Raven, who sat alone. Abrielle winced, wishing that Cedric and Nedda had returned, but knowing there was nothing to do, for Vachel's men had been dispatched for assistance. At the head table, her mother waited for her, not bothering to hide her concern.
"Abrielle, your stepfather has informed me what transpired last evening and into this morning," she said softly, reproachfully. "Why did you not tell me of your time with Raven?"
Abrielle sighed.
"There is nothing to discuss, Mamma, and if there were, I would not want it to be here."
"But there is much to discuss," Vachel said somberly. "You must be prepared for that, my dear. Even now, there is talk, and too much of it. Other suitors will hear of it."
She stiffened. "I have done nothing wrong. I am innocent."
"I know that you are," Vachel said, "but that does not excuse what others will believe. Your reputation has been harmed, Abrielle, though we all wish it were not so. You must prepare yourself for marriage to young Raven."
With the words said aloud at last, Abrielle felt her heart shatter and her eyes sting with tears she could not shed in so public a place. If they were alone, she would fly into a rage, giving every excuse why she would not marry such a man. But perhaps Vachel had deliberately chosen such a location for his speech, knowing that she could only protest softly and listen. Elspeth put her hand gently on her arm, but Abrielle was in no mood for her mother's comfort. She could not look at Raven, did not want to wonder whether triumph was banked within his eyes, hidden for now, but there none the less. She was saved from having to speak more of it by the arrival of the rest of Vachel's knights, Cedric and Nedda. With a glad cry, Abrielle flew to the litter that carried her maidservant.
"Nedda, how fare you?"
she asked with true worry. But the woman's colour was good, and she smiled, although lines of pain had formed about her mouth.
"Well, milady, the leg might not even be broken."
As Nedda was taken away to be seen by a healer, all gathered around to hear Cedric's story. He told of a small group of mounted men who'd gathered at the cottage after their failure to find the women and the 3 men who'd captured them. Cedric had cautiously crept to the window in a quest to see if he would be able to recognize any of them.
After hiding behind a stack of split firewood that over the years had deteriorated to little more than a pile of pulp, he had peered through a crack between the two shutters that had been nailed shut over a cottage window. In spite of his efforts, the best he had been able to see of the miscreants were their shadows, and only then when they stood in front of the lantern that had been lit behind them. Nevertheless, he had overheard their bickering and recognised at least two familiar voices, Thurston's and Mordea's. 2 of the 5 culprits had been in favour of terminating what had thus far proven to be a fruitless quest, and strongly argued their recommendations be accepted, but Thurston would have none of it. Since this plan seemed to have failed, he would conceive of another to win Abrielle. The culprits had ridden off together in the same direction whence they had come. Though only an hour had elapsed between the departure of the miscreants and the arrival of Vachel's knights, a sudden, heavy downpour washed away all evidence of the trail that Thurston might have left. Several men had ridden in ever-widening circles around the area, in an effort to find some indication of the direction the brigands had taken. But their attempt proved futile after the deluge of rain. Vachel sighed. "It is not as if we could have done much against Thurston." "What are you saying?" Elspeth demanded. "He is a knight of property, my dear," Vachel explained patiently. "And although he wishes a rich bride, he chose a course that many men have used before him. Possession of the woman until she's forced to marry him." Raven felt every eye turn to him, and the fact that they had all equated him with Thurston made his blood boil, for he was a man of honour, but he knew there was little he could do to counter the thoughts of those around him. Mere moments later, Vachel approached him. "We need to speak in private." He followed Vachel to the man's private solar. When they were alone within, Vachel paced, as if he didn't know where to begin. At last he said, "You have presented me with a grave dilemma, Raven Seaburn." "I did not mean to," Raven answered, hands clasped behind his back. "I but wanted to see your daughter to safety. Circumstances conspired to keep me alone with her." "And circumstances conspired to have her sleeping in your embrace," Vachel said dourly. "You have my word that I only thought I was keeping her warm. I did not attempt to touch her in any other way." Vachel knew the Scotsman to be a proud and noble warrior, a man who earned the confidence of kings. It was dangerous to question the honour of such a man. He decided not to do so, and said quietly, "You know you'll have to marry the girl." Raven stood before Vachel and nodded. "Ye know I am. I'll see your daughter protected from Thurston and his brigands. Keep her property and possessions hers by right alone." Vachel gaped at him, wondering about the depths to the man that Abrielle would soon be linked to. "You want none of it for yourself?" "Be assured, I didn't need nor covet any of what she inherited," Raven replied without hesitation. "Had she come to me in beggar's rags, I would have wanted her just the same. Were she to give her consent, I'd take her to me home in Scotland, where she'd be safe, but I wouldn't want you to have to endure her absence until the shock of her being taken has eased. As for her riches, 'tis hers to do with as she pleases. I only have one request." Vachel narrowed his eyes. "Go on." "That ye dinna tell her about this agreement between us." "You don't want her to know that you refused her dowry?" Vachel thought he could not be any more surprised, but Raven Seaburn was an enigma. "I don't expect you to lie, but if it doesna come up, then nay, tell her not. She believes I only want her wealth, instead of the woman that she is. I want her to come to know for herself the kind of man I am, and to trust in me." Vachel took a deep breath, and then held out his hand. "You've eased my mind, Raven," They shook hands.
I cannot guarantee that Abrielle won't hold this marriage against you for a long time.
Raven spoke firmly.
I trust I will win her over. If any man can prove himself to her, you can. You have my blessing. But as for the blessing of her mother...
With a grim smile, Raven said,
Lady Elspeth will be just as difficult to win over as her daughter, but I intend to succeed.
The marriage ceremony was held before the remaining guests, small in number though they were, and a large contingent of serfs and servants, all of whom seemed glad for their mistress. But Abrielle's dear friend Cordelia could not attend, making Abrielle even angrier with Raven, because this haste was necessitated by him. The same priest who'd performed her first marriage ceremony, was it only a fortnight ago, was there to attend her once again. Raven and Abrielle pledged their troths with subdued voices, and if the lady's tone was trembling, no one would remark on it. And then the priest pronounced them married. If Abrielle thought too long on the fact that she had had 2 unwanted marriages in such a short time, she would run from the hall sobbing. Instead, she accepted the well wishes of people through the midday meal. Vachel had surprised her by arranging for minstrels to play in the afternoon. They even held a tables tournament to pass the time, and she found herself hoping that Raven would lead the men away from the board game and out to the tilt yard, anything so she wouldn't have to look upon him. But no, he played the doting bridegroom to the hilt, remaining at her side, even challenging her to a game of tables. She could have sworn he let her win, but he assured her that was not so. But always, thoughts of her wedding night were not far away. Once, as the hour grew late, she even found herself thinking that mayhap she did dread this wedding night even more than her first, and that almost made her giggle with rising hysteria. What woman would not want to take Raven Seaburn to bed? But a wedding night meant a giving of self, and she did not want to give the most precious thing she had to offer, the gift of herself, to a man she did not trust, a thought that resulted in her feeling only sorrow for this union. How could she surrender to him what he seemed to have schemed to win? So she decided then and there that Raven would not have his manly pleasures this night. He would have to earn the right to her by more than simply compromising her. But at last her mother left her alone in her bedchamber, wearing a diaphanous nightgown that Elspeth had hastily sewn together just that day. Only when her mother was gone did Abrielle draw on her robe as if donning armour for a battle. Not long after that, Raven came to her, closing the door behind him and leaning against it. He had not expected her to be waiting in bed for him, and she was not. She sat in a cushioned chair before the fire, staring at it as if in contemplation. Coming forward, he said, "I almost thought you would pretend to be asleep." Slowly she turned her head to him. "I considered it, but I would not start our marriage with a lie, at least not on my part." His face hardened, and his voice was low and intense. "I haven't lied to you." She said nothing, knowing again that she was goading him too much, that he was a man of pride.
"And how do ye intend to begin our marriage?" he asked.
"By telling you that you have not earned my trust," she said firmly, rising to stand before him, hands on her hips like an avenging angel, "and that you will not take me to bed." All of a sudden, he took her arm in a firm grip, having moved panther-like, startling her. Her wide eyes met his.
"But until then," he echoed softly, "you're still my wife. I will have no man suggest we are nae legally married."
"What are you saying?" she demanded, and feelings she could not describe coursed through her. To her growing fear, his hands loosened the robe at her neck, parting it, though she tried to stop him. She saw his eyes flare with heat when they took in the pale silk gown, its simplicity framing her body for him almost like a gift, clinging to her at breast and thigh. She held her breath when his hand touched her cheek, then moved slowly downward, cupping her neck for but a moment, drifting down over collarbone and between her breasts. She could not move, nor cry out, nor stop him. It was as if the world had narrowed, and was only the stillness of their heavy breathing, the promise and heat of his touch. With one hand, he cupped her breast, startling a gasp from her, even as her frantic eyes met his. He watched her face as he lifted her, weighed the fullness of her.
"Nay," she whimpered, "please stop."
Those blue eyes softened.
"I canna, Abrielle. Fight me not, for I've wanted ye from the first moment I saw ye."
His burr had thickened erotically, as if the veneer of the civilized man was falling away, exposing the real man beneath, a man of flesh and blood, of honest instinct and desire, a man who did not hide what he was and what he wanted. If only she could be sure this was the true and real Raven who wanted her so desperately. Then his fingers found her nipple, teasing and stroking, and for the first time she understood the true depth of her vulnerability to him, for the heated sensation such a simple touch raised all but swamped her own determination. She tried desperately to pull away, but he only drew her closer, still continuing the stroking of her delicate flesh. And then his mouth came down on hers, bending her head back, even as his tongue slid within to find her own. She was as helpless to the rising desire consuming her as she had been when first they'd kissed. He tasted of wine, and it drugged her senses. His hand on her breast caressed with more pressure, while his other hand slid down her back to cup her backside and pull her harder against him.
"Abrielle,"
he murmured against her mouth.
"Abrielle, kiss me back."
But she wouldn't, only turned her face away when she could. But she had too much pride to run from him, so when he stepped back and pulled his long tunic over his head, she stood frozen and watched. His shirt was next, then his shoes and hose. All that kept him from nakedness were his brays, the low-slung garment that covered his loins. But even that he dispensed with, and she found herself backing away from the threatening manliness of him. Yet she could not deny that his face and form were thrilling, that the evidence of his desire for her made her wonder how much he truly wanted her. She came up hard against the bed and felt like she'd been herded there, which only made her anger flare. But then he was upon her, pushing her back into the soft quilts, laying his long, heated, well-muscled body over hers. He kissed her again, hard and deep, and she felt the first draught of cool air on her legs as he pulled her nightgown up and off.
"I will have naught between us this night,"
he whispered against her throat. And then they were naked against each other, flesh to flesh. She went still, feeling his arousal at the very gates of her womanhood. But instead of pressing home, he murmured unintelligible words against her neck, and then lower, until his mouth closed over her breast. The hot flame of heat enveloped her, made her no longer herself but his. She moaned against the exquisite torture, undulated her hips against his because she could not keep still. At last He slid home, to the very core of her, stretching her through pain until it was done.
"Easy now, lass,"
he murmured against her lips, then took her mouth with another overwhelming kiss. Raven knew she was a virgin, but he was beyond himself, could only give in to the need to move, to sink deeper into her and pull away. Her cries were of pleasure, not pain, and he let himself go, thrusting over and over, until he felt the tautness of her, then her trembling release. He barely lasted another moment, the climax sweeping over him with a power he had thought unimaginable. When at last his passion eased, when he could remember how to breathe, he lifted himself up on his elbows and looked down at Abrielle, who was flushed and perspiring and staring at him.
"You are mine now,"
he told her, and at his words she burst into tears. With a groan, Raven rolled off her and tried to gather her close, but she would not have his comfort. She felt betrayed by her own body, for the pleasure it had taken from Raven had not been under her control. He had won this first battle. She rolled away from him, her slender shoulders quivering, the quiet sobs hiccuping through her body. Raven stared at the ceiling and wondered if he'd made a terrible mistake marrying a woman who didn't trust him, who didn't want to trust him. Had lust overcome his good sense? Had he thought he could make this marriage work? But then he reminded himself that this was only the first night, with a lifetime more of them to come, and he resolved that one thought would guide his marriage from that time onward, that he would not give up on his bride. Although there was tension in the new Seaburn household, there came a growing strife in the rest of England. Never before had so many heralds been sent out at one time to deliver dispatches to various parts of the realm. The news they bore was grave indeed. Having gone to his castle at Lyon-le-Forêt with every intention of hunting in the surrounding forest, Henry I, youngest son of William the Conqueror, had fallen ill and, within a week, had died. His death ushered in not only a time of grievous mourning, but a harrowing and lengthy epoch for the whole of the late monarch's realm. Henry's first queen had been a Scotswoman, sister of King David himself, and their daughter Maud was his choice to succeed him on the throne. He had won concessions years before from all his noblemen that they would support her when he died. Although the noblemen found it difficult to generate enthusiasm for Maud, they feared if they bound themselves by fealty and oath to the late king's nephew Stephen, they'd lose whatever they had managed to gain throughout Henry's rule, whether ill-gotten or justly deserved. Had not the king been at odds with his daughter and her husband at the time of his death, Maud might have been wont to hasten to her parents' bedside and claim her rightful inheritance before anyone could usurp it. Instead, within a matter of days, Stephen had managed to impose himself as king within the minds of the nobles and was soon aggressively defying anyone who might have found fault with that idea. Although Stephen would not be officially crowned for several weeks, Maud's continued absence from England seemed to solidify his authority. In the ensuing days, it became apparent that the kingly domain was being plunged into the darkest form of strife, a far cry from the peaceful rule that Henry had managed to maintain throughout his years on the throne. On the 6th day of their marriage, Raven was called away to confer with King David on Scotland's newly strained relationship with England. Abrielle stood in the chill air of the courtyard beside her mother and watched Raven speaking with his father as he awaited the arrival of his squire and the 3 other men-at-arms who'd come with them from Scotland. Elspeth put her arm around Abrielle. "You will be sorry to see him leave, I am sure." Abrielle nodded. surprised at the veracity of her mother's words in spite of the fact that she and Raven continued to be at odds over the state of their marriage. The last several nights had been spent in the same bed, but they were separated by a chasm of misunderstandings and anger.
Perhaps,
Elspeth continued slowly, watching her daughter,
the time away will allow you both to see your marriage more clearly.
Abrielle pulled her cloak closer about her throat and turned cool eyes back to her husband, who was now leading his horse through the courtyard toward her.
Mamma,
you assume that two countries are not about to come between us. You assume that Raven prizes our wedding over his obligations to his king. Elspeth opened her mouth, but then could say nothing, for Raven had arrived. He stood before Abrielle, looking down at her solemnly. She looked beautiful and proud and aloof, all part of the contradictions that made up his wife. Softly she said, "Farewell, Raven. Come back unharmed." He leaned down and kissed her cheek, inhaling the sweet scent of her. He hadn't wanted to leave without the final comfort of her embrace, but wouldn't force her hand.
"I shall return soon,"
he said, then turned away and mounted Xerxes, his loyal stallion. With a nod to his father and her parents, he rode out of the courtyard and headed north. It didn't seem to matter whether one was loyal to Stephen or to Maud. There were many who were intent upon reaping, either by arbitration or by force, whatever benefit or profit they could garner from the discord now raging within the kingdom. The knights and men whom Vashel had once commanded came riding again to his defence, splitting their forces between Vashel's home and Abrielle's. These knights, as well as the foot soldiers and the families that belonged to each, accepted Vashel's invitation to take up permanent residence within the protective stone walls surrounding the keep. Many already living there were wont to agree that the knight's presence calmed some of their fears, for beyond the gates it now seemed apparent that neighbour was turning viciously against neighbour, and kith against kin, in this turnabout world whence all reason had been vanquished. It was to this very same keep that the three Graysons and several of their loyal knights fled in haste during the dark of night. Like the knights and foot soldiers who had fled from the terror encompassing their land, the Graysons came seeking shelter, bringing their most costly possessions as well as trunks filled with clothing and basic essentials. Their flight, however, was not without incident, for a miscreant's arrow had pierced Lord Grayson's shoulder while he was helping the servants load his small family into the conveyance. It was only after they had thrown several valuable items from one of the carts that the rapacious scoundrels flew upon the spoils and began to squabble over them, in their greed allowing the family to escape their murderous intent. Upon their arrival, servants helped Reginald into the keep, followed by Isolde and Cordelia. With the assistance of copious tankards of strong ale for the patient, Cedric was able to remove the arrow and then sear the wound with a red-hot poker iron. By the time Elspeth, Cordelia, and Isolde entered the chamber, Cedric and Reginald were chortling together as if they had just shared some wildly humorous tale. Isolde slipped her hand within her husband's as she asked in wifely concern, "How are you feeling?" His lordship grinned up at her.
"Rather mellow now with the worst of it behind me. 'Twas to my great benefit that Laird Cedric was here to tend me. I've suffered worse from physicians who've tended simpler wounds. The Laird is certainly a good man to have around."
Cedric swept her a clipped bow.
"I'll be leaving ye in Abrielle's capable hands. My new daughter by marriage is a fine healer. Now, I must be off. There's still training to be doing this day."
"Be careful," Cordelia urged as he hastened through the door. "We would see you again soon." Casting a glance over his shoulder, he gave the young beauty a wink.
I'll be coming back, my lady. Mark my words.
Considering the carnage and aggression now occurring throughout the kingdom, it was not at all surprising when Thurston de Marley realised that he had found the perfect tool to use against Raven Seaburn. The Scot had taken what was Thurston's from the beginning, the de Marley keep and the wealth that went along with it. It was time for Thurston to send the Scot back where he came from, or even to the very grave itself. But first, he would take the castle itself while its new lord was away. It was easy enough for him to visit the various lords of the region, to take advantage of their worries about the peace and safety of their homes situated so close to Scotland. Thurston encouraged all to besiege Raven's new base of power, telling them that they could hold it for England rather than Scotland. The Scotsmen should not be allowed to gain any more English territory. And with their insecurity and fear, the northern lords listened, allowing Thurston, kin to Weldon de Marley, who had been so respected, to lead them. Thurston, in turn, was compelled to allow Desmond's half-sister, Mordea, to ride at his side. He was still holding her fast, urging her on in her hatred, waiting for the day he might need her evil skills. With no warning, Thurston and a large contingent of noblemen, knights, and mounted men-at-arms came thundering across the land on horseback, sending the serfs fleeing in fear for their lives toward the safety of the stone fortification. Riding on a shaggy steed beside Thurston was Mordea, with her long, frizzy hair flowing out wildly behind her. A large grey wolf's pelt had been wrapped about her darkly cloaked shoulders, beneath which she wore a breastplate that protected her stout chest. Upon letting the frightened serfs into the courtyard, Vachel ordered the drawbridge to be lifted behind them to forestall the entrance of the rabble following on their heels. He then selected several of the best riders from among the serfs and bade them to arm themselves with swords and pikes before leading the group through the lower passageway to the postern portal whence Abrielle and Nedda had previously been abducted. Since that occasion, the lower depths had undergone beneficial changes, part of which included a stable, wherein a few of their fastest horses were kept in stalls near the outer door, allowing the keep's inhabitants to promptly give chase should miscreants attempt another abduction. From there, Vachel sent several mounted riders racing off in different directions with the hope that they would be able to alert their allies and persuade them to come in haste and lend their assistance in defeating the unprovoked aggressors, who now sought to take possession of the keep. But most of the northern lords had long memories, and they would most likely believe that Scots should be swept from England. Holding a flag of truce, Thurston rode forward alone, garbed entirely in black, except for a metal breastplate covering his chest. He reined in his horse, within hearing range of the men on the battlements.
For most of you within the castle we have no quarrel. If you surrender yourselves, you will not be harmed. But the lords of Northumberland will not allow Scotland this incursion into our land. We mean to hold this castle for England.
Vachel stood with his legs wide, his hands braced on his hips, and shouted,
I speak for Lady Abrielle, the rightful lady of this castle, as you well know. Though its lord may be a Scot, the castle and lands are for England, and Lady Abrielle stands firm on this matter. Cease this violence at once, before innocent men are killed.
Thurston rode away, lowering his flag, having made his attempt at peace. Uneasily, he told himself he would have been content with their surrender, but some deep part of him relished the thought of earning his prize, fighting for what he believed was his. And with the modest army he had amassed with the help of his neighbours, the siege would be a glorious one. On the battlements, Vachel and Cedric stood side by side, watching Thurston depart.
"Keeping it for England, is he?" Cedric said darkly.
"He cannot possibly think we believe such nonsense," Vachel replied, "although apparently the rest of Abriel's neighbours do."
"Do you believe the castle is ready?"
"We could have used more time, but Raven has been diligent in seeing to the preparations. No doubt he sensed the coming unrest."
"Or at least the animosity of these border lords,"
Cedric added, shaking his head.
"How go the women?"
"Well, Elspeth and Abriel have assigned everyone tasks to keep them busy. Less chance for an outbreak of panic to spread. They're readying arrows, preparing for injuries, and of course seeing to food and drink for weary men." Vachel hesitated. "Think you that Raven will return in the middle of this?"
"I know not what King David has planned for him," Cedric answered. "But I know my son, and if he's heard of Thurston's attack, he will come. But until then, we know what we have to do."
"My thanks for your help," Vachel said.
"This is a battle that affects your family and mine."
Cedric clapped his shoulder. Cedric selected the best archers from those same ranks and positioned them within the battlements for the purpose of dissuading the soldiers who were seeking to lay floating bridges across the stream. In a matter of moments, arrows began raining down upon the intruders, who promptly dove behind whatever tree, rock, or barrier offered protection. Cedric strode behind the serfs, urging them to aim true and make every arrow count. He was quick to praise their skills, buoying their resolve to defeat the aggressors, perhaps even more than their disdain for Thurston could. Though such deeds would be in defence of the keep, killing a freeman set the serfs a jitter, knowing they could suffer various degrees of punishment for that offence. They were wont to look to Cedric for guidance. His soothing brogue calmed many, assuring them that their new lord, Raven Seaburn, would expect them to protect their lands and families. His assurances did indeed result in a truer sighting, for in a matter of moments there were many within the enemy's camp who had either been killed or seriously wounded beneath the unrelenting onslaught of arrows. Upon espying Thurston's soldiers laying out reinforced planks for the purpose of crossing the moat, Vachel recognized the need to discourage them. He directed the serfs to prepare hot cauldrons of rendered fat to be dumped upon those who would soon be making an effort to scale the stone walls. Leaving the Scotsmen to carry on with such tasks, Vachel began directing other defensive measures for the security of the keep, of the sort that he had ofttimes used during the Crusades. He also called for a pair of recently constructed catapults to be loaded with large stones, should there come a need. Inside the keep, Abriel, Elspeth, Isolde, Cordelia, and the women who normally worked in the kitchen continued to fill huge cauldrons, this time with rendered fat. The fire beneath the cauldrons was nearly roaring with the intense heat they had created, but it hastened the melting of the lard until the latter began to bubble and spit. Slightly smaller kettles were then filled and borne by strapping serfs to the battlements. The contents were dumped forthwith upon those in the process of scaling the ladders. Agonized screams readily accompanied the descent of those drenched by the scalding oil, and though others sought to take their places, reoccurring waves of fat cascaded down upon anyone who tried. Only by diving into the moat could the aggressors find any relief from the agony of their seared flesh. But some were so badly burned that they were unable to pull themselves onto dry land or attempt to tread water. Many slipped beneath the surface of the water without notice. Soon another flurry of flaming arrows began to assault the battlements and the walkway around the keep. obviously with the hope that they would prove successful in setting afire some of the oil the adversaries will want to throw down upon them. Wave after wave of arrows bombarded the battlements, as well as the defences that had quickly been erected to ensure the safety of those taking shelter within the edifice. In spite of the relentless urgings and demands that Thurston made on his men, the serfs fighting for the keep proved even more tenacious. Under the capable direction of Vachel and Cedric, they were wont to believe there was a good chance they'd be able to defeat the foe and send Thurston off with his tail tucked between his legs. They were well motivated to fight on to the death if need be. Better to battle valiantly and die trying to protect themselves than be subjected to whatever cruelty Thurston and Mordea intended to lay upon their hides, should they seize the keep. At last, night fell, and darkness forced a suspension of hostilities. Both sides saw to their wounded and rearmed themselves. Inside the castle, optimism reigned, for few had been seriously hurt. Supplies could last for many weeks, if not months. 3 more days passed in much the same way. Thurston's forces attacking, Vachel and Cedric leading the defence. On the 4th evening, Abrielle's optimism had become merely a show for her people, who had been fed and calmed. She herself could not contemplate sleep, as it was becoming more and more difficult to fight her sense of fear and sadness. She went out into the courtyard and climbed up into the battlements. There, the stars were pinpricks of light across the sky, and the moon hung low like a white grin laughing at them. At night, with the sound of battle a distant memory, there was a deceptive peace over the land. All Abrielle could hear was the murmur of male voices carried on the wind, the babble of the stream below, and the faint clash of weapons. One by one, soldiers came to stand against the battlements, to peer into the distance, to speculate with cautious voices. Abrielle's eyes hurt from the strain of trying to see, but she thought the sounds were getting closer. More than once, she saw fire glint off metal, heard several shouts. And then came the thunder of horses' hooves, and the shout of a man's voice as he neared the castle. Abrielle did not need to see who had shouted to know in her heart who it was moving through the darkness and danger to reach her side, and she cried out, "Raven!" Not an hour before, Raven had worked himself through the lines of his enemies. He had crept by stealth past campfire after campfire, and patrols that were looking toward the dark horizon, rather than to the earth itself. And through it all, he kept his mind sternly focused on the moment at hand, never letting his thoughts stray from his next footstep, his next handhold, not daring to think of the one thing he wanted to think of most, his very reason for being there, lest it cause him even a second of delay. He had come ahead of the regiment he'd summoned. Men loyal to Stephen, 'tis true, but willing to fight an injustice and settle the uneasy countryside. Raven had left his own men-at-arms at a league distant, knowing he could get through the enemy lines more easily and quickly alone. When he was within sight of the castle walls lit by torches, he heard the first shout of warning, and then the echoing cries of alarm. He had been discovered. He jumped to his feet, unsheathing his claymore as he ran, cutting down the first guard without even breaking his stride. Several more came at him, swords raised, but there was fear in their eyes too, as if they thought him dangerous because of what he dared. He veered toward the hobbled horses, cut a line, and then vaulted onto the animal bareback, urging him into a gallop toward the castle. His plan to approach the walls and be let in secretly at the postern gate was no more. He was leading too many enemies for the guards to risk opening the door. If he had to ride away, he would fail Abrielle, which he would not accept. Just as the castle walls rose above him, a man ran out of the darkness, startling the horse, which reared wildly. Raven was already tumbling backward to the ground as he heard a woman scream. After landing heavily, he rolled to his feet, claymore still clutched in his hand. Thurston de Marley was alone before him, sword held with purpose and skill.
"Raven Seaburn, you must win your way past me to enter this keep. We claim it for King Stephen. 'Tis obvious my wife disagrees with ye on the ownership of the castle,"
Raven said. He could hear soldiers gathering around him, noises and shadows in the dark.
"So you'll attack me in force, will ye? Nay, right now let this be between you and me,"
Thurston said, then raised his voice.
"The rest of you stay back! And if I win, do I receive the dubious award of their swords in my back? You can have free passage into the keep. Agreed?" "Agreed."
And with that, Thurston attacked. His advance was immediately met with a deft stroke of the claymore that left a deep cut across his arm. It did indeed unsettle his firm conviction that he was the better swordsman. Soon it was all he could do to hold ground against the Scotsman's unrelenting advance. Rising cuts from the back guard continued to propel him ever backward in a desperate attempt to avoid the menacing strokes of the claymore. In turning the hilt and bringing the point in a position to strike again, Raven left his adversary astonished out of measure by the skill he displayed. Even when Thurston sought a more aggressive approach with a hanging guard, he found himself again amazed by the deftness with which the Scotsman parried his attack. Beads of sweat were now dappling his brow as he strove to halt the other's blade to keep it from snuffing out his life. His own sword seemed no less than paltry in comparison, and yet, with each passing moment, his arm grew increasingly weary from its weight. He could only wonder how the Scotsman had the strength and stamina to wield the much heavier weapon with unyielding proficiency. Raven felt almost calm, each stroke of the claymore springing forth from strength born of long hours of practice. He felt a nick to his wrist between his mail and the gauntlet he wore on his hand, but it was not a serious wound. He took a hard hit to the mail chausses covering his thighs, and knew he'd be well bruised. Cheers and cries of encouragement or dismay rang through the air. Up on the battlements, more torches had been brought, lighting the sky as if it were the birth of dawn. From up there, he knew Abrielle was watching. After endless weeks of tedious meetings or long, boring, cold journeys across 2 countries, at last he was almost with her again. He had to end the battle, to make his wife safe from this fool. In the next instant, a downward stroke of the claymore evoked a loud, tortured scream from Thurston, who lifted what remained of his left arm, and, in growing horror, stared at the bloody stump. Knowing he would soon die, if something weren't done to stem his copious loss of blood, he stumbled in agony toward the fire. Another blood-curdling scream was wrenched from him as he thrust the stump into the flames, and held it there until the wound was seared black, and the loss of blood had been adequately stemmed. The sudden silence was eerie, and was followed by the sound of the claymore, cleaned on moss, sliding home into its scabbard.
"We are done,"
Raven said in a cold, calm voice.
"You can no longer hold a shield. Do you guarantee my reward?"
Mordea came forward, teeth gnashing, arm raised, but Thurston grabbed her before she could get past him.
You have won,"
Thurston said, breath coming in gasps, eyes stinging with sweat.
"But only this battle. Enter the keep. We shall see how long it lasts before falling to our siege."
The soldiers ringing the battlements began to cheer, but they also readied their arrows as the drawbridge was lowered in case of treachery. Raven suddenly whistled, and from the darkness came 3 of his mounted men bearing a flag of truce and leading Raven's stallion. All 4 clattered over the drawbridge, and it was slowly lifted closed again. Only when Raven was safe within the curtain walls did Abrielle sag against the embrasure where she had stood to watch the battle. To see him risk his life for her, and for her family, left her weak, and it unleashed an avalanche of questions and second thoughts. So many it would take her a week to sort them all. For now, one rang out clearly above the rest, the one that mattered most of all. If all Raven cared about was wealth, as she had been so certain was the truth, he could have waited in Scotland while the castle was besieged, but he had not done so. He had not abandoned her. Nay, he had acted as honourably as any husband could, and suddenly Abrielle could not bear to wait another moment to be by his side. Vachel put his arm around Abrielle, and although she protested that she was fine, he supported her down the narrow stairs leading to the courtyard. Knights and serfs and castle residents were all streaming into the courtyard, surrounding Raven and his men, throwing question after question at him. Abrielle pushed her way through. "Enough!" she cried with force. All round her, people fell silent. Raven focused that intense gaze on her. She saw flecks of blood on the coat over his hauberk, dirt smeared across his face, and a coolness in his features that she was not used to seeing. But still his blue eyes were hot as they took in the length of her body. It took her some moments before she could compose herself enough to say, "Husband, you need tending. All else can await the morrow." Raven did not hesitate, but rather with haste pushed past all the others to take her hand and lead her through the castle to their bedchamber. Thanks to Nedda, the bed was turned down, linens were laid out and water heated over the fire. Even the bathing tub had been set up, and a line of servants arrived with steaming buckets of water. Abrielle watched the grateful looks they gave Raven, and though he be a Scot, he had already proven a far superior master than Desmond. They obviously did not care what country he came from, as long as he treated them well and fairly. When they were alone again, Abrielle helped Raven remove his mail and gambeson, and she was relieved to see that the blood did not seem excessive. His breeches, blood-stained shirt, and brays came next, and she still found herself averting her gaze as he sank into the tub and began to soap a cloth. "Wash your wounds well," she said, sorting through her medicines. She had to keep busy, for it was far too easy to be swayed by the tension between them. They had parted weeks ago, leaving her to feel awkward and worried about their marriage. Now there was an energy and excitement moving through her, and she tried to tell herself it was only because he was safe, and because he was here to help rescue her family and her people. She glanced at him over her shoulder, and felt a strange tenderness to see his big body crammed into that tub, shoulders out of the water, his head tilted back awkwardly against the rim as if he were almost asleep out of weariness. Through slitted eyes, he watched her warily as she soaped his face and took a blade to his many days' growth of beard. She pushed his shoulders forward to bare his wide, strong back, and then began to scrub diligently with a soapy cloth, for she didn't know when he'd last had the luxury of anything more than an icy stream. He groaned softly, his head dangling forward. She put her soapy hands in his hair and started to rub. "Let me rinse your hair," Abrielle said at last.
"Bring me the bucket, and I'll rinse everything at once."
With a splash, he rose to his feet, holding out his hand for the bucket. She delayed for a moment, simply watching the soapy water run down his glistening, nude body. At last she put the handle of the bucket into his grip, and he lifted it over his head to pour. Steam rose from him, and he gave a big sigh as he stepped from the tub. She held out a linen for him, and he took it, beginning to dry his body. "Your wounds," she began. He interrupted.
"They're nae worth bothering about."
To her shock, he went to the bed and fell into it, rolling onto his back as he closed his eyes. She came to stand over him, his glorious nudity a threat to her concentration as she tended to him. There was a slice near his wrist that still oozed blood, and a dark bruise at his thigh with raw scrapes where the chainmail had abraded his skin through several layers of garments. While he slept the deep sleep of one exhausted, she used her herbs to cleanse his wounds and speed the healing. After blowing out the candles and leaving only the fire in the hearth, she changed into her nightgown and crawled into bed. He rolled onto his side, and she was able to draw the quilts up over him. Then, without giving it much thought, she curled against him, her thighs tucked behind his, her arm around his waist, and she soon fell into a peaceful sleep. Raven awoke in the grey before dawn to a luxurious warmth he thought he'd forgotten how to feel. Cold nights spent on dangerous roads faded away, and then he realized he felt his wife's curving form against his side. He opened his eyes and found her head pillowed on his shoulder, her long auburn lashes blinking the sleep away. She rose up on one arm, and her hair slid forward over her shoulders to drape across his arm. He shuddered. And then she slid her nightgown over her head and came down on him, her mouth taking his, her slender hands exploring his chest. Raven groaned and gathered her against him, cupping her buttocks as he pulled her over him.
"I've starved for ye, lass," he murmured between deep kisses.
"And I for you, my husband, she said again, the word delicious on her tongue. She put her hands on both sides of his face. You cannot know how good it feels to freely admit it. He grinned and rolled to press her into the mattress.
You canna know how good it feels to hear it. Nearly as good, in fact, as...
His hands wandered boldly, his purpose clear and arousing. He kissed every part of her, as if relearning her body, making her skin flush, setting her limbs a-tremble. In his arms, Abrielle felt truly a wife at last, and she gloried in it. And when he came into her, she gasped at the very rightness of his possession. "Oh, Raven," she whispered, arching her back, offering her tender breasts to his greedy mouth. With his lips and tongue he aroused her, with his manhood he stroked deep inside her, until the passion that always existed between them burst in her mind and through her body, and in her heart. At dawn, the household gathered in the great hall to break their fast and plan their counter to the siege. But first they had to hear Raven's report on the doings of those who called themselves royal.
"Betwixt Maud and Stephen," he began, "there's nae to much be greatly admired. Maud has her prideful temper, and when the occasion has mattered, Stephen has never proven himself a skilled warrior or an arbitrator. To be sure, his failures have taken precedence over his victories, and yet in his eagerness to be king he has enforced his will upon noble and priest alike, as if the lot of them are but lowly serfs meant only to do his bidding."
"Then to whom should we give our allegiance?" Abrielle queried worriedly. "To be sure, I care no more for Maud than I do for Stephen."
"As a Scot, my allegiance must be to King David. As for ye..."
His gaze took in all of his new English friends and kin.
"Ye must choose the one ye prefer, whoever that may be. But my advice is to keep your thoughts a secret from those who can do ye harm. Far too many have died already in the struggle betwixt Maud and Stephen, after foolishly admitting where their allegiance lies."
Vachel nodded solemnly.
"We shall take your suggestion to heart, and keep our preferences private, except when we're amongst those we can trust."
He looked around the table at Elspeth and Abrielle, the Graysons, and the Seaburns. Nodding, he said, "Like our good friends and family gathered here."
"I was able to tell Stephen of the trouble caused to ye by the northern lords," Raven said. "He sent a regiment of soldiers with me, for he does not want problems on the Scottish border. This morn I will tell Thurston and the rest of your neighbours that we will soon have assistance. They shall soon be fighting a battle on 2 fronts."
Cedric's face was hard with satisfaction.
"We'll see how eager they are to hold this land for England. As if me and mine would try to take what isn't ours and use it against them."
Although Abrielle said nothing, surely Cedric had to realise that Raven now owned English land, and that was part of what was causing problems.
"This turmoil that's erupted may only be a smattering of the trouble yet brewing," Raven said. "To be sure, the violence may continue to menace us for months, if not years to come. The safety of all is my greatest concern. We must depart for Scotland the moment the siege lifts. Should any of ye here choose to join us, my da has a fortress there nearly as grand as this. We can house anyone of mine to make the journey north, but we cannot make the assumption that we'll remain safe here while this madness rules the countryside."
"Your offer is generous," Vachel said soberly. "Let us discuss how it would work." As Abrielle listened to the men absently, her own thoughts circled about in confusion. If she was honest with herself, she had known that whoever she married would not want to linger forever in the de Marley keep. A lord with more than one property must travel every few months, seeing to each castle, and eating through its stores before rot set in. She was not foolish enough to refuse to live part of the year in her husband's home. But nearly as grand as Weldon de Marley's keep? She had a difficult time imagining such a thing. Suddenly they heard the sound of a horn being blown from the courtyard. Raven threw open the double doors to the great hall and went outside. Several minutes later he returned to say, "'Tis a royal courier. He has been granted passage through the siege lines. The soldiers are lowering the drawbridge to allow him entrance. I will escort him inside." He turned and disappeared through the doorway.
"Whatever could it be?"
Elspeth asked, her hand protectively over her belly. "Will the new king help us?" "Raven did say that royal soldiers were not too distant," Abrielle offered. A moment later, Raven escorted a somberly dressed man into the great hall. To everyone's surprise, Raven pointed out Vachel, and the courier approached him. "Sir Vachel de Gerard," the courier said, and held out a leather-bound missive. "I come bearing an important dispatch for you from His Majesty King Stephen. Should I await a reply?" "Perhaps you should, since I have no idea what this is all about," Vachel acknowledged. Isolde drew the man away to offer him food, and then swiftly returned to gather around with everyone else. Vachel unrolled the parchment and began to read the contents silently, as Elspeth looked on with growing apprehension. Raven watched the couple curiously, and then happened to glance aside at his young wife, whose smile seemed unusually radiant and hopeful. He canted his head inquisitively in an effort to claim her attention, but she was far too busy watching the astounding wonder that soon swept over her stepfather's face.
"What is it, Vachel?"
Elspeth asked with a hopeful smile, unable to mistake her husband's mounting elation. Vachel's lips widened into a grin as he met her gaze. "'Twould seem, my dear, that His Majesty has decided to bestow a title of some rank upon me, and to grant me lands of my own for my loyal service to his country, as well as my efforts during the Crusades. Upon the receipt of such an honour, I shall be known as the Earl de Vennes." He swept into a low bow before his wife. "And you, my dearest Elspeth, will soon be known as the Countess de Vennes, a most fair and wondrous lady of the peerage."
"Oh, my!"
Elspeth's smile could not have been any brighter as she clasped her slender hands to her rosy cheeks.
"But what in the world brought about this honour?"
Vachel flicked the back of his fingers lightly against the parchment as he replied, "According to this decree, His Majesty was recently reminded of my loyal service to the crown by none other than Abrielle. Fixing his smiling gaze upon the younger woman, he raised a brow questioningly. "What I'm wondering is how you managed to accomplish such a feat without leaving the keep prior to being kidnapped." Grinning back at her stepfather, Abrielle shrugged nonchalantly. "I merely wrote a missive to His Majesty, pointing out that your gallant service during the Crusades had been overlooked. Then I asked Raven to see to its delivery. Obviously King Stephen received it after Henry's death and understood the need to honour a good man whom his predecessor had overlooked. Or he sees the need to woo more men to his side during this battle with Maud," Vachel said dryly. "But I care not why. 'Tis obvious that I would never have received such an honour if not for your efforts, Abrielle," he replied humbly. "And if my new title can aid us in this desperate siege, then it will not only be myself who owes you a debt of gratitude." He put an arm around her shoulders and kissed her forehead, and then suddenly Reginald Grayson lifted his tankard with a cheer. The hall rang with glad cries, so much so that men outside the castle were wont to stare at one another in wonder. What did these besieged people have to celebrate? But soon the attackers saw that the spirit of celebration also extended to bold confidence, for under a flag of truce, Raven Seaburn, with 2 knights at his side, rode out to speak with the new leaders of the siege. Several of the northern lords met him. "I didn't have the opportunity to speak with ye last evening," Raven said dryly, "but I wish to inform ye that I have come from Stephen's court. He is displeased with this unrest you've caused here in the north. He sent a regiment of knights and mounted men-at-arms, and they followed a day behind me. I travelled more swiftly, for I didna take well the thought of my wife in danger. The king's men will arrive by the end of the day. You may send your scurriers to see that I speak the truth." The lords looked askance at one another, but before one could speak, Raven continued, "You may have noticed the royal courier arriving today." "And did we not allow him to see you?" one man said angrily. "Aye, you did, and 'tis a good thing, for he bore timely news. My father by marriage, Vachel de Gerard, has become the Earl de Vennes, courtesy of His Majesty." The noblemen were fidgeting now, looking at one another with obvious uncertainty. "Say what you want, Scotsman," said Baron Gravesend, who only weeks before had challenged Raven to nothing more serious than a game of tables. "But the king does not comprehend our life on the border. We must protect ourselves." "The king has chosen to protect my wife and her family," Raven answered coldly. "I suggest ye think on that before ye're foolish enough to waste more lives attacking me and mine. Abandon this siege and return to your homes before worse happens to you." And then Raven guided his horse in a circle and rode back toward the lower drawbridge without even a glance over his shoulder. Though many of them would have longed to bury a dagger in his bag, none would risk it now. Not 2 hours later, they began to withdraw, already planning how they could return with more men. From his pallet, Thurston railed against them, urged on by Mordea's lust for vengeance, but no longer was anyone listening. This falling from power ate away at him, clouding his judgment and making stronger the hatred he felt for Abrielle, her husband, and the families cherished by them both. By the next day, a royal regiment 100 men strong gathered in the courtyard and clustered in the great hall, straining the capacity of the keep. But Raven could not yet send them away, for word came from his scurriers that the northern lords did indeed think to defy the king, beginning to gather a larger army in their quest to expel the Scottish presence in Northumberland. Preparations began for the great journey to Scotland, and notice was sent to the surrounding lords that Raven and his family were departing. Since most of Vachel's knights and their families were unwilling to venture to the Highlands of Scotland, both Abrielle's and Vachel's castles would remain under their protection. But Raven did not assume that Thurston had forgotten his vengeance. He sent men to keep watch on Thurston's manor, and instructed them to send word if his small army moved out in force. Thurston, slow to recover, used that time to try to persuade his allies to yet take the castle and keep it from Raven Seaburn. But the men he had assumed shared his vision of revenge now insisted that all they'd ever wanted was Raven's departure. With the Scottish presence no more, Thurston's allies went back to protect their own homes in this uneasy time. Thurston, without enough men to attack, now looked upon the Demale castle as a mocking prize he could not win, a sign of his failure. In pain and frustration, his sanity began to slip, and in his need for revenge he hatched a plan to follow the Seaburn caravan, and if unable to attack it, travel to the very heart of the Seaburn stronghold to complete his revenge. He enlisted the aid of Mordea, and together they prepared for the long journey through Scotland. But his wounds grew inflamed, and a fever took hold, delaying their departure. At the Demale castle, a caravan of horse-drawn conveyances was outfitted to take the families northward. A number of serfs who had readily affirmed that they were willing to accompany the northbound group were wont to drive the carts and wagons and take care of the animals. Other serfs, whose talents lay in cooking tasty dishes, scouted out edibles evident along the trail in order to add flavour to the dishes they'd created. At night, huge bonfires warded off the cold. Guards were posted and urged to be wary of anyone who might be wont to approach their encampment. Once the Scottish border had been crossed, peace seemed to reign in every dale and hillock they passed, but it was deceptive. Certainly, in comparison to the strife presently taking place in England, it did seem a blissful haven in which they could take refuge. But Raven was well aware of the danger that could yet be following somewhere behind, and he spent each day riding the length of the caravan, looking for signs of pursuit. A fortnight into the journey, his courier caught up to report that after a week's delay for Thurston's recovery, his small army was on the move. But no one knew if more men and supplies would be joining him. Cedric sent another courier to discover the current size of the force. Finally, Raven announced that they were nearing his home. He and his father pushed the caravan hard that final day, exhausting the horses in a last effort to reach the Seaburn estate before Thurston could arrive. The enemy's scurriers had been spotted moving through the trees, so his force could not be far behind. To Abrielle, the revelation of the Seaburn's keep was humbling, and more than sufficient to prevent her from ever jumping to conclusions about her husband again. It was a massive fortress with numerous towers and high walls for protection. If anything, the structure was even more impressive than the one that Lord Weldon had designed and built for himself. Abrielle stared at her husband's home, her home, and what a magnificent home it would be for their family. Mortified, she remembered how she'd once thought he needed her wealth. Though she felt a fool for doubting him, she reminded herself that he'd given her every reason to suspect his motives. But now all she saw was a man devoted to his family, who kept them safe on a many weeks' journey. Moments later, he drew the conveyance to a halt before the drawbridge and, upon alighting, briskly lifted her down.
"Welcome to our humble keep, my lady."
Though his words were an attempt at light-heartedness, she could see his cold eyes scanning the forest several hundred yards distant, as if any moment soldiers waving swords would swarm at them. "I never dreamt your ancestral home would be so grand," Abrielle said, trying to be as brave as her husband. "Why didn't you tell me how beautiful this valley was?" He gave her a tight smile, pleased at his wife's reaction to his family's home despite the tension felt by them both.
"Come see the interior, lass."
She looked over her shoulder into the dark of the forest they'd just left. "Of course," she replied, knowing he wanted them all inside as quickly as possible. Up on the battlements, soldiers patrolled, and off in the distance, she saw dozens of serfs moving across fields and lanes toward the keep, carrying baskets and sacks. Raven saw where she was looking.
"I sent word ahead for the last of our people to gather in the castle before we seal the gates."
She nodded, trying not to think of the fear those poor people must be feeling. She had brought this on them, she thought with despair. If she and Raven hadn't married, Thurston would not be bringing his evil into this peaceful valley. The villagers themselves herded their children before them, ignorant of the cause of their summoning, but understanding that Laird Seaburn would keep them safe, whatever they had to face. Cloaked against the chill breeze, no one noticed a hooded figure slipping among them when they passed a wooded copse. The person carried a basket like all the others, and patiently waited in line to pass through the postern gate before stepping into the dark shadows of an unlit corridor, to disappear. Inside the great hall, Raven and Cedric were the recipients of greetings from various knights and castle servants. Bows and curtsies were offered with wishes of good fortune for the marriage of Abrielle and Raven. The head cook promised a feast the bridal couple wouldn't soon forget, but all understood that such celebrations would have to wait. That night, in an ornately constructed prayer closet that had once belonged to Raven's mother, Abrielle pleaded fervently for the protection of those who had remained behind to watch over the keep. In a world that now seemed in total disarray, there were no guarantees that life would ever return to the way it was when Henry reigned. Although of human origin, many ravenous wolves were still prowling about with jowls drooling for want of blood and plunder. When Raven still did not come to her, Abrielle went in search of him, accepting the assistance of the captain of the guard, who guided her up the narrow stairs to the battlements. The shock of the wind whipped her cloak about her legs, and she clutched the warm cloth to her neck. The moon had risen, and between that and the pools of torchlight, she saw Raven standing alone, looking out into the darkness. The captain of the guard ensured her safety as she walked the length of the battlements until she had Raven's arm about her, and his warm smile to cheer her. When they were alone, he said, "My wife isna content in her new chambers." "You know that they are beautiful," she murmured, snuggling against him, her head tucked beneath his chin. "All of our guests and family are settled, and though you need rest, still I find you here." He shrugged. "I canna help it." His soothing voice rumbled deep inside her whenever they touched. "I trust my people implicitly," he continued, "and I ken that all is done as done I wish, yet dear Marley is out there somewhere, waiting, choosing his time." "Would he be foolish enough to attack at night?"
"Nay, 'twould nae benefit him with castle walls to protect us."
"Then come to bed." It took every shred of his willpower to look away from the temptation she presented simply by breathing, and peer at the dark countryside.
"Soon."
She hesitated. "I had not thought to have this talk in such a strange place, but perhaps you need to hear it now. What if I were to tell you that I am with child?" He gave a start, then took her by the arms and stared down at her face, as if everything he ever needed or wanted to know was to be found in her gentle eyes. For a moment, he did not trust himself to speak around the swelling in his throat.
"A bairn," he said softly. "My bairn."
"Then you are happy?" He laughed and kissed her swiftly, and then enfolded her in his embrace.
"Happy? Aye, you've made me that, sweet Abrielle."
"Then welcome home," she whispered. He laid his large hand on her stomach, and she sighed. Feeling a new hopefulness, she was inclined to think of the joy their children would bring to them. She told herself that her marriage would not always be filled with the tension of sieges and attacks. She and Raven had to live for the future and the infant growing inside her. Before dawn, a horn sounded to alert the household, all of whom were already up preparing for the grim day. Those not in the courtyard rushed outside, only to see soldiers running at them, waving them back, their faces harsh with fear. The first volley of fiery arrows lit the sky, rivaling the coming sunrise, raining down on the courtyard. Under a dark sky that the sun didn't pierce, the sight of flames flying in the sky made one stare in horror. Although the women were urged back inside, and Isolde dragged Elspeth within the keep, Abrielle could not go. Most of the burning arrows landed harmlessly in the dirt of the courtyard, but several hit the roof of the stables and the barracks, and men were forced to climb up, passing buckets to one another to douse the blaze. There were sudden shouts from the soldiers on the battlements, only moments before another volley of flaming arrows cleared the curtain wall. Overhead, the clouds roiled, but no rain fell to aid them. The air was oppressive with the hesitation of the storm, and the heat of the flames that sometimes resisted death. An hour later, there was a larger gap between the launching of the arrows, and Abrielle had a moment to stare about her. The dovecote had gone up in flames, and no one had been able to save the poor birds. A pile of hay near the stables still smouldered. Women and men sagged wearily wherever they could sit during a moment's respite. Faces were blackened, garments charred, and hair singed. She heard a familiar voice scream. She stared wildly around her, only to see Cordelia frantically beating at her own skirt, where flames licked along the hem and rose higher. Abrielle started to run, but before she could even take 2 steps, Cedric appeared through the haze of smoke and knocked Cordelia to the ground, smothering the flames with his own body. Abrielle swayed and sat down on a bench near the garden. Weeping, Cordelia clung to Cedric, letting him rock her before at last she straightened and wiped at her wet, dirty face. To Cedric, she had never looked more beautiful.
"Lass, are you well? Are there burns?"
"Nay, you saved me in time," Cordelia said, hiccuping on a sob as she gave him a wobbly smile.
"What a brave, fine lass ye are," he said, grinning. "Now take Abrielle and go inside. Surely there will soon be wounded who need your attention."
Although there was a somberness in his manner that boded ill, Cordelia gulped and nodded, meeting Abrielle's exhausted gaze. Abrielle forced herself to her feet, knowing that she was so tired she might do more harm than good in the courtyard. "I will go." Leaning on each other, the 2 good friends slowly trudged up the stairs and into the great hall. To their surprise, there were only a few servants about. Elspeth came out of the kitchens and, on seeing them, hurried over. "Where is everyone?" Abrielle asked. "Oh dear, are you hurt?" her mother demanded. "Nay, I am sure I look far worse than I feel. Isolde has led women up to the sewing room to look for heavy cloth to put out fires," Elspeth interrupted, looking askance at Cordelia. "She fears for you." "I shall go to her. Abrielle, you will remain here?" "Aye, I will." Cordelia nodded and hurried away. "And the servants?" Abrielle said. "Most are trying to help in one way or another. Would you assist me in setting out bread trenchers for the stew? But, Mamma, surely I can be of more use to the injured. The Seaburns have their own healer. Even now she has set up her medicines in the chapel, but thankfully there are only a few injuries so far." Elspeth stared into her daughter's eyes. "But you, my dear, need to rest and eat." Abrielle frowned at the way her mother was hovering over her, and then the truth dawned. "You know, do you not?" "About the babe?" "Aye, I guessed. I imagine a man like Raven would not need long to give his seed life." Abrielle sighed. "We wanted to tell you all in a special moment, where we could celebrate." "And celebrate we shall, for 'tis a joyous event. I shall be a grandmother at the same time I become a mother all over again." Abrielle felt a smile tug at her lips. "Vachel will become a father and grandfather all at once." Shaking her head, Abrielle groaned with a faint amusement. "Now you are feeling better," Elspeth said. "Now come. The trenchers are near the kitchen. Help me set them at the tables." 2 other women emerged from the kitchen to help, as Abrielle took a stack of bread and began to walk to a far table. For a moment she could almost forget that outside the sky rained fire, and that people battled to save her new home. The few women working with her did not speak, concentrating on their tasks with the dull lethargy of exhaustion. And then, an unholy scream echoed through the hall, the sound like a demon from hell. Abrielle whirled and had only a moment to see a heavy woman rushing at her, wild black hair fanning back from her distorted face. The witch, Mordea, Desmond's sister, had come for her vengeance. Outside the keep, Thurston de Marley broke in two the shaft of an arrow that protruded from his chest, distantly surprised that he didn't feel any pain. He watched the flames on the roof spew higher, and waited for the cries of lament to begin over the death of Abrielle Seaburn. His revenge was so close at hand that he could taste its bitter sweetness. Abrielle only had a moment to fling up her hands, but her meagre defence was useless against Mordea's insane strength. Her taloned fingers closed about Abrielle's neck, cutting off the very air she needed to breathe. Abrielle clawed desperately at the woman's hands, but could not pry them off. Mordea shook her like a dog.
"You won't give birth to another heir, not when my Thurston deserves all you stole from him."
Women screamed and fled for help, but not Elspeth. Seeing her daughter in the grip of a madwoman focused her mind, replacing terror with grim determination. No fear could exist for long in a mother's heart when her child was in danger. Snatching up a pitcher, she ran at Mordea from behind, lifted the pitcher high, and brought it down on the woman's head, shattering the vessel into 1,000 pieces. Mordea staggered and fell, taking Abrielle with her. Raven burst through the great double doors just as Abrielle rolled clear of Mordea's slack arms and came to her knees, coughing violently. Elspeth started to sob, pulling at her daughter as if to get her far away from such a source of evil, but Mordea did not move. Raven swept Abrielle into his arms, lifting her right off the floor in his need to hold her close to him. He felt the frantic thudding of her heart, and his own.
"Are you all right, my love?"
She nodded, her coughing finally fading, her hand at her sore throat.
"I'll be bruised, but none the worse for wear, thanks to my mother. Please put me down so I can go to her."
Elspeth stood alone, hugging herself, crying, and the two women fell into each other's arms and sobbed loudly. More and more people streamed from the doorways leading down corridors, gathering around and whispering. Raven rolled Mordea onto her back and saw her sightless eyes staring at the ceiling.
"She's dead."
With a gasp, Elspeth lifted her head from Abrielle's shoulder.
"But I didn't mean to kill her."
"Mamma, you were saving me. Her death was an accident. Yet she was an evil woman who was bent on destroying anyone she could." Elspeth nodded several times, her tears slowing until she heard her husband's voice. Then she sank into Vachel's arms and cried again. "How did Mordea enter the keep?" Abrielle asked hoarsely. Raven rose to his feet and put his arm around her, speaking with grim certainty.
"The serfs entered just before we closed the gates. It would have been easy enough for her to disguise herself, especially with the cloak she's wearing. I blame myself. Thurston's forces hadn't yet arrived, so I assumed he had no one near enough to pose a threat."
He closed his eyes for a brief moment.
"I could have cost you your life, Abrielle."
"Nay, think no more of it," she said firmly. "This siege is not yet finished."
"They send in fewer and fewer arrows. Their stores are surely depleted, and more men lie on the ground than yet stand, the victims of our archers. I say that we tell de Marley that his plan didn't work, and see what he does."
"We could offer him her body," Abrielle said, glancing with a shudder at the dead woman. "She was almost an aunt to him, and I'm coming with you."
"Abrielle,
how can I be in more danger at your side than I've already experienced here?" And he could not disagree with that. On the battlements, Abrielle received her first view of the countryside spread out below the castle walls. She felt sick upon seeing the several dozen men lying in heaps, only a few barely stirring. But when she turned and caught her first sight of the castle roof, a corner of it still ablaze as men worked frantically, she could no longer pity the brigands who were foolish enough to follow Thurston's cause. Only a dozen men stood upright below, dipping arrows into fires built for that purpose. She looked up at the dark sky, black clouds threatening. Rain might be their only hope for stopping the whole roof from going up in flames, which would take the entire keep with it. If the flames spread any farther, they would soon have to abandon the building.
"Thurston de Marley!"
Raven shouted. Down below, the soldiers paused, and Raven could see the man they turned to. Thurston stood in the forefront of his men, his shield hanging awkwardly at his side, no longer protecting him. Raven realized that he had been hit with an arrow, and only remained standing out of sheer determination.
"I see the roof in flames!"
Thurston called back, obscene laughter threatening in his voice.
"It will not be long now, Seaburn. 'Till be longer than ye think, de Marley. Your men are dwindling, and my men will soon have the fire under control."
Abrielle glanced back at the roof and wondered if her husband only bluffed.
"I offer the body of the woman ye considered an aunt. The woman ye sent in alone to do your work for ye."
Thurston let the point of his sword lower into the earth, and he almost staggered as he leaned against it.
"She failed?"
"She did!"
Abrielle cried indignantly.
"I am here, Thurston, and I yet thrive."
His head hung for a moment, all of his plans falling into ruin around him. But he gathered the last of his strength and shouted,
"You're a traitor, Abrielle of Harrington!"
His refusal to use her married name made her flinch.
"You'll never be able to return to the country of your birth,"
he added savagely, falling heavily to his knees.
"Your words mean nothing to me," she cried. "Raven is my husband, and by the blessings of God and King and my own woman's heart, to him I'm bound."
As she looked into Raven's beloved face, rain began to fall, dripping down his skin like tears of joy. In the distance, she heard the cheers of their tired people.
"I will honour my own heart,"
she continued, still letting her voice rise in ringing tones,
"because not only are nations at stake in these terrible times, but families. I owe my husband the honour of my loyalty."
Raven put his hands on her waist, pulling her against him.
"I love ye, Abrielle,"
he said, his voice husky with emotion.
"I've loved ye from the moment I first saw ye standing so poised and brave at the King's court. I love ye enough to trust that together we can solve whatever life offers us. You have my heart, lass, and I can only pray you trust me with your own, to keep and cherish it forever."
With a glad cry, she threw her arms around his neck and clung, lifting her face to the heavens, letting the rain mix with her tears. "I do love you, Raven, my husband. I love you for your honour and your courage and your persistence, for I did not make it easy on you. I am so sorry it took me so long to know and understand the man you truly are." They kissed deeply and smiled at each other and kissed some more, and with each meeting of their lips, gave a fresh promise to each other for a lifetime of happiness. The rain quenched the fires, and as Thurston breathed his last, the rest of his men deserted him to flee into the forest. The threat was over, and the Seaburn family could begin anew. That night, when the wounded had been treated and the roof temporarily repaired, Raven and Abrielle shared the precious news of their unborn baby. Both families congratulated each other and were wont to toast the young couple. But Raven and Abrielle saw little of this, for they were staring into each other's eyes and seeing the wondrous future. Neighbours from far and wide were invited to Laird Seaburn's keep to enjoy a hearty feast and meet his numerous guests, all in celebration of his marriage. His neighbouring Scotsmen were wont to shake their heads in utter bemusement over the nuptials taking place between the comely young lass, Cordelia of Grayson, and the elderly laird within the wee church in the glen. Why, the elder was more than twice their own age. They were wont to whisper among themselves in amazement. If this had been an arranged match, surely when she repeated her wedding vows her elation would have been greatly dimmed by the morose circumstances surrounding her marriage. But they saw no hint of the possibility that she was enduring any dismay or regret. If anything, the lass seemed unusually elated, and, for the better part of the evening, disinclined to be separated from the ageing, yet still very handsome laird. As for the groom, he proved vigorous enough, dancing to the pipes that many of the younger lads who sought to leave him gasping for breath had difficulty keeping stride with him. In a quiet corner of the great hall, Abrielle and Raven rested from the dancing, content to sit together and watch quietly. Vachel and Elspeth sat with them, and all were in a good humour, at peace with the world. Elspeth smiled fondly at her daughter. "Your happiness pleases me, my dear. I prayed for this for so long." To his wife, Vachel said, "Then when we have to return home in the coming months, can I trust that your heart will not break over parting with your daughter, however briefly?" "You cannot be discussing leaving," Abrielle said, squeezing her mother's hand. "We have only just arrived, and you promised you would not leave until the babe was born and it was safe to travel."
"And we will keep that vow, of course," Vachel replied. "And we might have to remain to see our own grandchild born."
The women grinned at each other. Then Vachel glanced at Raven and cleared his throat.
"Daughter, we'll need to discuss the management of your estate while you're in Scotland."
Abrielle waved a hand. "You may discuss that with my husband. And don't think that will bother me. I trust him to see to it." Raven frowned and slightly shook his head at Vachel, but Abrielle, focused on her husband, noticed immediately. "And what was that for?" she asked, looking between them. Vachel gave a deep sigh.
"Now, Raven, there's no keeping this from her."
"What?"
she demanded, her nerves growing taut. "See, you'll upset her by withholding the truth," Vachel continued. When Raven only shook his head in surrender, Vachel turned to his stepdaughter. "My dear, it is you who must make the decisions about the de Marley keep. You are its owner."
"But surely it was the only dowry I could offer to Raven."
"And he refused it,"
Vachel said. She stared up at Raven, soft lips parted in surprise and growing embarrassment. "But I thought, Raven, every man should have a dowry from his bride."
"But I didn't need one," he answered. "If I'd taken it, you'd always have had a suspicion that that was why I married you."
Abrielle looked at Raven, feeling so happy and full of peace. Their most serious mistakes concerning each other were behind them. Not that there would be no disagreements in the future between two such stubborn people. She was gazing into his eyes, letting her love show, when Raven said,
"Come with me to our chambers, my love. I have something to show you."
Blushing, she excused herself to her amused parents and, after waving to a blissful Cordelia, followed Raven. Once inside their chambers, she came to a stop, seeing a small wooden cradle before the hearth. She inhaled swiftly, feeling tears trembling on her lashes. "Oh, Raven," she whispered, hurrying forward to touch the smooth wood, see the intricate carvings of sun and moon and stars on the headboard.
"I've been making it in secret for our child," he said softly, his hand on her shoulder. "I wanted it to be a surprise. But now I can bring it into the light of day, just like you've brought my love, where it's flourishing. I canna imagine my life without you, lass."
Her smile was tremulous. Together, they knelt beside the cradle, the fire glowing on them softly, and thought about the babe in her womb, and the love with which they'd bring it into the world.
Hello, this is Cherry Jones, Tony Award-winning actress and narrator of the Little House on the Prairie audiobooks. As an audiobook listener, you know the pleasure of being captivated by a well-told story. You may not know that children who listen to audiobooks enjoy academic benefits as well. Hearing stories read aloud helps children reinforce important fundamental elements of reading readiness and reading comprehension, two key elements of overall success in school. When children listen to recorded stories, they hear and learn new vocabulary, and they practice active listening skills. Children can also listen up. Advanced readers can find challenging and complex stories. Delayed readers can listen and enjoy the story as a whole before breaking it down into smaller pieces. For all children, hearing a good book encourages a lifelong love of literature and reading. So, when you consider what to listen to next, why not also think about the pint-sized listeners in your life and select from one of the many available children's audiobooks?
This recording was produced and directed by Rick Harris. It was recorded at Harper Audio Studios by Lance Neal and Sharon Matlin. It was edited by Valerie Ratron. Mixing and mastering were by Angela Piver. We hope you've enjoyed this program from Harper Audio. For more information about the broad range of titles from Harper Audio, Harper Children's Audio and Cadman, please visit our website at www.harperaudio.com. You can also call 1-800-331-3761. Thank you for listening.